I just thought I was live for like 3 minutes. But I found my background picture. Isn't it pretty? Let's see. Let's give Deva Jones a few minutes to join us. I did send her the link. Or should I have waited for her to join before I went live? Here we go. Happy Saturday, guys. I hope you guys are happy and healthy and doing well. Say hi to me in the chat if you're here. Hey.
No.
What?
Wait a minute. Okay, let me wait a minute. Why I got a green screen this week? Oh, I figured out why.
Look, I thought I was live for like 3 minutes and I wasn't looking for backgrounds and stuff. But I found a pretty
You
background
thought
though.
you was live, bro. That's hilarious.
Thought I was on time, baby. It was 11:03, and I seen the go live button. I was like, "Child, I'm gonna get it together eventually." Hey,
Well, it went straight across the
Blossom
world.
World.
I've been losing
You've been losing
time.
power.
Oh, it's raining. Girl, send me some rain. It's hot and dry.
I need to see you some too. My hibiscus looking like it's so tired right now.
Oh,
The one in the pot is doing fine, but the one in the bed is so unhappy.
oh, that's terrible.
So how are you
My
today?
my I'm good. I stayed up later than I should have last night. Oh, I don't know if you seen that video I posted at 3 o'clock in the morning, but
I'm about to watch it after this. Where you talking about the hood was
yeah,
showing out?
yeah, it was a short little video. I filmed that last night, so I got home. A couple of my neighbors decided to do a little party yesterday, and we all brought stuff to the party, whatever we wanted, and so it started at noon. It was only supposed to be, maybe 2 hours. Girl, I got home at 10 o'clock at night.
You was really partying for the Juneteenth part
But it
two.
was, and I say party, but I mean, I get, well, let's call it a get together because it wasn't like, we was like, it wasn't a lot of music and stuff like that, which they've had though. My block has had those kind of parties before where it's, we have a block party and we haven't blocked the street off. We done that before.
Hmm.
And we
I
be
love that kind
throwing
of party.
down. Yeah, till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, everybody barbecuing, the whole neighborhood be smoking. But
Hmm.
yesterday it was kind of more laid back, and I think it was pretty cool because like the two who hosted, they were actually off work, so they gave them the holiday off, and so we was able to have that little party on a Friday, and then you still had your weekend left. So but yeah, it really was just a lot of talking, and they was playing cards and eating, and a lot of watermelon, a lot of barbecue. But no, it was straight. It was good. But I ended up staying later because they stayed like three houses from me. People were coming and going, but I ended up staying later because girl, we got to talk about all kinds of stuff. Because one of the ladies is in the advocacy group that I'm in, so we was talking about, oh, now that they done passed this foolish bill, where we gonna, how we gonna prepare, basically, because that's all you can do is prepare. So it's like, so we just in kind of like, preparedness mode to see what people may or may not need, or
And what does
just
that look
whatever.
like? I like that you have a network like in your neighborhood. I have a network, but it's not in my neighborhood. And I kind of like travel for community. I got little pockets of people,
Yeah, I got
but
really,
it's not in my
really blessed.
neighborhood. So I think it's
Yeah,
nice to have some close.
I got really, really blessed. Just well, the history about my neighborhood is so at one point in time, this neighborhood was not black people couldn't live here. At one point in time, this neighborhood was white only. It was redlined to where black people could not live here. Um, but then as things happen, things change. And I think right around the time that they integrated the schools that are local to this area, because I stay pretty close to the middle of town. Like I can walk downtown. It takes me maybe 5 minutes to walk downtown. Um, but when they integrated the schools, that's when a lot of the white people was like, and then when they did away with redlining, when they allowed
Mhm.
black people to start moving over here, they were like,
I
"Oh,
start moving out.
we can put our kids in private school. We can get out of here." So that's what happened. But the good thing is there are certain sections of the neighborhood that are completely black, and then what's weird is kind of up by me, it's mixed. So my neighbor on one side is black, my neighbor on the other side is white. The neighbors behind me are black. The neighbors across the street are white. There's Hispanics 2 houses down. That's where Carlos and Olivio stay. And then there's another white couple that just moved in. They're renting. Then across the street is Edward and Mr. Turner. And then on up the street is what's my dog name? He ain't been living there that long, but he real cool. He always working on his car. Clarence. He stay up there. So it's kind of a mixture. And it's also a mixture of owning versus renting. So my 72
Mhm.
year old neighbor, that was his parents' house. They were some of the first blacks to move to the neighborhood because it take him. He
Mhm.
the one that told me. He was like, "Yeah, my parents moved here. It was some white people staying in your house. They hurry up and left." I said, "Oh, okay." You know, so that's why it helps to have them elders gonna tell you what's up. But when
Mhm.
I moved in, the lady on the other side of me that's in this house, it's a white lady staying there now, but she's not the original. That lady has only been there for 2 or 3 years. Me and the woman next door that stay there now, we're the same age, and that's her
Mhm.
first home, and this is my first home. The lady before that was a white lady, but she was 80 something years old. That lady never left. She moved in the neighborhood, I think, in the early 70s or something. But that lady was very progressive because I won't
Mhm.
never forget when I moved here. Um, she has a deck on the back of her house, and I used to see her sitting on the deck. And when I was moving my stuff in, I kind of saw her looking, and I'm in my head like, Lord, I hope she ain't one of them.
Mhm.
But as time went on, like a week or so, she saw me outside, and she stopped. She said, "Excuse me." She said, "You mind if I ask you if you renting or buying?" And in my head, I'm like, "Here we go." I said, "I'm buying." She said, "Oh, I'm so happy." And then I kind of was relieved when she said that because she said, "I'm so tired of these people renting and tearing these houses up. That's all they do. They just rent."
Mhm.
And she didn't, and she said, and I'm not, and don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about black people because the white people over there tearing that house up.
She said
So she was,
everybody.
yeah, she was quick to let me know. I said, "Oh, this lady something else." She
Mhm.
used to lay out on her deck in her bathing suit. She said, "Oh, I have to get my vitamin D for today. And it's
Girl, I
very
know that's
healthy."
right.
But I didn't know that, when I first met her, but I come to find out she was into herbs. She was kind of low key, like a little bit of a herbalist. But the only thing is, she had talked herself into that she couldn't grow anything because when I started planting, she really would come over then. "I saw you putting these beds down. What are you going to plant?" And so
Mhm.
we were talking. She said, "Oh yes, because you can use rosemary for this, and you can use oregano for this, or you can use." She knew all these different. Yeah. "Oh yeah, because I get St. John's wort from the guy down the street." And but I said, "Oh, she kind of know," but she was. I said, "Well, oh girl, I can't grow nothing. I kill everything." So she had talked herself into
Like a lot of us
that
do.
she couldn't do anything. Uh-huh.
Hey, Army
And I told her, I said,
Chickadee.
"Well, no, that's not the case." But hey, Army Chickadee, but yeah, that I said that's not the case. You can grow, but she never really got into it. But we were close friends. Unfortunately, when I met her, and this is the killing part, if you had ever seen her, she did not look her age. I did not know that when I moved in, that lady was already like 76 or 77. She
Mhm.
did not look it at all, not even close. She got around good, just very vibrant. But when she got to be about 84, she started having a little bit more health problems, and it
Mm,
became a little bit much for her to maintain her house, or at least some of it was her kids, though. Her kids, they wanted her to move in with them because she had a decent amount of retirement money. And
mm,
so, they work, they don't work consistently. So they wanted her to move in with her retirement money, and they told her, "Well, we'll build you a cabin out back in the back of our property." They told her that, and I hate to say it, the lady passed this year. She passed about 4 months ago,
mm,
and I ended up going to her funeral. Yeah, her health declined, and her kids knew what they were doing. They wanted her to sell that house because she got a decent amount of money for it. She got well over $100,000 for it. So that's what they were looking at. They were like, "We want mom to move in with us. She could sell her house, and then she'll we'll eventually,
how
if
they
something
do.
happened, we get her
Mhm.
retirement, all that money, because she just moved out of that house 3 years ago. She ain't she
Right.
has not run through her retirement or the money that she got, because she got, I think my neighbor said she paid 150 for that house.
Mm,
Um, so now, yeah, the houses are not that, they're not super expensive. Another one finna go up for sale here in just a minute, one about three. I'm glad that guy's leaving the neighborhood. He's not friendly. Girl, I'm glad he going. I just,
mm,
but I hope somebody come and buy it and live in it, not rent it. I want somebody to live in it. Not,
mhm.
I should say buy it, not, because these renters, they just tear up stuff. They just tear up everything. But in the neighborhood, so all these little factions and people have all been here for forever. Mr. Turner's been here for forever. Edward's been here for forever. Willie's been here for forever. The only people that don't really participate is the meth heads across the street. They don't participate, which that's fine. But everybody else, we
That's
usually get together and do
understandable.
stuff. And a lot of us are like minded. Like the woman up the street, her daughter's trans, and it was interesting with her because she was like, "Yeah, I thought I was open minded till my child came out as trans," and
Mm.
then
Well, that'll challenge it.
so and she was like, and she is very open minded. She's an artist and she's a very progressive thinker, but she was like, it was different when it was in my household. She
Yeah.
was like, I didn't judge my child for it, but I had to. She said she quickly had to make some adjustments. So, but yeah, so needless to say, and when they, because initially when they got started to getting together about the activism group and stuff like that, it was slow going at first, but then when stuff started, they started talking about taking these people's social security. Well, the elderly people, y'all said something about y'all advocate. Then, with the different healthcare stuff, these people get Medicaid and stuff just like, or the hospitals are covered by Medicaid, just like, so a lot of people started getting together. And like I said, we had already been fairly neighborly. This neighborhood used to have an official neighborhood watch. We still look out for each other, but we don't have an official neighborhood watch. Because we don't have any Karens in the neighborhood, but we don't want to embolden anybody to be a Karen.
Yeah.
It's one
Yeah.
thing to look out for people, but then it's another thing for you to be causing chaos. So we don't,
And some people get
because
like
I'll
a
be at
little
these white
piece of
women.
authority and then they just start acting up. Like
Yeah,
this the first
because
time you got
because
to
and
tell
I
somebody what
let
to
them
do
know.
in
I
your
said, no,
life.
wait a minute. I let them know. I said, no, wait a minute. If y'all gonna start doing that Karen stuff, I'm not fooling with you. I'm
Yeah.
not fooling with you. And so they kind of know, like, okay, but we don't have the only one that kind of is like that, but she gets checked immediately, is the meth head. But meth drives you to, like, it does something to you, to your brain. And we all know that that's because of her addiction, but she knows how to check it some kind of way, because she tried it one day. She was out there hollering at somebody, and two or three people said, "Ma'am, go in the house. Go in the
What you
house."
hollering about?
So we used to have more children in the neighborhood because we would have people come and rent. There are a couple of little duplexes up the street, and people come rent, and they have kids, and the kids were riding their bike up and down. At, like they don't stay on my street, they stay on an adjacent street. But the street they stay on gets hardly no traffic at all. So it's fairly safe for kids to ride their bikes, up and down the street.
Mhm.
She didn't like that. Y'all riding past my windows and that's distracting me. Distracting you from what? That meth pipe? What is
Man,
it
what was
distracting
it
you
with
from?
the like, what you
And
doing?
so she thought she was gonna come out there and holler at them kids. And I didn't know what was going on at first. And like I said, a kind of commotion. I looked out and I seen 7, 8, 9 folks standing in the street with the children and the bikes. So I stepped outside and I heard 2 or 3 words, and I said, "What's going on?" She hollering at these kids. Well, they're distracting me. I said, "Ma'am, distracting you from what?" I said, "Ma'am, do you have some curtains? You want me to provide you with some curtains? I'll go to the dollar store and get you some curtains so you can put up so you won't be distracted." When
Yeah, like
she
that's
saw
a
when she
person problem.
when she saw that nobody was gone, she went
They
on in the
curse
house.
on their foolishness.
When she don't have, I've seen times where she holler at her own cats because she ain't got nobody else to holler at. But see, like I said, that meth, that chemical, that do something to you.
She got to find somewhere to put that energy.
Yeah, meth runs you crazy. It's big. That's a serious narcotic. It's serious.
Yeah, it is.
But how many people? How many people in there watching? I can't
We
tell you. Oh,
tell.
I'm
Is it
no
at the
8
top?
people.
8
Yeah, it's at
and
the
4
top.
likes.
Um,
So we should have 8 likes. I can't like my own video.
man, what y'all waiting on? Who here? It ain't but 2 people. Y'all in the bushes. Y'all come out of the bushes.
They
Don't be
hide in the
lurking.
background.
Yeah, they shy and stuff. So what
So
have you
is this
been
a
up to?
better
I was
time for y'all?
wondering.
Oh, what have I been up to? This
Mhm.
week I've been focused a lot on my pantry. I've been wanting to do a pantry tour forever, and it's just a little old coat closet, but it's a pantry to me. We done put a shelf and stuff
Well,
in
that's
there.
all you need.
But I've
That's
been
all you
feeling
need.
like it was kind of empty, which is a shame. It's like, don't do a tour while it's empty. So this week I've been trying to like pack it up with stuff. Like I canned some hummus the other day. I canned some grape juice because mommy's grape is producing. So she gave me some grapes and it was just enough for me to do like 2 quarts of grape juice. Harvested my basil because it was all getting all big and bushy and I wanted to go to seed. So,
Yeah, because some things they ate your grapes down, didn't
oh, my grapes
they?
didn't
Them
produce
worms
anything. My grape is
get
just still alive.
ate up.
I've never seen anything like that before. It was awful. It
Girl.
was an infestation. That's when I be making them faces like, oh my, what is it? But at least it's still alive because I thought it
I
was dead for
never
real.
did you figure out what worms those were?
When I looked it up, it said grapevine worm.
Okay, I've never heard of those. I
They
know
was
they ate
real
your stuff
specific.
down to the stems. I know that
After
much.
they was real specific with what they wanted to eat. That's why they made
Yeah, they
them.
ate it.
There's
They ate
nothing
it
else in the garden
down.
to store up like that grapevine. I was so hurt.
Well,
Last
I'm
year
glad.
we got so many grapes. We
Yeah, I
had grape
remember.
juice and everything.
I
This
remember.
year,
That
that's one of
happens
the
though.
biggest lessons for me in the garden is that every year is different. Like you can
Hmm.
have a great tomato year, you can have a great pepper year, great sweet potato year, then next year no grapes,
Nothing.
no sweet
Nothing.
potato, no peppers.
Well, I'm glad I know that because I have grapes too, and if I start to see that, I'll know immediately what that is.
If you see one, you got to get rid of it right away because it was like overnight. I feel like
Yeah,
maybe two days,
I remember
maybe.
you
But
showing it
once I
one
saw 'em,
time, and then the next clip stems. Like, I was like, oh my god!
just skeleton leave, just nothing. I
I
said,
was
what
like,
the
oh, what is that? I didn't know there was
horrible?
anything that eat grapes so around here. If you go like kind of to the woods, or like for instance, my neighbor, like I said, a lady got elderly before she moved. She didn't do anything with that backyard. It is basically like a small pine forest back there, And muscadines will grow wild around here. So that's why I didn't know anything ate them, because I see them so much in the wild and nothing is ever touching them. But you know what I found to be the case sometimes though, if you live in an urban area or even an area that maybe wasn't so urban before, but they clear it and then build, I find that I don't know, it just be like sometimes pests just come out of the, I don't know if they're looking for old vegetation that was there before, or you know what I mean? Like I
Mhm.
don't know.
Yeah.
It's like they just come from nowhere. Like they just show up.
And that's exactly the case. This neighborhood is maybe 4 years old,
Okay.
4, 5 years old. When we bought this house, we were the first people who,
Yeah.
were in it. And you see, because you watch my channel, we be having rats and
Yeah.
possums. I
Now
mean,
that the rat thing, I'm very like not here, but when I was living in Dallas, so the neighbor, so when my parents bought the house I grew up in, it was brand new as well. It was built in the 80s, but it was the same thing. That area was owned by farmers before, and the farmers were farming one part of their property, but the other part, it was just trees. And
mhm.
developers bought the section that was trees, and the farmers kept the section that they were farming. Well, they cleared those trees and built the houses. Um, saw mice, but eventually it didn't take long, and it was because apparently there were mice or whatever in those woods, rats, whatever.
Yeah.
And when they cleared that stuff, they didn't really have nowhere to go. And every
But
time
to
they
they
would clear another
to the
part,
farm.
every time they would clear another parcel, I guess the rats were living there or mice. And when they would clear that, the mice would run back up in the neighborhood looking for, and then when mice start to figure out, oh, these garbage cans, I can get in them. That's food. Or
Or,
that's,
oh, you have a garden. Like we have food growing, and then there are the only other people in my neighborhood where I notice, like, ooh, look at that food growing in their backyard. Ooh, look at that hibiscus. Look at that vine. Are all Asian people. So we're kind of like, um I want to say sprinkled right throughout the neighborhood. So it don't
hmm
take long for the rats to find the few places that really have
yeah,
food, in their yard. Hey, y'all commenting. My bad, I wasn't reading the
yeah,
comments.
Casons has showed up. I know
Yeah,
Casons from
Casey.
she be in Georgia Peach Nut chat sometime.
Okay.
She said next time my grapes will survive because I'm batting for zero. No.
You are not alone.
Oh goodness.
You are not alone.
The
Mine is just
pests
alive.
the pests have not, so me and my neighbor was talking about this the other night because the neighbor that I went to the gathering with, she doesn't grow too many edibles. She grows some herbs, but she grows a lot of flowers. She grows a lot of echinacea, she grows stuff like that. So we were talking, and I said, girl, I said, you see, they spraying, and I don't know what's going on, y'all. So like they spray here for mosquitoes, but I remember in years past they would spray once or twice the whole summer. No,
Mm-hmm.
the last month and a half, I've seen them 4 times. See them,
Wow.
and you remember how, like, which I still be saying it, but I'm gonna tell you how I know something is different. So dawn and dusk. Hey Shay, what's going on? So
Hey,
dawn and
Shay.
dusk. That's when the mosquitoes are the worst.
Mm-hmm.
So I water more or less at dusk when the sun is on the way down.
Mm-hmm.
Used to be, ain't no way you can go out there. You got to put something on. You better put some peppermint oil. You better put something on because them mosquitoes will wear you down. Now I can go out there. I might get bit one. And
Really?
like I said, and they spray at night now. Used to be they used to spray in the daytime. They've gone to spraying at night, I guess, because they figure more people will be inside. But
Mm-hmm.
that's how I catch them because I seen the guy going past with the window down, and I hollered out, "Ray!" And he started laughing. I went in the house though before he turned that thing on. I ain't
Yeah,
want to get
don't
gas.
spray me
I
though.
ain't
Yeah.
want to get gas. I would, cause he was laughing at me because I was running. I said run, and I was running in the house.
Just like the commercial.
Yes, that's how the roaches be hollering. So when he came the next week, I said, "You ain't gonna turn that thing on, is it?" He said, "No, I already did your block." He told me, "But I came through here because I seen you out here watering. You crazy because you was running in the house to my raid last week." I say, but yeah, and I asked him, I say, "Man, what's going on? Because y'all done used to." He said, "Yeah, the city is paying to spray more for some reason. Like we were spraying, but we weren't spraying at this frequency. They're paying us more to spray." And I said, "Oh, okay." And he went on. I let him go and do his job because I know he working at night. As soon as he
Yeah.
get through spraying, he can go home. I ain't want to hold it. But in my head, I'm thinking, because I wanted to ask him what he was spraying exactly.
Yeah, I
Because
wanna know.
you don't know if it hurts beneficials. But I'm telling you, it has a very strong smell. You can smell
Mm,
it after he spray. You can smell it for about 10 minutes. And I mean, it'd be a cloud behind him when he do, because it's on the
mm,
back of a truck, and it'd be a cloud behind
mm.
him. And I'm like,
Clossman World says she heard they spraying more because them things are giving folks sickness.
yeah, and I'm familiar with
They gotta spray
we
extra
don't
for
really
them
get
Bill Gates. Now
malaria
what you
in
say?
the
They
US.
trying to kill the Bill Gates mosquitoes. You know Bill Gates and release the mosquitoes now. He
Yeah,
got
and then
he got a mosquito farm.
have you heard about the mosquitoes? They have a male now that what does the male do? So the male, he's sterile or something. So they can mate, but the female lays those eggs, they'll be sterile. They won't be. You get what I'm saying? They have a
Yes,
new
but I didn't hear that.
they've done something to this mosquito in the lab. I can't remember if they genetically modified it or what they did to the male. But yeah, they have a new male mosquito, and they said they're gonna put them in places, and that's gonna help keep the mosquito population down because the females will give birth to sterile babies,
Mm.
or sterile eggs rather. Um, but yeah, child,
I guess we'll see how that
I get it
unfolds.
though, because you can get Zika, you can get was it West Nile? West Nile had got bad around here for a few
Yeah.
years. It had got bad. But see, I didn't never got it because I was diligent about my repellent. Cause see, they tear me up. I cannot. They'll eat me to the bone. I can't. Whereas
Hmm.
some people, they're not as attractive. Me and my neighbor, no, they tear us up.
They
But
tear me up
but
too. I wear long sleeves and long
yeah,
pants, even
yeah,
though it's hot. I'll be
it
like,
be
let
hot
me
and I
cover
be
up.
dying.
Malaria, yeah.
And I'm just like, girl, but yeah, so but the thing is, they spraying this stuff. I don't know what else to kill.
That's the
I cause
thing.
like
Is
I
like I
told y'all, I
almost
ain't seen
trust
no bees like time out. I ain't seen no bee. I saw
in
one
all of
little
my
carpenter
gardening
bee
groups.
yesterday.
All of my gardening groups, people are like, "Where are the bees? Where are the bees?" And
Hmm.
my thing is that I trust, even though I don't like every piece of nature, I trust what nature does on its own more than I trust us messing with the males and making our own
Hmm.
mosquitoes and what you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Why we
Hmm.
always think we know better than how Mother Nature already put it together? That's when stuff starts getting more and more messed up because we always messing with something that we ain't got no business.
Then
Yes,
let me say
mosquitoes are
this:
like a fact of life, you know?
they
So learn
are.
to make your repellent or go out at a certain time or wear your long sleeves or whatever. I'll be out there like like a horse child.
I
I be trying to swing them away with my hair, like get out of
know.
me.
Like girl, and then like I said, they're spraying that stuff. I can't stop that spray from getting on my, you know what I'm saying? It's
We
getting on
as
my
organic as
crops.
we can possibly be.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
and don't get me wrong, I wash my little stuff best I can or whatever, but at the end of the day, I don't really know what that stuff is, and I don't have any infrastructure as of right now to where like grow in a greenhouse and close it up, and then maybe the spray won't get up in there. But in the
Yeah.
summertime
But
it
then
gets
your
so
soil
hot
will
here,
run off.
you can't leave your things down on your stuff. To answer your question, Army Chickadee, so yeah, the nematodes, they have been helping me, but nematodes unfortunately will not work for mosquitoes. Nematodes live in the soil, and mosquitoes breed in
In
the
that
air,
water.
and they lay babies in the water. So the nematodes will not touch those, but the nematodes have been helping y'all. Y'all, if you didn't see my nematode video or whatever, or if you're wondering, they have my ants are down. Now let me say this: the sprayings. I do think, because I started noticing effects, but they didn't start really spraying until the middle of June. No, the beginning of June. I noticed effects from the nematodes in April. So I noticed before they started spraying. Now that they're spraying, and I have the nematodes, it's kind of hard for me to tell which is doing
Which
which,
one?
because they could be spraying. And like, for instance, I still haven't seen any leaf-footed bugs. Y'all know how I used to fight with them leaf-footed bugs. I haven't
Mm-hmm.
seen them. I have not seen them, but I don't know if that's the nematodes or the spraying at this point. I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
I have now. Let me say this: I ain't seen butterfly the first. I know that's from the spring. The butterflies ain't got nothing. They don't lay their babies in the ground. They lay their babies on your stuff,
On the
on your crops.
plants. Yep.
Yeah. So that's from the spraying, because my neighbor has a huge fennel, and we have butterflies that come through here that like the fennel. And so this time of year, she always has a ton of those caterpillars that turn into the butterflies. I can't remember which butterflies, but they're orange and black. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and they're not out
Um,
there. They're not out there. That's from that spraying. Me and her talked about that.
I
So
fortunately have not been having issues with any of it. Like I got everything in my garden, and I'm like crossing my fingers that I don't have that issue, because I've been seeing everyone say, "Where are the bees?" And I'm like, "They in my
mhm.
country. I don't know. Where
I
the
did see.
butterflies?
I
They on
saw a
the
bumblebee.
echinacea. I
I seen
don't
a
know."
bumblebee on my comfrey yesterday.
Comfrey
I
will
saw.
keep at least a bee or
Mhm.
two
Yeah,
in your
yeah,
garden. I've never grown comfrey and not seen a bee, like ever.
yeah. I feel you on that.
So if you're looking for one, because I know people say plant pollinators, plant your flowers and you da. But I think being more specific, bees must can see comfrey or smell it from a mile
I
away.
think they see. I think they see because they said bees go mostly on color. I'm not saying they can't smell. I think they can smell, but they say that they go
The
mostly
purple
on
flower.
color. Because and that purple. If you notice borage, that's the other thing that I see bees on.
Hmm.
Is my borage? Those flowers are purple.
Yes,
They go
I
straight
love
to me.
board. My daughter loves
Another
board too. I say
color. It seems
comfrey just
like they
because
look
it's
for is yellow.
perennial and you don't have to
Yeah,
keep replanting it every year.
yeah,
Like it would just be in your garden so you could worry about other things.
yeah.
But I think borage is also a really, really good one.
It is. I like the way it tastes too, the flowers and stuff. I
Oh
don't eat
yeah.
all the flowers because I have to get seeds, but yeah. But
Mia loves
definitely,
those flowers too.
yeah. It seemed like bees are drawn to yellow flowers as well. Yellow a lot. I
Mhm.
noticed that. Like when your brassicas go to seed, like if you remember last season when mine went to seed and I showed how the bees were just, and see, that's totally different. They went to seed this year, but it was stuff out there pollinating them like gnats and flies
Why?
and stuff that,
I haven't and none of
yeah,
this things killing wasps, is it? Because I
yeah.
got all different colors and kinds of wasps
Nothing. Not,
in my garden.
I have paper wasps, those big red wasps. I have dirt daubers. I have all this stuff. I said, yeah, y'all must be immune.
They
Like,
must be.
the only thing that
Clausen
work
said
is
I have
wasp
over
spray.
7 comfrey plants and I haven't seen the bees on. For real, Clausen World, I've never grown comfrey without bees on there. Borge is a bully, but it's awesome. It will spray on you. It'll definitely take
Yeah,
its space how it wants to.
yeah,
Red, the only color they don't see. Okay, that's interesting. Now I'm gonna have to do some market research. I'm gonna be looking at all my red.
yeah. Because Army Chickadee got some hives this year. You got
Yeah.
to see. You got to go. Did you see her husband? He was out there filming. Did you hear him when he said, can you speed it up a little bit? Because these bees, they starting to come after me. I was hollering. And
Was
he had the
nothing
smoke. He
coming to
had the
greet
smoke in
you.
his hand, and I'm hollering, smoke him, smoke him.
Cause that's what it's like.
Baby, he was backing up, honey. He was backing up. I was dying laughing. I was
I
like, he
would
ain't trying to get
love to have
stung.
a beehive. I would love to have a beehive. I just saw I don't know if you guys watch More Than Farmers. They caught a beehive and it reminded me of you because I remember when you had that wooden box and
Girl,
you
and
were
I
like
really thought
putting
I
the
was hoping that
beeswax
was gonna
on
be
there.
successful.
Ooh, and
Yeah,
me too. I was like,
I
she
was
gonna keep
rooting
the bee
for
in
it.
there. I was showing the kids.
Yeah. I was girl, and I don't know what happened. They was interested, but nobody moved in. They took their little suitcases and went on.
Well, it's possible. We gotta try
Yeah.
again. I watched
I'm
somebody
still
do
gonna
it,
try
and
to
he
catch.
was
I'm gonna try to
saying,
catch one. I'm gonna try to catch one on Georgia Peach Nut. One of her lives that I did a while back. We got to talking about this, and I've been kicking myself ever since. And this is why I try to tell people, if you can, if you ever have time, if you go on, and I'm not promoting these websites, but this is the easiest way to find them. If you go on auctionzip.com, or if you go on go to auction.com, put in your zip code and then put whatever mile radius. So if you're willing to travel 30 miles to an auction, put 30 miles. If you're willing to travel 50, if you're willing to travel 100, you can go as far as you want. Put that in, and it will show you the auctions that are listed. Every auction in the world ain't listed, but if you see one I'm listed around you and you're willing to go to it, go. And I'm gonna tell you why. I started going to the auction house and made friends with this old guy. And I didn't know he had like 100 beehives. I didn't know he had land like that. You don't know nothing about people. One day we
mm-hmm.
come to the auction one night, and I was speaking to him or whatever, and he say, "You don't know anybody want any beehives, do you?" And I said, "Oh." And at the time, I didn't have my house. I said, "Well, I don't think so." I said, "But I mean, I might. I could talk to people and see." He said, "Well, here's the thing. I got 100 beehives. I done got too old. My mobility ain't good no more." He said, "I'm tired of fooling with this. My wife don't want to fool with it." He said, "I've been had these bees for forever. I done made more than enough money off these hives." He said, "If you know anybody, I'm selling hives, $25 a hive." Now, I didn't know what
Baby,
beehives cost at the point at that time. I
if I
asked
could send
somebody,
me a beehive
somebody
in this
tell me
little
they
back
over
door,
100 and some dollars. I'm kicking myself because I should have got them bees and put them in my bathroom or something. I should have figured
okay.
out something. $25, $20, twenty
You
five
should
dollars.
have them bees over till you got the last.
Girl, I could have built me some, made me some until I could get where I was
Baby,
going.
if I could have some
I've
bees in
been
this little
kicking myself.
backyard, y'all know I'll fit them back here. Y'all know I would. I just can't even find a spot.
That's what I'm talking about. I could have kicked myself, and when I find out how much bees cost, I've been kicking myself ever since. I've been kicking
And you
myself.
know what's so
So,
funny? I was watching a video the other day of the More Than Farmers, and he was saying that people were commenting below, like how stupid it was for him to try to catch local bees. Why doesn't he just buy some? And he was like,
mm-hmm,
well, first of all, the bees that I caught are local to my area. They've probably already been through a winter in my area. And who wants to
mm-hmm,
pay? He didn't say this, but I'm thinking, who wants to pay for something that you can source for free or that you can spend less money on? Even that guy selling them for $25, he's been raising bees for how many years? Just the information
mm-hmm,
that he'll be able to give you or the equipment
mm-hmm.
that he'll be able to show you can save you so much time and energy of learning a thing. Like it takes so much time to learn one thing, y'all. Like, why not, cut where we can and learn from, experience?
Baby,
Why not source it closer to you rather than just the quickest way is like, why don't you just go buy some bees? Because I don't know them bees. And them bees don't know
exactly. And
my area.
if
That
if
part.
I can facilitate, and that's why I was saying, go to these auctions and things. If I can facilitate, that's an easy way for you to network, and you just never know who you're gonna meet. Because I've met some a-holes too, but the vast majority of the people have been, they know different people. Because I hate, like, if you think about it, when people go to estate sales and auctions and things, these are usually the type of people that, number one, they understand that some stuff, like, for instance, if you see a lady and she's forever getting pressure counters or something like that, you need to go talk to her. Why you keep? I'm just curious. Why you keep buying these pressure candles? You never know what she got going on. She may got an antique store, or she may know how to can her ass off. You
Yep.
never know. You might need to go talk to her. Or just like if you keep seeing a guy, he's forever buying home improvement tools, a different thing. Why you keep buying this type of stuff? This type of
Mhm.
stuff you like? Oh yeah, well, I run this type of business. I run a lens. Like I met a small engine repair guy. I've met a contractor. I've met and then not only that, that may be what they do for a living. These people have hobbies. Like the guy that I met, that wasn't his profession, owning bees.
Mhm.
He had another profession, but his initial swarm, he said he just caught the swarm, and then those bees multiplied over time. It's just years and years of, you know, new hives splitting off from the originals, and then we got to talking, and like I said, just different things that he knew about and knew how to do, and just networking. And you find people like you. Sometimes you find people who are on the same wavelength that you on, and you never
Mhm.
know. You get linked up with these different people. Now I ain't gonna lie. After COVID, I still go to auctions every now and again. I don't go like how I used to go, because I ain't gonna lie. Some of these auctions, y'all want to cough out on people, and but some of that is, like I said, height of COVID, I wasn't going. I quit going altogether. But I'm kind of back to kind of going now, and I'm back seeing some of those same people, my little friends. They just, but yeah, you just, and like I said, I've met farmers. I've met people in different organizations that advocate for farmers. I've met people that are in seed coalitions. I've met just all kind of people you meet. But that's why I say a lot of this stuff. Like I said, you notice if you go to a sale and they sell it, like for instance, let's say the person, it's a estate sale, they died and they was in the gardening. A lot of them people gonna be in the gardening because they put the pictures online what they selling. So if you see a bunch of gardening equipment and a bunch of people showed up, they just like you.
Mhm.
They into the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So that it's a way for you to kind of, find people that maybe otherwise you would not have found. And to find
Absolutely.
also tools and equipment and stuff like that. I found some really good tools, really good equipment that I use for the garden all the time at these places for
Especially at
little
estate
bit of
sales, I
nothing.
find like you find older tools and they're
Yeah,
made more
the
sturdy.
steel is thicker, the handles made better. It's just
Mhm.
better stuff, and you get it for a little bit of nothing. Whereas they want $30 for that cheap stuff in the store, and then you
Yeah.
get something that's thicker, heavier, and you pay $5. I paid
Yeah.
$3 for stuff, or sometimes you may get a whole box of stuff. Those orbit timers, that the water timers and stuff. I got a box, and I need to go hook this. I'm so stupid, I ain't hooked it up. But yeah, I bought the whole box for $3, and that's all that was in there. Irrigation stuff, timers, all that stuff. The Orbit brand. That person, like I said, they
Mm.
just died. Their kids didn't want none of their
And the
stuff. They
kids
sold
a lot of
everything in the
times
house.
are not,
Mm-mm,
attached to the
mm-mm.
things, or sometimes they're not even into it like their parents are, so they don't see the value in those things like you do. I clean up on some canning jars and stuff like that at the
Oh
state
yeah,
fair.
yeah, yeah. Let me tell
Show
you
me some
something. Right
canning
before
jars.
COVID, them canning jars. You couldn't. I'm talking about boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes. One lady was a canner. They sold 14. She had 14 canners, every brand. She had Presto. She had American National. She
Wow.
had, and she had took good care of the stuff. Yes, it was used, but the gaskets were still supple. Nothing
Yeah.
was broken. Everything, the stuff looked new, but you knew she had used it. Boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes of jars, cur jars, ball jars. Some of these other, I saw some brands I had never seen before. Like there was a brand that had a cluster of grapes on the outside, and they was telling me that those are some older jars that company
Is
been
it
got on.
harvest? Not,
It might
what's
be.
it
I
called?
can't
Harvest
remember.
time or something like that?
It might be. I can't really remember, but I know the lady
And
was
there's
telling
some
me.
old one with some bells on there too. I want some old candy
Yeah,
bars.
because
But
this
sometimes you
older
can find
lady
them
was
on
telling me
Facebook
I was
Marketplace.
picking
They
them up.
sharpen.
I was picking them up and I'm looking at them. And I saw I ain't never seen. And the lady was like, "Oh yeah, I remember them when I was a kid." And she was old. She was like, "Yeah, yeah, my grandmama had some of them." And she was a canner. Was telling me, and I think she said she sells jelly and jam on the side or something.
Mhm.
But
That's when they
yeah,
used to have the glass tops. You seen the
mm-hmm.
glass tops? I saw
Yes,
in a
yes, I've seen
what
those.
was it, an antique shop. I was like, look at these glass. Tops for the canner. That's crazy. Like canning history. I love it.
Yeah, yeah. And so that, like I said, stuff like that. I just, ooh, Lord, I wish I had found out about auctions a lot earlier. Cause I'm gonna be honest, when I go, majority of them is white people. They know though. They know. They be there.
Yeah.
They know. Then that's why
But
I
you
try
know
to.
what I found is that a lot of white people who grow and are into herbs and stuff like that, they'll be down to earth a little more
Nah, they
than
cool. They cool.
everybody else. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's the gardening spirit. I've only ever met a couple of people who are gardeners or farmers and they're a-holes. It's a few,
Hmm.
but
Oh
it's not.
yeah, I mean
It's
it's
and
gonna
it,
be some in
especially
every group.
if you a home gardener or a smaller gardener, generally they're really nice people. Generally, I haven't met a bunch of a-holes that are home gardeners. It's the a-holes that I've met that are farmers. They have a decent amount of acreage, so they have that elitism thing about them. They think that, oh, I'm better than somebody because your great granddaddy gave you all them acres that you ain't had to work for. But okay.
And they ain't have to work for it either.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you only working the land because you got to at this point. Back in the day, your people probably didn't have to work the land. So it is. What's up, growing what I eat and Bammit?
Hi.
I be watching Bammit. I see him. I don't see him in many lives too much. So thank you for stopping by.
Thank
Look,
you
now
for joining. Army
she
Chickadee
come.
said, Diva, okay, now you got me thinking. Can't the nematodes be in the water that the mosquitoes are laying their eggs in and possibly radiate them before they hatch?
So nematodes are worms just like an earthworm. I'm sure they'll live a little bit in the water, but my thought is eventually they'll probably drown. But I could be wrong about because you know what I mean. They're not the kind of worm that, like I said, they're more like earthworm, but
Mm-hmm.
they're microscopic. You can't see them. So I'm thinking that they may drown because they are terrestrial. They need moisture to stay alive. Just like, if you dig into some really dry dirt, you won't see earthworms because of the way their skin is, they need a little bit of moisture, but earthworms will drown. Like that's why you see them after it rains really
Mm-hmm.
heavily. They'll try to climb onto the concrete to try to get a little air so they won't drown and then they end up still dying. You find them dried up. I'm thinking nematodes are similar, but I would have to read about that to see exactly can they survive in water. Maybe they could.
We should look that up. Cause I sure be drowning the worms I find on my plants. That's my favorite way to get rid of them. Cause I don't have chickens. I be drowning their ass. So
Yeah,
if they work like them caterpillar babies, baby, they drowning. And then you can tell when they about to die too. I watch.
yeah. And you be watching them,
I
Lord
got to
have
make
mercy.
sure. I got to see the body. Don't try to climb up out of there. Cause
I
I
know.
feel like some of my planters will get full of water and the earthworms, you can see them. They be climbing out like running.
Yeah.
Like, girl, you didn't let this thing flood. So I
Uh
don't
huh.
want the caterpillars to do that. Don't climb out of here.
No, and they'll try it. Um, Clausen World says she got an old Norwegian canning jar with the glass top.
Ooh.
That's interesting. Yeah, canning is very, very old and it's everywhere. When they figured out how to can stuff at the house, it was over.
It was
You know,
over. Granny
because
used
that
to can a
was
lot.
one of the first types of preserving food, I would assume. I mean, other than like
Mhm.
curing, like salted stuff and curing it. Because
Yeah,
salt is very, very old. I'm sure salt and stuff has been around probably since Egypt,
forever.
probably.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then the canning too, one thing that's great about it is you don't have to like you don't need refrigeration or anything after that. You know what I mean? And it lasts for a long time. 'Cause even dehydrating, you gotta store it a certain way, or they gonna
Yeah, you
rehydrate
gotta
on
make
their own,
sure that
or
you
it'll
got
mold.
your desiccant things in there so that it doesn't I don't want to say rehydrate, but you know what I mean? Like once you dehydrate it, it gotta stay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I forgot I wrote down questions for you this time. And the
Okay, go
first one says
ahead.
before we dig in, so that was supposed to be the beginning.
That's all right.
So before we dig in, 40 49 minutes in, For the folks that are just meeting you, which I don't know if anybody in this live is just meeting you. I feel like they're probably just meeting me if
Um,
they're just meeting
I
anyone.
don't think Bammett, unless Bammett is a lurker. I don't ever remember him leaving comments. Everybody else in here pretty well. I don't know who the other. It's
Everybody knows
nine
you.
people. Yeah, it's nine people, but it's other people that's not talking. So I don't know. Maybe they don't know me. I don't know.
Y'all say hey to us. Don't be shy. So no one's just meeting you, but maybe they haven't heard this. Who is Deva Jones and what inspired your growing journey? Because I
Who
know who
am
you
I?
are to me.
I'm gonna answer the second one first, and I'll circle back to the who am I part. What inspired my growing journey? I think I done mentioned just about everybody that, like I said, before my mama passed, like I don't know, 5 or 6 years, I noticed her health in different ways, not just physical, but her physical health was one of them, but her mental health and emotional health because of people who she was with. I noticed that start to decline. And so I started before I even bought my house, I started exercising more or less. And like I tell y'all, I've talked to y'all about, yeah, my granny and them grew stuff and stuff like that. But when I was a kid, I didn't think I would ever grow anything. I didn't see that as something highly valuable. But then when you get older and you start buying your own groceries, and then you start realizing, number one, the stuff don't taste like nothing. Number two, the nutrients aren't there because it's been on the truck for God knows how long. Um, just different stuff like that. And I said, well, and I remember one day I just walked in Dollar Tree and I had seen the seeds before, but I would just walk right past them. But that day I stopped and I saw that they had like habanero pepper seeds and it had like some corn seeds and some tomato seeds. And I think I might have grabbed maybe 8 different kinds because it was four for $1. So I said, I'll spend $2 on seeds. And this is when I was still renting. And the landlord, he had fixed another rental property, but he took the old wood and put it behind the property I was staying in, like some scraps.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him, I said, what you gonna do with them scraps? He said, that's trash. I'm probably gonna I said, well, do you mind if I use it? He said, if you want it. And I put me together some real cheap little beds. I had just enough wood to, just make like a rectangle. And I had one bed. And I got the cheapest soil ever because I didn't have no money. I was broke. Um, and I just planted in there. I planted cucumbers, I planted tomatoes, I planted peppers, and I planted corn. I didn't plant any herbs, any onions, none of that stuff. And the cucumbers, I remember they were straight eights, and they came up like gangbusters. You
Mm.
couldn't tell me nothing. But them tomatoes were struggling. They were struggling. Let me tell you something. I didn't even fertilize. I don't know about none of that. I didn't fertilize. I planted in that little soil. I said, girl, cucumbers. As soon as I harvested about 4 cucumbers, and then that's when the cucumber beetles. I didn't know nothing about them. Honey, they ate my little stuff down to the ground. They ate my little stuff. I was so
I know
heartbroken.
you was hurt. I know you was hurt. But
Yeah.
you know what I love about your story is so much. Like, number one is how you can start small because when people find your channel, it's like, wow, look at all this
Yeah,
food
it's
that
a lot
you've
of stuff
grown.
now. It's a
And but
lot now.
you don't realize that grew over time. This is
Yeah,
someone who didn't know anything about a cucumber beetle. You know what I mean?
yeah,
This is
yeah.
somebody whose first tomatoes weren't successful. And I think people
Mm-mm.
look at you and they forget that you're at a different part of your journey than they are. And that's why you have so much food growing. It's not like you're more
Yeah.
successful. It's just that you
No, it's
learn from your
experience.
experiences, number one, because I used to be so hurt when, at the beginning when something died. Now I'd be like, give me that pot. Like, you died? Are you dead? Is you dead or no?
Let
Give
me
me
go
your
back
pot
in
then.
here and see if I got some seeds in here because I got some soil that's
Somebody else
bare.
can did.
I
I be
need,
like, give me that real estate back, especially in
yeah,
this yard. I ain't got space to be crying over
exactly,
you. But
exactly,
I used to be like, oh my god, okay, girl, but you got 50 more seeds. Like you plant
exactly.
another seed. It wasn't me. It
So,
was the plant. You should have tried harder, plant.
but yeah, so I just after that happened, like I said, I had started an exercise regimen, and I was determined. I was exercising. I said to myself, well, I started feeling better. Um, I was now, I didn't get nothing but them little cucumbers, but I swore when I ate them cucumbers, I said, "Ooh, something is happening, something is working." I mean, it probably was, subliminal messaging,
Yeah,
but
nothing over
cause them little cucumbers, I ain't have but 3 or 4 cucumbers. That ain't. I
matter.
made
Right.
I made about 3.5 salads, and that was like. But you couldn't tell me that I was. Ooh, but
That you
then the
wanted to
rest of
start
the
a
stuff,
pickle company.
you couldn't tell me I wasn't Clausen Pickles. You couldn't tell me I ain't had no candy jars, I ain't have nothing, but you couldn't tell me I was not the CEO of Clausen. I have a 4 cucumbers. You couldn't tell me nothing. So I said, I said, but these tomatoes, they ain't doing like the plant was growing, but I never got tomatoes. The corn, what
Hmm.
happened with the corn? The corn germinated. I never got corn. Those things that eat your corn plants, those worms, they showed up. I said, dog. And then I'm trying to remember what happened to the peppers. The peppers didn't even germinate. They didn't germinate at all.
Mm.
So, but at the same time, I said, well, I had a little bit of success. Maybe I can try to, I don't know, try to revamp. And then I thought to myself, I said, okay, self, you're going to have to dig deep. Remember some of that stuff that Granny was doing. And then at the same time, that pushed me to start looking for a house. It wasn't long after I started looking for a house because I said to
Mhm.
myself, I don't really want to keep growing and because it wasn't long I started reading about the soil and how to help your soil be more healthy and things like this. And I said, I don't really want to be putting all this into some soil over here and it ain't mine.
Mhm.
And I said, well, let me find me somewhere to stay. But in the meantime, in between time, I'm gonna try to learn the best I could. And on YouTube, it wasn't like I said, you will see those big channels, but it was almost like watching Martha Stewart. It's a good thing. She
It's
ain't really
not
telling you how to
relatable.
do nothing. No, she ain't really telling you how to do nothing.
Oh,
She go out
true.
there, she go out there and she got her little stuff and she said, yeah, this is how you keep your secateurs sharp. And okay, well, I need you to show me how to prune that stuff. I worry about sharpening later. I bought them, they knew they sharp. I ain't got to sharpen them.
Right.
Like, it was just crazy stuff. Oh, and a bunch of them videos, a bunch of harvesting, a bunch of, okay, well, how did you get to the harvest? Is that
Mhm.
really? Nobody was really showing how to plant. Nobody was really showing, or if they were, they wouldn't tell you why, or, it was
Or
no
they plant but
detail.
don't show you the results. Like, did that live? Did you
Yeah,
eat? Or
yeah.
no?
So
And if
I didn't
not,
start
why
making
not?
I didn't start making videos immediately. I think I started making videos. I had been here probably a year, but I ain't gonna lie, when I moved in, so when I moved, baby, every little stitch of that $2 soil that I had put at the rental property, when I tell you I got my beds up, disassembled them, that wood, and I put them over in the moving truck.
I know
Then
that's right.
I got a trash can, a big old trash can, and a shovel, and I started digging that dirt up. I took it with myself. You think I'm finna rebuy this dirt? You out of your mind?
I know that's right. When we
I
moved from
moved
San Diego, we packed dirt too.
exactly, and I moved when it was like the end. It was August, so I didn't have a bunch of stuff growing then anyway. I never really was successful. I had a few little successes here and there, but what happened at my rental property is I really was learning what not to do. So it was
Mhm.
like it was kind of like making lemonade out of lemons. I kept getting lemons. I just kept making lemonade. So when I moved here, I said to myself, okay, I got more real estate here. I assemble my little bed back together. put my dirt in it. And when I put that bed down, I said, look at how much more space you got to
Mhm.
work with. And so I said, well, what can I do? So I said, I'm gonna put me some more beds in. So just slowly but surely, I just started putting beds in. And when I first started, I wasn't gonna grow in tires because I hadn't really, I don't know, I guess it didn't occur to me to do that. But then something say, this wood eventually gonna rot. Them tires probably ain't gonna never rot. Cause I seen tires sit around. My
Forever.
daddy got some tires in his backyard, been sitting back there. They older than me. They still ain't nothing wrong with them. Now you can't put them on no car, but they back
You're
there.
right, right, but they still exist. Like they gonna
Yeah,
sit
and
there.
I said them things will last for forever. But then I said, and this would tickle me because I have trolls every so often. They forever trying to tell me stuff. Hey, growing tires they toxic. So I said, well, before I do this, let me do some research. I researched for probably a solid month because the thought pattern is that, oh, tires are toxic. Technically, yeah, they do. They put chemicals in them. They vulcanize them. Um,
Mhm.
but if you read about how tires actually work, and if you thought about it, so if you take a tire off and you lay it somewhere, or if you let a car sit, and I know this from being a car person, if you let a car sit for too long, you have to get new tires. Why? Because they dry rotted. Those
Right.
chemicals in the tire, I don't know how they do this. Whatever chemist figured this out is a genius. And I don't know if y'all noticed or not, but George Washington Carver at one point in time was good friends with Henry Ford. You want to know why? Henry Ford figured out that he know about rubber plants. And
Mhm.
he was working with now George Washington Carver
Hey,
ended up
from
dying.
your husband.
Oh, hey, listen, what's up? George Washington Carver ended up dying and Henry Ford before the work could be completed. But the thought is that Henry Ford wanted George Washington Carver to figure out some rubber plants that would make almost like perfect tires to where you didn't have to do much. All you had to do was just collect the rubber and make the tires, and that was it. But the way tires work is when they're rolling, that's when the chemicals come out of them. That's why, as long as you drive on them, they won't dry rot. The minute you let them
Mhm.
sit, those chemicals no longer, they don't come out of, like, they don't come out and like, because I don't, the chemicals, for lack of a better word, they moisturize the tires so they don't
Mhm.
dry rot. But they don't do that when you let them sit. And for people that think that I don't test my soil periodically, don't be stupid. Because
But
I
you know,
said to
I
them,
love that you said, well, that you brought up that people troll you because number
oh,
one, I find that the people who troll are not growing in anything. You're not even growing food, but you
mm-mm.
want to say something about my
They
tires. And
can't.
I can guarantee having food right here in my tires is better than not having access to my own food. What if they close the store tomorrow? The people who aren't trying, who aren't researching, who don't do what you do are very easy and very quick to tell you what you shouldn't be doing when they haven't even started. And so I'm glad that you shared the research for everybody to know.
And it just tickles me because somebody, I don't know if y'all noticed the video that I put out, not the last video, the video before got 1,400 views, which is abnormal for me. I don't usually get over 1,000. The one right before that got 900 and something. I don't know if it was the way I titled it. I don't know if it was a thumbnail. I don't know what it was, but because I don't do all that fruit stuff trying to get extra people to look at me. You know what I mean? Because like I
Mhm.
said, I'd rather have genuine people looking at my channel versus a bunch of people that's, fickle, they on off. Just, you don't really like me to begin with. You just clicked because
Right,
it was fashionable to click. No, I'm good. You watch me because you like me. If you don't like what I got to say, love you, bye. Like,
right.
but yeah, so people will try you. And I'm not saying, and it goes back to what you said. Number one, these people can't even grow a rational thought in their head, let alone grow something outside. Number two, if you don't think I test my soils periodically, because like I said, I didn't start filming as soon as I got this house. I waited like a year. I would put soil in the tire and just like plant flowers or something. And
Mm.
then after 4 months, I'd have it tested. After another 6 months, I'd have it tested. And when I looked at what was in there, none of those chemicals that are said to leach from tires, and I'm not saying that they can't leach, they can, but it takes more than soil and water to pull that stuff from a tire. I think a lot of people don't understand chemistry, and I'm not a chemist, but I've taken, when you got a biology degree, if you think I'm
You
lying,
have to take it.
look up
Mhm.
any biology curriculum.
My
You have a
husband has a
decent amount of,
biology degree too.
exactly, you got a decent amount of chemistry on your curriculum. And you be
Hmm.
taking so much chemistry to the point like, why am I taking all this chemistry? I'm a biology major. Like,
And it's hard too to be educated. I feel like we all have our niche, right? But I think it's hard to be educated in something and then you go out into the world and people know nothing about it. Because my husband all the time will be like, that's not even how
that's
vaccines
not how
work.
that works.
Or
Because
that's not even how that goes. Like,
no,
because I had
because
to go
watch
to
this.
school and learn it.
Because watch this. When they talk about lead, I'm not saying lead is not poisonous. It is. It is not okay for you to ingest lead. It's not. But I think a lot of people don't know this. So lead in water is totally different than lead in the soil. What do I mean? Lead has a way of, when it comes to certain compounds in the soil, it will bond in such a fashion that the only way you can get those bonds broken, like it takes a lot to break those bonds. Am I saying, oh, just, pour lead in the soil? No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is when plant roots grow into the soil, let's say there is a little bit of lead, not extreme contamination, not levels to where certain entities tell you don't grow here. I'm talking about live, because it's a little bit of lead everywhere, you know, just like plastics. It's a little bit of plastic every damn where. It is what it is.
Especially now
But you can't, those roots do not have the ability. Most plants, the roots
to
do not
uptake
have an
it.
ability to uptake that lead, to get it to unbind from
Hmm.
whatever it's bound to in the soil. The roots don't have the ability to do that. It's very similar with some of the chemicals in tires. The way they are bound to each other, those plants can't uptake. It's nothing that those plants can. But then, like I said, when people don't know stuff, and then let me
And
say
these
this too.
days, for some reason, we feel like it's a bad thing to not know. Like in this conversation, I have conversations all the time, and people will say a word and just keep going, and I'll be like, "Wait,
Hold
what
on,
does
come
that
back,
mean?"
come
Like
back.
because I don't want you to keep going, thinking that I know
Mhm.
what you're talking about, and then later you ask me a question, and I'm like, "Wait, what?" It's
Huh?
okay to not know,
Yeah,
guys. It's okay to look it up. Like it
yeah.
really is. Okay. We fight about things we don't even know what we're
Mm-mm,
fighting about. We're not even sure if
mm-mm,
it's true. We haven't looked it up, but we just want to
mm-mm.
tell Deva
But we just
Jones
want to
on the
argue.
internet.
We
We
just
just
want
want
to
to
argue.
argue.
I had a
And we could
professor
be
that
learning
say,
something or doing something productive
I had a
while we
professor used to
argue.
say all the time, Negroes gonna get enough of smoking meat and arguing. I said, you go get. I tell you, she said,
Because
girl,
that's
because
the
that's
thing we
all we
don't
do
do, baby.
is barbecue and fight over the spades table. I think, and it wasn't that she actually believed that, because she had a whole PhD, but it was just, that's a cultural. Sometimes, yeah, we doing too much. You
We just
arguing over
don't fight.
nothing. So that being said, after time go by, I really, my health, and then the food was tasting so good. It was back to tasting like how it tasted when my granny would harvest stuff. So it was, that's how the journey. And now the journey is still health. That's still. I also have a insatiable thing for learning. So anytime I learn in the garden, that's satisfying to me. um, I'm not trying to know everything, but I'm not trying to go in the ground as stupid as I was when I was born. Like, that makes no sense. Um, but also, it also has become, the YouTube channel has morphed it into trying to help people. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I don't think I mentioned this before, but I think I've told other people in my real life this. But my granny and I had two aunts that lived in Amarillo, Texas, and these women was the most, they help anybody. My aunts in Amarillo specifically, they were domestics too. So these actually were my great aunts. They were my granny's siblings. And they worked for rich white folks all the time, cook for them. Rich white folk couldn't get enough of their cooking. They would throw these lavish parties. My aunts and them would cook and do it. They'd make everything from the punch to the food to the desserts to the whatever they would to the appetite, whatever they was making it all. And when they would get through with those parties, a lot of times it'd be food left over, and they tell them, "Y'all can take this food,"
Mhm.
but it would be a lot. But you think my aunt and them left that food? No, her and her sister would pack that food up and go home, and they tell everybody in the hood, "Y'all bring your bowls and your plates and whatever else. Come on, we got food."
Mhm.
I promise you, when one of the sisters died first, because unfortunately they were smokers. That they smoked, lifelong smokers. Their parents smoked, and you know when your parents smoke, it's very high chance that you'll
Bet you're
smoke
gonna
too.
smoke too. Yeah.
Yeah. So they unfortunately, one of them died of lung cancer, and the other one was still left, and she still was doing the same thing. And when I tell you, you can go up there to this day, and my aunt Roselle, the last sister, she's been gone for 15 or 20 years now. When
Oh
I
wow.
tell you, you can go up there and you can speak her name, and the people still know her. Yeah, we miss her.
Mm.
We miss Miss Piggy,
Mm.
and that says something when the community they remember. You know what I'm saying? Because they could have easily said, "Oh no, we ain't gonna take that. Throw that away." No,
Yeah.
these was women. Oh, throw away. Throw away nothing. Ain't nothing wrong with
Mm-mm.
this
'Cause
food. We done
somebody's
cooked this
hungry.
food. And they would
Somebody.
take that food right back down in the hood and be feed. You would have thought, and they didn't charge
Mhm.
those people a dime. Them people would. She had a back door to her kitchen. She'd had that door, and them people knew if that door was open, just
Mm.
come
Come
on
get
in, get your
some
food, and go on back on
food.
out.
And look at their
So
legacy growing on in you.
yeah, so I,
Y'all
you
comment
don't.
below if Deva Jones has helped you grow, cause she definitely helped me grow. I was like, "Lord,
So it just becomes, and I didn't realize that as a kid, but as I grew up, and my granny had that same spirit. She used to help a lot with the schools. One of my uncles, he's challenged. She doesn't have complete Down syndrome, but it's very close. It's close to it. But he's very high functioning, but he still has challenges, and she had some issues when he went to school.
mm,
There's a history in this nation of treating the mentally ill and the mentally challenged as if they, back in the day
mhm,
when they had these discriminatory words for people,
yeah,
whether it was retard or you're insane or mad or whatever they wanted to call you, and they had places to put you, which usually
mhm,
were unhygienic, and they usually were not good places. um it was kind of like the throwaway part of society. Well, my granny didn't play that. She sent her child. She said my child is just, she said, yeah, he may got some challenges, but he can learn. It ain't nothing wrong with him.
yeah,
And so she had to go to school. She had to go up to the schools and fight. And then after she fought for him, then she started fighting for other children
mhm.
that may have had, whether it was behavioral issues or what. Because let's be honest, some of us, we don't know what's going on in these people's households. You think it's just them. No, they got something going on
They're
sometimes when it's
going through
behavioral.
some things, yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm learning recently with a lot of like kids who have autism or
Hmm.
ADHD or all these different behavioral things. It's a lot of stuff in our food, especially in America, that makes these things worse for them. All the different colors and preservatives and things, and even
So
we're
you must
having
have
a lot of
been,
microplastics in our food,
you
and as
you
we're
must
getting
have
older,
been,
there's a lot more dementia happening
you
too.
must have been at the party yesterday, because this is what got brought up. Because there were two
Oh,
or three
really?
people that's educators. And there was two or three people, and they said, I've been educating now for 20 some odd years, and I'm seeing more and more people on the spectrum. And when they said it, they looked at me. I said, yeah, it's in the food. I said, that's part of it. That's part of it. It's in the
Yep.
food. I said, this stuff, see, people thought this was cool. We gonna do whatever to the food. We gonna put the pesticides. But see, in science, one of the first things you learn is the difference between acute exposure and chronic exposure. So you can be acutely exposed to things, and then it depends on what it is. You may have an issue, you may not, and if you're exposed to it once or twice, it may not ever affect you. Chronic exposure is you're exposed to it all the time for a long period of time. And those are the studies. That's why when they come out with these medications, you're crazy if you take this stuff the day it come out. Some like Like some of this stuff, especially when it's not needed, like some of this cosmetic stuff. Don't
Yeah.
take that today and come out. You need to see 20 years or 10 years down the line
How it
what is they
affects
doing to
people.
people. Because you can't tell me this Ozempic is already doing something to these people. I can't wait to see Ozempic and the rest of these shots. What that's gonna be doing in 10, 15, 20 years.
Right.
It's gonna did your eyes explode? You know those commercials when it's always
Okay.
something. Did you
Did
have
your
such
ears
and such?
fall off
Did you
shortly
take?
after taking these eardrops?
That's what I'm see.
What?
That's what I'm
It's
saying.
look
Can y'all keep on? You gonna be in a class action suit. If anybody up under the sound of my voice, you gonna be in a class action suit. Y'all better slow
he
down
would
on
be
that
like,
stuff.
don't take it if you're allergic. No.
And be in the fine print when you read, and they be reading so fast. This may
May
cause
cause death and depression and suicidal thought. But I wasn't even unhappy. I was just a little sick at first.
See,
Like,
and that's what I'm talking about. And that's what I'm talking about. You keep
oh,
on with
look at
that.
all these comments. Let me read some comments.
Yeah, I see girl
Quantum
hustle
where I
talking
say
about I
I
said
read
the
to the
same thing about Ozempic. I'm gonna tell y'all something right quick about Ozempic. Y'all gonna have a stroke.
side effects
So I
that
was
you
at
can eat.
homecoming last year, and it was a lady sitting in front of me. So her child was a student then, but she was a previous student. She alumni, and you make fast friends when you in the football stadium.
Mm-hmm.
We got to talking because we was cutting up, cracking up. They had to have a drink. I'm like, girl, I'm glad I sat right here. Y'all crazy. So then she said, oh, I'm gonna tell you what I did. Y'all don't laugh at me. Girl, I called myself gonna try to get fined for homecoming. I took one of them Ozempic shots. Oh, I ain't gonna never. The symptoms she said she had on one shot. She said she was nauseous as I don't know what. She said she was bloated. She said she was having digestive issues. She said she was constipated. She said even one time she got delirious. Her husband was with her and vouched for all of that. She said her husband said, I told her to throw this stuff in the trash and if she take it again, I was leaving. I said,
Mm.
what? On one, y'all. One. Now I'm not saying everybody react the same because everybody don't react the same to different stuff. But see, and I said, girl,
But
and the
sometimes
thing,
it's better to get a bigger reaction because, like you said, you keep exposing yourself not knowing, and then later on, it's a worse reaction. And it's not just that. I had a friend that was she on the NuvaRing? I think she was on the NuvaRing, and one
oh
day
yeah,
she
I
just
remember
was
that.
so irritated, right?
I
And she
remember
was
that.
like, "Oh, I'm just so irritated. I got an attitude." And I was like, "But you always got an attitude." And she's like, "What?" And I'm like, "I just don't know. But you always seem irritated all the time now. It's not just this. Like, as a friend, that you
I'm
got a
letting you
bad
know.
attitude,
I'm letting you know.
And she was like, "Oh my God, my husband told me the same thing like 2 days ago. But I really didn't believe him." And I was like, "Girl, but he lived with you.
Uh,
Like,
how
how
you gonna not believe?
don't believe me over him. And he go to bed with you at night, girl. You got an attitude." And she was like, "I wonder if it's child. Look up that birth control." And one of the men put a review like, "My wife on this birth control. You know what I'm saying? She was an 8 holder." I'm like, take that new ring out, sis. Take it
Have
out.
you
And they
have
make it
you
so
ever
normal
noticed?
for us
Have you
that,
ever
oh, you got to be
noticed?
on birth control. Oh, you got to be on this.
Mhm.
And it's like doing stuff to you. I'm
Have
like, girl,
you
you
ever
always got
noticed
a
that
problem.
every birth control has been a flop other than the pill? And I'm not saying the pill is perfect because the pill causes problems too. But what I'm saying is, have you ever noticed? Remember the patch that was sterilizing the women? That
And then that
ring.
thing, oh, did you see that thing they was putting in?
Yeah, these.
Oh my
Have you
gosh.
noticed that after 10 or 15 years, every one of them gets taken off the market? My thing is just leave the pill and stop with all of the foolishness. Because I'm be real, I was on the pill at one point in time, younger in my life, and I quit. Like the thing, it made me gain weight. Um, and it was just some other kind of niggling little things, and I was like, nah, this ain't really. Well,
I
this
have
all cracked up a bit.
a friend, well, classmate. I'll call her a classmate. She's had two fibroid surgeries. And they put her on birth control because she had really bad cycles when she was like around
Hmm.
16. So she
Hmm.
wasn't even sexually active at that time. But
Yeah,
that's something they do a lot when you have bad cycles. They put you on birth
birth
control.
control.
And come to find out, the birth control feeds fibroids, and she's
Hmm.
had to have two
Yep.
surgeries. I'm what, 38 now, so she's 37 years old, and she's had two fibroid surgeries from something that started when she was 16 years
Yeah.
old.
I noticed it too. I was younger and I went to go have a pap smear done, and my gynecologist told me, he said, you know how they palpate your stomach just with their hand, with a gloved hand, and he when he touched, he said, and he said, "You not pregnant? I already know that." He said, "But I'm gonna do a little ultrasound right quick, cause you can see fibroids in the ultrasound."
Mhm.
And when he said, I thought that's what I felt, and I was fairly young. I think I was like 25. He said, it's a small fibroid in there. And at the time, I was on the pill, and I had a good enough doctor to tell me. And this is why y'all don't get mad when I say this. I try to advocate. Please get you a good doctor. Please, it's please advocate for yourself and try to find somebody who cares about your health and not just a paycheck. It's very important. And he told
Mhm.
me, he said, "Well, look, you on the pill," because he was the one prescribing it to me. He said, "You on the pill?" He said, "How sexually active are you?" I said, "Not that sexually active." I said, "I caught myself doing the same thing because my cycles were heavy, kind of trying to control it." He said, "Look, these pills is they showing that they can
You do it,
cause
yeah.
these things to grow." And I said, "What?" I said, "I believe I'm gonna come on for this." He said, "Okay." He said, if you change your mind, just let me know." But I said, "No, I think I'm gonna come on for this." And I just,
Mhm.
if you're not,
Because
it's
my
what I'm
body is
saying is,
telling me.
it's ways to mitigate things. I know people don't want a million children, but if you're not super sexually active or whatever, you just gonna have to have some forethought, or you just gonna have to do something. You just gonna have to figure something out. You know what I'm
Amen
saying?
to
Like,
people don't want a million children. They don't.
yeah,
We feel y'all. We ain't saying have no million children. Cause I don't want
but
no
it's
more.
like, yeah, it's
Having
like,
three is like having 50.
but
Just so y'all know.
just
Having three mean you got 1,234 kids.
yes, and
Okay.
you got infinite tasks. Growing with husband said she think the pill in college created her thyroid problems. I could see it.
I
I
believe you.
I have a friend that she recently had thyroid surgery, and she was on the pill for a long time, and they said they didn't know what caused her thyroid to do what it was doing, but she had surgery. The verdict is still
That
out.
classmate that I was telling you about, I like that you said find a doctor you can trust. I have trust issues with doctors, so listen to Diva,
Yeah,
y'all. Um,
yeah.
she
They'll
has a
traumatize you.
holistic doctor,
Hmm.
and that doctor helped change her diet. She was saying like it's a regimen of nuts that she eats
Hmm.
and different things like that, and she's changed her food intake, and it really has made her cycles better.
Okay.
And so I
Yeah.
love that you brought that up, finding a doctor that you can trust, a doctor that will
Yeah.
be honest with
Yeah.
you, maybe someone who goes for like what's causing it. Cause I feel like in the medical system right now, it's a lot of like just reaction, like, oh, these your symptoms, let me give you this for the symptoms. But it's like,
Hmm.
but why am I sick? Like, why do I
Yeah.
have these symptoms?
Yeah.
Why is the fibroid growing?
Yeah.
Like
And
it
like I said, I knew that I was gonna have fibroid issues. My mother had fibroid issues as well. And then let's be real, because I know I did. We all come up in the age where relaxers contributed to. My fibroids are not huge, but they're bigger than they were, even though I came off the pill. But how long was I relaxed? Now I've been natural for a long time now. I think I went natural in 2008 or something
but
like
a lot
that. So
of
I've
us
been,
grew up relaxed.
child, and let me say this: I
And
think
now they're just
I
now saying,
probably
"Oh, relaxers cause cancer and they cause this
I
and that."
think
Like,
I
no
had
shit.
less exposure because I remember vividly in elementary school, some of my friends relaxing their hair. My mother refused. I got my first relaxer when I was 13 or 14. I was a
Okay.
teenager. And then I stopped relaxing toward the end of my college career. So yes, I was relaxed for a while, but not nearly as long as these people. I remember vividly 4 and 5 years old, they putting relaxers on these babies' heads.
Mhm.
Is you
I think
crazy?
I was about 8, and I used to get pressing curls, and I had convinced myself. I'm like, y'all burning me. You is burning me. It would be so cute. But I've always had a lot of hair, and I've always been tender
Hmm.
headed too.
Hmm.
So it's they
I'm
like
not
you got
tender
the
headed, but I
nerve
got
to
a ton
have
of
all
hair.
this hair and be
Yeah,
tender headed. So I'd
I'm
be
not
like,
tender
oh,
headed, but
they
I have a
burning
ton
me.
of hair. And I'm gonna be
But the
honest, when I
relaxer
did get
burns
relaxed,
too.
yeah,
The
when I got
relaxer
relaxed,
burns.
I think my mama was some of it because my mother used to do my hair, and my hair was, and I was so crazy because my hair was so long and so thick and pretty. But when everybody else has relaxers and you young and you just think, oh, I should be doing what other people are doing. I ain't had, you ain't had the sense God gave a goose, and you just doing what they doing, and and if I had a thought better of it, I would have never relaxed for what. Like, and,
Yeah.
and I know some people because I've met people, oh, I can't relax. My hair too nappy. And this, that, and other. No, you think your hair is nappy because your mama been putting that relax on your head since you was 3 years old. You
Forever,
don't
and
even
you
know your
never
hair
learned how
texture.
to manage
You
it.
don't know your hair texture. What you're seeing is because how many people remember when you relax, their hair grow out? It was, y'all. That new growth used to be. But what you don't realize is the
Different
reason
is
why
not
it's
what you
like
used to.
that. Yeah, it's like that because that's damage. And when I went back natural, I figured it out. Cause see, this is what I did, y'all. I didn't just like how people do the big chop and stuff.
I
I'm
can
gonna
do
be
that.
real. I was too scared to do the big chop. I ain't gonna lie, I was. So what I did was I just stopped relaxing.
Me
But what
too.
I would do is I was straightening the new growth. But when that first like 2 inches of new growth came in, girl, I wish you could have seen. It didn't even really have a curl pattern. You could just tell it was damaged. It was just a bunch of
Mhm.
seeds or whatever. It wasn't actually curly or coily. It was just, and I said, but then as my undamaged texture started growing in, I was like, oh, this is manageable. This this
Mhm.
this line of demarcation is what's not, honey. When I seen that and I seen how the different hair was behaving, I think my hair might have been 4 inches long, but 2 inches of it was all that damage. Honey,
Mhm.
I cut all that off. I said, I ain't finna fool with this. Because the curls were so pretty and then the rest of it
Mhm.
looked crazy. And I was like, let me cut this off. And when I would never forget, I was dating somebody at the time, and honey, when he left, my hair was down my back, and when he came back, it was 2 inches long. He was like, what happened to you? And I was like,
I
well, I got real
evolved.
happy with these scissors. He didn't really care, but it is shocking though when you leave and you come back and it's like,
Yeah.
but
It's
I
so
mean, but
funny
it's
because I stopped using a relaxer because of my daughter, my oldest.
okay.
I begged my mom for a relaxer, so I think I probably was about 8 or so when I first got, because I was like, this pressing curl ain't it, child. They burning me. It's cute, but I ain't feeling it. And so I would get relaxers like everybody else. And I actually took cosmetology in high school too. So we would do each other's relaxers. Like I can
Yeah,
lay a
I remember
beautiful
that.
relaxer.
My high
I
school
could
had a
do a
cosmetology
permanent
program.
wave.
Yeah,
Yes.
they
I
was
used
the
to
one.
baby them
They hair
roller
would be the
wrap.
flyest. The cosmetology girls stayed fly because
Baby,
they
these
and they
roller
hair would be
wraps.
different every week. It was different. You go, oh girl,
Mhm.
we finna go down. I was like, oh.
We can learn on each other. We be doing each other
Mhm.
eyebrows and facials and all of that. So, but then when I had my oldest, I didn't want to put chemicals in her hair. And I
Yeah.
always kept her with like braids and twists, and she would be so cute. And I'm like,
Mhm.
girl, if you could do this for her and keep, chemicals out of her hair, you can do the same. So, same as you, I didn't do a big chop. I've always had like hair on my head, and that's how I'm comfortable, I feel. And so I was like, babe, I ain't finna cut all my hair off. But again, I braided a lot. So I would just like
Mhm.
braid it and maybe
Yeah.
try to put some curls or something to
Yeah, when
relax.
I sucked that braid, and so I just now I have learned it since then. Like
But
through
once
my
it grew
journey,
out,
I've
I just
learned
got it
how to
cut off.
style. I've learned how to bantu knot. I've just because I said I have to invest in myself. And growing with husband, I wanted to address your comment because you said, "Ooh, being natural is not."
It's a
You're right.
struggle
It's
for me.
not
It's
for
not
the
for the weak.
weak. But let me say this: ain't nobody gonna love your hair like how you do. It's
And
hard
it
for
gets
me to even
easier
let
over
somebody touch
time.
my hair now because I feel like what you want to get in my head for
Yeah.
all this work, all this
Don't put your energies
moisturizing I
on my
done done.
crown.
Yeah, you can't. It's hard for me to. I don't let nobody touch my hair now. So it's like, but I get it though. It's a learning thing. Growing with us, it really is. It's a learning thing. I had to try, like when I first started, I tried all different things. I tried finger coils. I tried just different things. And I know y'all see my hair twisted mostly. Mostly I keep it twisted just for protective because I retain length better that way. But there are other styles that I love. Bantu knots. I love uh flexi rods. Them look damn good.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
but I will say this, because of the way I sweat, flexi rods don't stay on me as good. See, when you sweat with the twist, you can't tell. Um, but
Just lock it up. Just
yeah,
lock it.
well, I said I years ago I wanted locks. The only reason I haven't locked it is because I'm actually growing my hair to donate it to I can't, you can donate your hair to cancer patients.
I
Um
might need to do
they're
that
not
soon.
they're not well, I need to check again. Last time I checked, they wasn't accepting locks, but I did mention it.
Um,
I said y'all might need to accept locks because what they do with the hair is make wigs. But I feel like they could make a lock wig
they have
for
braid
cancer
wigs.
patients.
My
That's
sister-in-law
what I'm
got some
saying.
nice braid wigs. Look like
Yeah,
micro braids.
and that's why I say I feel like they
And
could
locks
maybe,
grow pretty
and
fast,
maybe
or
they
I feel
just
like they do.
they do. They grow much faster. I feel like they, because let's be real, the entity that's doing this, they are doing a good thing by, because they talk about how cancer patients a lot of times can't get that weave and stuff because it's got chemicals and stuff in it. If they're on chemo or radiation, they're sensitive to that, and their scalp is very, very sensitive. They can't have that, so they want your hair. That's why I don't even color it, because if you color your hair, I hear they won't take it because it's a
The
potential that that
chemical.
patient, it may react with their skin,
Hmm.
because they're so sensitive. So yeah, that's I'm growing it out for that. I've had so many people in my family die of cancer. I feel like it would only be right for me to at some point donate my hair. But perhaps after I donate it, I may think about getting locks. And I, like I said, I did mention to them, because keep in mind they're doing a good thing, but these are white people that start these, and they don't think about that. They don't think
Yeah.
about, oh well, we could take locks too, because if
There's
they took
definitely be some
locks,
cancer patients that
baby,
had
because
locks
people can grow
before.
their locks, cut them, grow them again, cut them, grow them again. Them locks be growing so fast.
Yeah. Growing with husband said I do a ponytail because I mostly work all the time, but I do double twist when I have time. I can't do locks because I might want to change it up. That's so funny that people say that because I feel like with locks you can still style your hair. You just don't have to comb it anymore.
Yeah, you don't. Sister, not, what's my girl? Bedshed Journey. She do sister locks now. She
Hmm.
do for as a business, and I think she shows how versatile they are. And I'm not saying you have to get sister locks, but locks can be. I think, I don't know. People think locks ain't versatile. Like here lately, y'all ain't been seeing. And it look like the dudes. Y'all ain't been seeing like on the shy and different things. All them styles that we wearing with them locks. Jake be wearing all kind of styles. And I remember at Grambling, the dudes' locks was on point more than
Baby,
girls.
they get real,
The
real fancy with the
dudes'
locks.
locks
I can
was,
tell you, the lock groups, the locks is locking. Now, don't look at me because I'm plain. I don't really do. If they tell me to go somewhere, I put it in a bun, and people think I'm dressed up, child. I just I'm around it, and I'm dressed up. So not me, but I see people do some beautiful, fancy stuff. But for me, it's like a freedom that I don't have to comb
yeah,
it.
yeah,
I loved my hair when it was loose natural too. I would do twists and braids and stuff, but it's just a fact. If you guys, I don't know, everybody watching, if you've seen my family, we have a lot of hair in my household. Like my daughter's hair, she has more hair than I do. And she's
yes,
16, and then my son, and
yes.
then my husband, and then
And
my
her
little
hair
one.
about to be yours for the length. She
It
finna catch
is.
you here in a minute.
Yeah. And so
Cause I
it's
seen
like
it,
I
cause she
was
don't wear
doing
it
hair
down very
every
much, and she wore it
weekend.
down, and I was like, damn, her locks long.
And the other day she said, I might have to think about cutting my hair soon. I'm only 16. And I was like, yeah, you might have to. You might.
Yeah,
When you
I
start
mean,
sitting on it and stuff,
yeah, it's a
it's a
little
little
heavy, a little bit.
long, you
But
know?
yeah, and
But
I have to tell people all the time, for me, it's the thickness. Like I love my hair regardless, but ooh, your hair so pretty. Blah, blah, blah. You say that, but do this thick ass hair.
I
Like
love
real
my
talk.
hair too.
Like when I do these twists, people think I'm joking when I say it take me 5 hours to twist it. Now I be taking breaks, but it take me 5 hours to twist it. I put on a movie or two, and I
Hmm.
sit in front of the TV and I twist, 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 and then I take a break. Now twist, 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 and then I'll take a break, and then I twist, twist, twist. But yeah, like people think. Yeah, it is
And see,
pretty
I
because
was
it's
doing
thick,
hair
but
every weekend. When I got pregnant with Mia, I was like, okay, look, not another girl. I can't
mm-hmm,
comb hair all my life. Like, this is
mm-hmm.
not okay.
But
So
then
I
now your
locked
son,
mine.
look, now the son say I got locks too, so we go.
And I still retighten everybody, but I only have to bother them like every 2 months
Okay, yeah,
instead
okay,
of every weekend or every
yeah.
2 weeks. So, uh,
She say Bessie and
Bessie,
Journey was trying to convince her. I know she was. Bessie and Journey do a good job. I've seen her work. She do a good job.
look, no
I don't.
pressure.
Now I don't know what they charge, and I don't know. See, let me be real with you. I never got micro braids was popular coming up. I never got them because that idea of sitting in a chair for 8 hours. No,
I
no.
just had regular braids coming up, not
Yeah.
micro. They just
Yeah,
was
people
regular.
people at my school, that was because micros cost so much, so it was like a
Mm,
flex. It was like, oh, I went and
oh,
got me some micro braids. Okay, good, because you're spending all your mama money on something you're gonna take down in a month.
yeah, them regular braids worked for me. And then when they started like letting the little curly part at the end, baby, that was
Mhm.
my fancy, honey. I was like, this is the curly part at the end.
So y'all
You
that's in
can
the
do
chat, if
anything with
you have any
micro.
questions, feel free to put questions.
Speaking of
In the chat.
questions, I forgot I had
Yeah.
questions. Oh, you didn't answer the who is Deva Jones. We didn't forget
You
that.
know, I guess that's a hard question. For me, I'm just me, I guess. I'm just a regular girl. I try to do the best I can with what I got, and just I try to empower people to do the same thing. If I
And
can't,
I think that's why we love you.
I hope so, child.
I started watching you because I was like, this is like before we actually had a relationship. Like I felt like we had a relationship. Like this is like my cousin or somebody talking to me. Like your ass in this
Yeah,
garden
I
just
don't
pull the
do
weeds out.
anybody
Like
do anybody watch Dolores's garden? She subscribed to me. I had seen her channel before, and I don't think I ever left her a message, but she has subscribed, and she said, "Oh, this is my favorite channel." I said, "Oh, 'cause real talk, I have gained like 100 and something subscribers in the last 2 weeks, I think, which is
wow,
abnormal. Yeah, that video they did like 1,000, but we gonna see how many stay.
stay.
But if I can see it's 3 or 4 that, yeah, they cause like you can tell because they going back watching old videos coming on.
Hmm.
See, when
That's
people
how
go
you
back
know it's
and watch
real.
their old stuff and binge, that's how I am. That's how you know they gonna stick around. Cause see, they in it for the story. You know what I'm saying? Like they
Hmm.
want to see, because all of these people in here, I watch all these people, and I stick around because, oh yeah, last week she had so and so going on with this. Let me see what's going on. It's
Hmm.
like a soap opera for me. I used to watch Younger the Restless, so
And plants is dramatic. They fall all out on you and stuff
mhm,
too. The
yeah,
bees and the animals and stuff be out there. It's real dramatic in the garden.
yeah, it is, it is,
Don't have no
it
farm
is.
animals. It's going down every day, like in
All the
Kentucky,
way down, all the way down. It's
all the
going.
way down.
I'm trying
You
to.
can't
It was
find anyone
somebody.
here to do locks. I love Sister Locks. Army Chickadee, you should join if you're on Facebook, you should join a lock group. A lot of people join lock groups before they get their locks. You can ask questions, you can find people in your area, you can see their work and stuff. You can just linger and don't say nothing, but like look at the inspiration and read other
Mhm.
people's questions before you make the decision. I wanted sister locks for like 2 years before I actually got them. And then I also retightened myself and my family. So I can't really tell you anything about like the cost of maintaining them.
Look at
Um,
Aisha. She said, "I'm gonna go to you
but
one time. I'm gonna learn what you do, and then that's a wrap."
thank you, girl. Thank you for your services and for the establishment. Okay. She established me and I established my two girls. Like I'm not even paying for that after that. So
Hmm. Let me find out you
yeah.
doing locks on the side.
Look, only for you.
Ah! Girl, I'm
I'm
loving my
loving my
community
community garden.
garden. What was I going? Yeah, community gardens are really, really. We're trying to get one. See, there's a lady who has offered her land for us to grow on, but she's kind of out. we want to put a community garden kind of more toward the center for those that
Mhm.
can't venture out.
So they
But
can
at the
get to
same
you.
time, the those of us that can go out to that lady land, we think about planting out that lady land. We think about planting out a decent amount of acreage, and then whatever we grow, bring it into the city and sell it low cost. See
Mhm.
this little farmers market around me, and I talk to the people, but I don't think they're hearing what I'm saying because I've had several people. So I'm in a residential area where my street is fairly busy. Y'all see how many cars come by. So people have always said to me, "You should sell at the farmers market. You should sell at the." I frequent the farmers market. I don't sell at the farmers market because our farmers market has made it to where you have to mark your stuff up so high to make any money. And to me, that's defeating the purpose. Yes, they do accept SNAP and EBT and stuff and WIC, but here's the thing. If your gallon of milk costs $8 and a store gallon of milk costs three and some change, which one? People not gonna use up all their money because you paying for a booth and you paying for travel and to haul all your stuff, and people not gonna pay for that. And I
That's
and
true.
my ministry is not to make food unaccessible. I'm trying to make the food accessible. So if it requires for me to go over here and pay y'all, because I told them, I said, let me tell you something. This farmers market, I realize that y'all have to make money, but you're gonna have to figure out a way to do this to where your booth is not this expensive.
How much is
Literally,
the
there's
booth?
okay, so I haven't checked in a while, but when I was talking to them about getting a booth about 4 years ago, first of all, the market starts in the spring in April and it runs all the way to the end of the summer. So that's the end of August. Number one, they were making it mandatory for you to come every single Saturday. You cannot miss. If you miss, you get fined.
Oh no.
That's number one. The booth,
Mm-mm.
the booth was $200 a week.
Wow, that's a lot.
So
Oh
this
my
is why when you
goodness.
come, this is why when you go in the farmers market, number one, it's 90% white folks. Number
Yeah.
two, I'm talking about vendors and buying. Number two is this dozen of duck eggs costs
Mhm.
$27.43. Or a bunch of greens costs $8 for a little old bitty little bunch this big.
So what are your thoughts on things like farm stands or Farm Fresh 247? I don't know if you're familiar with
Yeah,
it, but it's an app
I
where you,
have bought off of that app before. There's a
yeah,
lady that
what do you think
grows,
about
and
those
instead
as
of going to the farmers
alternatives?
market, I love the alternatives. I have no issue with going on an app and going to get something local to me. I don't have no problem. I have bought from a lady, and the lady said the same thing. And she's black. She said the same thing I said. She said, "Girl, I can't." She said, "I don't even feel comfortable selling my stuff in order to cover what it would be
Mm-hmm.
to be at that farmers
Because
market." She
we're
said, "I
trying
don't
to
feel
feed
comfortable."
people.
And this lady, now let me say this: this lady, she really doing it because she actually is in the project. So when these people say they can't grow, it's a woman in the project. She ain't got but a 4x4 square patch, and she making it
And
jump
she
out.
joined. Mm.
She making it jump out. So it's about will. It's not about. It's about will and determination. I don't want to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I don't have an issue with any of those things. I have told people time and time again, I will put a table in my yard before I be at the park. And when I told them white people that, I said, you don't understand, y'all. Well, we take EBT, but you're pricing people out, man. People only get so
Yeah.
much money on their card.
It
They
has
not
to be
gonna come
worth
up
it
here and
in
buy
some
this.
way for us too. You know, it takes a lot of effort to grow food, even if you do it organically, even if you make all your own compost and stuff, like it still takes freaking time and effort, and you got to fight the bugs and the this and that just to get a harvest. So, it has to be worth it for you to keep showing up. They having hot
Exactly.
flashes in the comments. Lord have mercy.
They wild. They wild. Clausen, you talking
Burning
about
all
your
the
hair coming
comments.
out. I can't tell your hair coming out. It still look thick to me. It looked fabulous.
Y'all know
Um,
y'all sound like my mother-in-law. She keep it low, and she says she
yeah.
get a headache. Child, let her hair grow by half an inch. Oh my head! I said, Mama, your head ain't hurt from no from your hair growing. Hey,
But
keep
you
it low
know,
if you got to keep it low. I ain't mad at you, but
but you
don't
know
put it in
what? If
your
you ever
head.
really just notice, like in Africa, a lot of people they having long hair is not they not for it.
And it can be
It
hot,
yeah,
okay?
they
It can
yeah.
be
Now
hot.
don't get me wrong. So I've seen at times when people do have all that on, but like I'm just talking about just everyday regular, and usually it is people who have gone through a certain point in their life. They be like, because like I don't know if y'all watch Queen Helena's Kingdom. So she's from Liberia. She moved to
Okay.
America when she was, I think, in her 20s. She was a nurse. And she stayed in America for years. And she moved her behind back to Liberia and got her
Mm,
some land and built her a house and be
I
growing her
don't
own
blame you.
food and all of that. She not playing. Beautiful lady, beautiful lady. She's so funny. She be on there cooking. She be on there growing her stuff. She got chickens. Um, I want to say she was thinking about getting goats, I think, maybe or sheep or something else.
Ooh.
But yeah, and she moved right on back to life. But she said, I was in America for so long, and she even said it. She said, they before I left Africa, they painted American like this place of milk and honey and all this. She said it was okay. She said I did with her, because she had 4 children while she was here, and her kids
Mhm.
still live here. But she said, I'm trying to make a legacy. And she said, it's becoming more and more in America. It's hard to make a legacy. She said, I got this land and she got a nice amount. Ain't no little bit. And she was like, I'm making a legacy. So if some jump out, they come right over here. They got
I
some
know
land
that's right.
already. They got a house already.
Mhm.
And then it's spots where she hasn't even touched it. She said, yeah, that's so if my kids and my grandkids want to do something, they put them a house over there or whatever. Because like I
See, I
said, she
love
got a
that she
nice
moved here
amount.
and then moved back because I feel, girl, I asked mommy one time, like, girl, did you really know? I feel like you didn't really know. You couldn't have known, like, what you was moving in. It's hard to know
Does
until you
she
get there.
enjoy
I feel
America
now,
or
I feel like yes and no. There it's just different. It's just different. There's not as much access and things. So when you get here, you so grateful, like, and then you thinking we ungrateful because we had to fight to get in the damn school. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
so it's
uh-huh.
just a lot.
Yeah.
So I think grateful for the opportunity because she came and worked hard, had to get a whole
Hmm.
nother education, a whole nother
Wow.
yeah, because she was an educator in Nigeria, but
Okay.
over here she became a nurse.
Okay.
And so I think absolutely, like she took advantage of the things. Obviously, the dollar stretches farther than the naira. So being able to
Yeah.
take care of her family and send stuff home. But I think in her
Yeah.
older, like retirement, realizing like the stuff that they promise you isn't really true or for you, or they'll try to snatch that from you as soon as you get it. I think there's some realizations that have happened, later
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
that's why I'm like, you can't really know. Like it's really
Yeah.
not for you.
The
Like, I
real
mean,
is
but there's a lot of family and land and stuff still in Nigeria as well.
and
So
that's
that's an
good.
option for
That's
any of
good.
her kids to,
That's really
build them
yeah,
something.
because I saw the palaces when y'all was over there. The palace. Let me tell you something. I'll be on these little channels. I'll be looking. See, these people can tell me what they want. And I know that it is not easy, especially like for Americans to go over there and but it can be done. People are doing it. They have shown it. You must be persistent and know it's not going to be easy. But guess what? It ain't easy in America. I remember when I
It's
was
just
trying to buy my house, they was trying to try me. Don't try me, try Jesus. Cause
and
he love you more than I
the
do.
biggest thing for me, like visiting Nigeria, is like I know what the issues are here.
Hmm.
When people came up to me and they always thought I had money, like I know why you look at me like that. I know what
Yeah.
the issues are. Here, you don't know what people are thinking when they're looking at you. The issues are
Hmm.
all different type of issues. They trying to come
Hmm.
at you with the food, with the land,
From
with the
every
but
which
it's
way.
like I'd rather deal with my own or people that look like my own, feel
Well,
like
see,
my own.
here's what it be for me. So when some of these people try me, I'm like, are you trying me because of my color or because you crazy? Now,
Mm,
I'm not saying they won't try you in Africa because of your color, but it's less likely because most of us we all the same doggone color. So it's
Yeah.
usually because you have seen on TV that Americans are rich, or you assume that oh, they came over here, they must got money. And let me say this, I get
And
it.
not just that, you're set up to not be. Like, you
Yeah.
still have leaders in your area and stuff that are
Mhm.
keeping you in this state of need. And so, me knowing why you in a state of need, I'm not as bothered by it
Yeah.
as I
No,
would be at home. Like,
I'm not
sometimes
either.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all. This for real. Sometimes I see people on the side of the road, and I be like, "Why are you out here in America?" Like, I'm pretty sure somebody will help you out.
Hmm.
Now, when I see
I,
somebody look like me outside, I know I'm pretty sure they ain't gonna give you an extension on this and that. I'm pretty, you know what I mean?
mm-mm,
Like, it's
mm-mm.
different. It's definitely
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
So it's just it's interesting to see people come here and live here and start to learn different things and look at things different ways. And I love the internet these days because we can connect across different places and across the diaspora, as they say, so that we can share our
Yeah.
experiences and our brothers and sisters can share their experiences, because I see some liberation in Africa that I'm loving right now, like taking,
Honey, my
taking
boy
control
from
of their own minerals and whatnot.
my
Baby, I live for it. I live.
my boy from Burkina Faso. Have you seen?
My fave.
Wait a minute. When the Ghanaian president told the Swiss, y'all won't be getting no more of this raw cocoa,
Hmm.
cancel it. You either get the finished product or whatever, because we finna start doing that here.
And they get so
Um,
mad, well, because they think that they really own, or they think they have a right to someone
you know,
else's land
have
and
you
minerals and cocoa. Like, literally, it's a sickness, y'all. We got to like break them out of this. But they're
have you
gonna fight.
have you
They're
ever
gonna be
have you ever
upset.
listened to Dr. Arikana Cherimbaugh? Have you ever listened to her?
No.
She used to be an ambassador. So she is from a country that no longer exists. Where she's from is now called Zimbabwe, but that used to be called Rhodesia.
Okay.
Okay, now her father, I don't know if you know this story or not, and I'm gonna give y'all a short version. If you want to look it up, look it up. Way back in the day, some queen from some place, there wasn't no African queen, it was from one of them European countries. She went down because, to give y'all reference, Rhodesia is in that southern part of the African continent. It's not right, it's not in South Africa, because like I said, her country is now Zimbabwe. But if you look at, you see what I'm saying? Zimbabwe is close to South Africa. So
Hmm.
anyway, the woman went down there. They apparently have mountains. The queen went and this is back during colonialization time. This is a long time ago. Went down in there, saw how beautiful it was with the mountains and this, that, and the other. She had a grandbaby with her. Her grandbaby pointed and said, "I want that mountain right there." Her grandmother, which was the queen, looked at her and said, "Okay." At that point, her country, I can't remember which one, had all those people ran off the land, and I'm not playing. I'm talking about took the military or whoever the hell, went down in there and literally ran. The people had to run and walk, and so many of them died. They ran. And her father, Arikana Cherenbaugh's father, was one of the people, and he tells that story about how he got ran off his family land, whatever, whatever. Fast forward, Dr. Arikana comes to America. She comes for an education. She went to two HBCUs. I want to say I know she went to Meharry Medical School,
Hmm.
but I can't remember the other one. But she went to two HBCUs. She becomes a medical doctor. And if y'all don't know nothing about Meharry, please read about Meharry. And if you find doctors who graduated from Meharry, I'm gonna give y'all a quick synopsis. Meharry was started on the fact that black people are marginalized when it comes to the medical, and they people that go there, their whole thing is we not only help people, but our whole purpose is to better healthcare for minorities and things like that. So when people go to Meharry, they're going on a mission. They're not going to fatten their pockets. Because I've met so many doctors went to Meharry. They don't care nothing about how much they make. They always in the hood. They always helping the people. They like it's different for them. They just they hit different. So anyway, she went and became a medical doctor. She had a practice for a while, but then somebody told her she should get into politics, and that's how she got to be an ambassador. She said at first, "I'm not gonna get into politics," because she found it to be too messy. She married a Ghanaian man. Um, but she did, and she was the ambassador for, I forget, it was, she was up under Obama, and I want to say yeah, I think she was up under Obama as ambassador. I don't know how long she was ambassador, but you have to go on YouTube and hear some of her speeches and how she talks about the Berlin Conference and how a lot of this stuff was put in place long
Yeah,
ago.
because but nobody was
Colonialism.
even there. They just sat down and
Exactly.
picked pieces of
Yeah.
somewhere they didn't even
And
say.
then it takes her to talk about how people look at African countries and say this is that. She said that a lot of these coups are set up by other
Absolutely.
countries. And a lot of
And a
these
lot of
people is
these
placed
companies,
in these places, in these leadership roles to sabotage stuff. It just, you have to hear her
absolutely.
talk about it.
Anytime you
She,
have a leader in Africa that wants to do anything remotely good for their people, they always get killed off. You
yes,
know, it's
indeed,
almost
sis.
like protect this man. Like in Burkina Faso, I'm like, protect this guy because
Oh, he
we
dressed
already
like
know.
he dressed like he in the military.
He,
I hope they better not
he
try to cross
always
that man. That man forever got on combat gear. He don't play. But yeah, so she's repatriated to Africa. I can't remember where she lives now. I don't know if it's Ghana, Nigeria, or whatever. But she's repatriated back to Africa now. She's no longer an American ambassador, but she is a patriot, or I should say, she's a Pan Africanist. She for everybody black. She for all of Africa. She want Africa to come up. She's still very active, and helping these different countries and helping these leaders who trying to do right. Because
mm-hmm.
Africa, just like America, they come after our leaders. In Africa, when they got leaders doing right, they
Absolutely.
kill them. They kill them. It's
Yep.
absolutely, and and see, I want to say Dr. Arikana went to Fisk too, but I could be wrong. But yeah, Fisk is across the street from Meharry. I wanted to go to Fisk at one point in time. Ooh, they're expensive.
Mm.
but but yeah, so all that to say is it's just wow, y'all. You have to just try to grow your food, be ready, um, do the best you can, and understand everything ain't always what it seems. Cause this stuff will look a certain way, and it be something else, and you just be like,
That's right.
"What was the
Fact.
next question?" I see you
Okay.
looking over there.
Look, because you answered one of them. That's why I'm reading. Because you told us about how your relationship with food changed since you started growing, and that was one of the things that I was
Hmm.
going to ask you. But I feel like when you started talking about your journey, then we got some of that. So, what is one thing the internet doesn't show about being a gardener that you would like for people to know?
Mm. It's a whole lot the internet don't show.
I'm gonna
Um,
screenshot that. Say you just. That's
it's
gonna
a
be our
whole lot.
next promo.
It's a whole lot the internet don't show it. Well, and let me say this. Sometimes it's not that they don't show it, it's that you have to go looking for it. People are so quick to show, oh, look at this huge harvest, but they don't show the work that go into it. That's why I know my channel probably seemed like a bunch of repetitive stuff, but I try to show y'all like, no, this is what all it takes to get to this harvest. A lot of times if people got a small harvest, they won't show it. Or
True.
if something didn't work out, they won't they won't go back and evaluate why it didn't work out, or you know or what
But that's what
happened.
I loved about your channel because I think
If
it
they
makes it
neglect
feel
stuff.
unrealistic. Like it's
Yeah.
unrealistic if I don't see you do any hard work, if I never see you fight a
Hmm.
pest, if I never see a plant die in your garden, then if a plant dies in my garden, then I feel like it's me.
Hmm.
Instead of plants just die. Like I tell people all the time, it's life and death in the garden. They be like, "Oh, Aisha, my plant died." I be like, "They do that. Like they're alive. So did you learn something? Cause give me that pot
Exactly.
if you
Like,
did."
when people something I notice people really don't show is when they neglect stuff. Like if they neglect something, and they it's but I get it. I think it's very hard for some people to be like, that was on me. I I left it over there. I didn't water. I didn't. That was on me. And I think it's hard for people. It's hard for people in their regular lives to say that. Oh, my bad. That was on me. Um.
I realize that because like in groups when I give feedback, like it blows way up like further than I thought it would. Cause I'm always like, oh, could I have said that better? Should I have done this better? So I'm always trying and like looking for feedback and giving it thoughtfully. Baby, people be like, shut your ass up with that feedback. Like, I'm perfect.
Yeah,
I do
yeah,
everything right. I'm like, none
yeah. I
of us
can't.
are perfect. That is wild.
I can't. And then let me say this: you asked what they don't show, but let me tell you the stuff. I'm gonna spin on that and tell you the stuff they show. I wish they quit showing.
Please.
Cause the other night I started to text you, and I was like, "Girl, I ain't finna be messy. Let me."
Should have texted
It
me.
was,
I be asking you to text me every time you mention something. I be like, Diva, send me, tell me who you talking about. Send me the video, girl.
girl. And I'm not gonna say no name. I'm not gonna say no name because I don't like throwing people up under the
Just
bus. But it be a
16 of us.
vibe. It be a vibe. It's like, you just be watching channels and slowly but surely you on the internet so that people can think that you know what you're doing and you don't. You don't,
Mhm.
or you really just regurgitating what other people say, and that ain't the full truth. And I'm tell you what I mean. So Class World say I show my neglect. I have to admit that Class World, she'll show you, honey, with some stuff shrivel up. It be shown. She ain't finna skip over nothing.
And that's why I love her because she be in the calm voice, like, well, you know, I didn't get over here. And so
Yeah. My
I be
irrigation
like,
wasn't
girl,
on, something broke. It
I
was
be like, and it happens, and we in Texas, so
yeah.
like you are
And
not
she in
alone. Like, but she make me feel all right about it. Like, when
yeah,
my son's tripping
yeah.
everything, I'm not alone. Cause Claudia
No.
work. And look how she feels so calm. She just gonna plant something else, and
Yeah,
it's gonna be
she gonna go in
okay.
that shed and get some more seeds out and drop some. But the people it's just so, like I said,
Oh,
people are
thank you,
always
I'm
talking
a
about
chickadee. So sweet. She said,
people
we're gonna
always
make
talking
a
about
lesson to us.
yeah, and I like watching Army Chickadee too. Army Chickadee be beating herself up though, but it's all right. It's all right. You got it. You gonna get what is y'all go to soil and compost. Okay, I'll answer that in a second. Growing husband, but so people always say don't grow your tomatoes on the ground. They're gonna get disease and blah 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 blah. To be fair, I'm not sure where that information came from. And I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. So because I didn't know any better, the main people I watched was my great grandmother on my mama's side and my granny on my daddy's side. Those are the main
Mhm.
two women who I watched grow. My great grandmother had a whole lot more land than my granny, but they kind of did things very similarly. Like all this trellising and all behind it, they wasn't bad. They wasn't doing that.
They wasn't
Not
trusting.
girl, granny. I mean, granny might have, but my great grandmother, no, she didn't have no trellising. My great
Yeah.
grandmother, let me tell you how they grew on the land out in East Texas, because they was in East Texas. They grew like farmers for real, but they had tractors. Like my grandfather had a Ford tractor that my great uncle still has. And I said, when you go, wheel that to me. I want granddaddy tractor.
Mhm.
Um, but they grew in rows or whatever. And yeah, I know you see
Mhm.
people growing tomatoes in rows and they may put like a stake in the ground or a T-post in the ground or whatever, whatever. Believe it or not, my grandmother did not like that because she did not plant her tomatoes in the same row every year. So therefore, if she put anything there like a T-post or something, they would have to go back and pull it up. Because understand, at the end of the season, they would till all those plants back into the ground. You can't
Mhm.
run that tiller over those T posts. You got to go get that out first. So that was called
Mhm.
more work. And my grandma, I ain't gonna do all that extra work. Grandma always planted her tomatoes and they was on the ground. I thought that was normal. I saw
Mm.
people growing tomatoes on this stuff. I said, what they growing them up on this stuff for? And I always saw them growing. Now she would keep them kind of in the row, but they were on the ground. And I mean, and her plants never, like all of this disease they claim you're gonna get. Now, let me say this. Will you lose some tomatoes? Yes, because on the ground, like she in the country, it's coons and possums. Yeah, you lose some. But when
Yeah.
you plant a 50-foot row of tomatoes, does it matter? They're not gonna get them
And
all.
that's
She
kind of
used
a
to
part
say
of
that.
it too. Like if the animals gonna eat some, so that mean they leave some for you.
That's why my grandmother used to say, girl, that's why you don't plant 3 or 4 tomato plants, girl. You plant a whole row. She said, "You gonna get some, they gonna get some. You feed whatever. You feed them, you feed yourself. It is." She said, "That's part of nature. That's part of life." Like
Yeah.
to be fair, a lot of this stuff, how we fight stuff. Sometimes my grandmama didn't even try to fight this stuff. She plant like squash. She plant. She said, "I know these bugs gonna eat this stuff to the ground, so I'm plant 4 rows of this."
Yeah.
And half of it would get ate down, and she would eat off the other half. She had the
And think
land to
about
do
your
it though.
mental health, guys. That's good for your mental health.
Yeah,
Like
she
know your
had,
truth. Know your garden truth. Know your pest truth. So you can
and
plan accordingly.
she had enough land to make that do that. The only reason why I don't do that is because I don't have the pure acreage that if I did, I would use the same. Let me tell you something. If
I'll
I
be
ever,
fighting.
by the grace of God, get the kind of acreage, yeah, you give me 1 acre and I can plant the whole thing. Yeah, I'll plant 4 rows of squash too and not care.
Right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? But I don't have but my one little bed, so it got 2 little bit. So,
Yeah. Yep.
um,
That's
but
another
my
thing
granny too,
too
she
for
planted her
trellising.
tomatoes
I
just
think
on the
that came
ground.
from small space gardening.
Uh-huh.
Because sometimes we don't have enough space, to let it sprawl out. But I don't know if you remember in mommy's yard, we had like a monster tomato because it was like planted when I got there and it was all
Yeah,
over the place. But she had big old tomatoes coming out of there. I had to
that's
get
what I'm
in and
saying.
look and she'd be like, Aisha, can you get to the back of the bed and get the tomato? So I had to climb in there, girl. But I was in there getting them tomatoes and it grew well. And another thing that I like that we don't talk about a lot with trellising is certain things like my spaghetti squash. I don't know if you guys a lot of people in here, I'm not sure if y'all watch me or not, but my spaghetti squash got towed up this year, y'all. Like I did not get one
Wow.
good spaghetti squash off of there. Mine was trellised, but if I were to have my spaghetti squash going on the ground, it will be able to reroot itself. And say if a squash vine board got this part of the plant, this other
Hmm.
part of the plant might still survive. It may have been able to
Hmm.
go on.
Yeah.
So that's one and tomatoes do the same thing. Sometimes tomatoes you can see their roots hanging like little area
Yes.
roots hanging out.
Yes.
If they'll touch the ground, it can reroot. Same with sweet potatoes. There's a lot of things that it's like the bugs wouldn't be able to take them out or the pests wouldn't be able to take them out if they were able to sprawl around the ground. But I do still think that the trellising helps for me anyway, because I got a small backyard and I'm trying to have a whole food forest back there.
Yeah. Yeah. To answer your
So
question, Hudson, what's my go-to soil and compost? Um, my go-to is all the stuff that I make first. So anything I make on my property first. And I know you say you still looking for, a piece of property called your own. So that's a little bit maybe not on your radar at the moment. I just did a video not too long ago about soils. I don't really believe in buying the high dollar soils because I believe the cheaper stuff is probably the same stuff. I don't know if you've been seeing how people buying black cow and it's not cracked up to what it's supposed to be. I know people have said something about the Kellogg's too. They say it ain't what it was at one point in time. So my thing is if the stuff gonna be low budget, just go on and pay low budget. You get what I'm saying? Now I ain't gonna lie, a lot of this topsoil, it's got a lot of wood chips in it. But like I mentioned before, y'all don't forget some of these different growing methods. Back to Eden method is growing in wood chips. That's what it is. So
mhm.
if you get a bag full of wood chips, don't look at it as, oh my God, this is so horrible. No, it's not horrible. Wood chips break down into the most prettiest soil. Earthworms love
Mhm.
those wood chips. They hold moisture really well. So if you got a bag full of topsoil and it look like a bunch of wood chips, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Not to me. I've grown in it a lot and I've never had an issue. Now I will say this, I don't recommend you starting those seeds in that straight wood chips. It's usually, depending on the seed, not enough soil contact. So, for instance,
Mhm.
can you start some pinto beans or some peas in it? Yeah, because they don't really. It's a bigger seed. They don't care about seed. I mean, soil contact. But let's say something real small like celery or brassicas. They may not necessarily germinate that well in that media. So have you something finer and looser to start your little bitty small seeds, celery and callaloo and any little herbs, any of those seeds that are real small, purslane, brassicas, any of that stuff. But your bigger seeds are probably okay. I don't really recommend tomatoes. Probably will because tomatoes are just They just want to grow. Peppers,
Mhm.
I don't recommend starting them in nothing that's real wood chip heavy. Start them in something a little finer. Let wait till they come up. Then when you transplant them, they'll be fine. So those are, like I said, I don't really have a go-to when it comes to store bought. I buy whatever's the cheapest. I usually buy topsoil or I buy cow manure and compost, whichever one is the cheapest. That's usually what I buy. It's just a growing media. You're gonna mend it anyway.
Mhm. That's what I was
So
gonna say. So I guess my answer would be there's a local company that makes soil and it be on sale, and so that's what I get because I feel like the closer to me, I guess, the better. I don't know, but they make
no,
like
that's a good idea. See, we don't have nothing low in my city, so all they worried about is spraying. They ain't worried about no compost. They worry about killing stuff. They ain't worried these
yeah.
folk around here something else.
I
We got to
also
get
like
these.
cocoa core though. I add
Yeah,
cocoa core to everything. I start
yeah,
seeds in cocoa core mixed with some of
yeah,
my own
yeah,
compost. When I'm refreshing my beds, I'm burying food scraps and throwing cocoa core in there. So
yeah,
I, like you said, you amend it anyway. But they make a what is it called? It's called like a mushroom compost
mhm,
or something like that. This same
mhm.
local, so I'll get like some of their topsoil and then like a mushroom compost. But I do make my own compost. Before I lived in this house, this is my first house. We started growing on like a little bitty balcony, and I had one of them tubs. That's why I started my first little compost. And baby,
Yeah.
I brought my compost with me when I moved to. I had a whole lot of pretty
That's why when these
soil after
people
that. Because I didn't want to
sis,
throw my food away. I was like, I'm throwing this
mm-mm,
food away anyway. On this little balcony, I can get some space to make a little bit of soil. Even if it's just a little bit, it still makes a big difference in your garden and your
it does.
pocketbook.
It does. And it gets you in the habit of thinking. Because don't get me wrong, it's a couple of gardeners that I love to watch, but you want to know what burns me up about them? They don't compost.
Mhm.
And let me be all the way real with you. Two of them, it ain't no excuse. Two of them have a nice amount of land.
Oh,
They're
they
not
have
gonna
the
tell me
space.
that they don't have no spot to put no compost. No, you just don't want to compost. But that's okay. Maybe you got it like that. I don't. But let me say this too. Both of them are older than me. And the reason I bring that up is I know what some of this is because I watched my grandparents and my great uncles and stuff farm. I don't think people understand how much. So don't be fooled. When they went to Africa and got us, they got us for a reason. Them people didn't know how to grow nothing. We knew how to grow everything. So we came over with a certain way of growing stuff, but due to mechanization and just trying to grow stuff on such a huge scale, because understand when they built this country, it became there are thousands of acres we finna start plant like cotton, like a big cotton plantation was not 100 acres. Like, and try to think of 1 acre in your mind. Then try to
Mhm.
think of her, or to give you an idea. Go watch Army Chickadee where she showed a farm next to her. I have no idea how many acres that is, but you can. It's just as far as the eye can see.
Mhm.
Whatever they growing, for they're like corn. I get far as the eye can see. Just think like if you roll through the South, through certain parts of the South that still grow cotton, if you knew the sheer amount of acres of cotton that's still grown in America, there's a black family, and I'm gonna touch on them later. There's a black family that owns 10,000 acres in Alabama. Black on girl, we gonna get on that in a minute, honey, because I got to tell the people.
Is
I
that
just
where the
found out
activity
about them.
black got their cotton from? Because I would love that. That would be so
Yes, it
cool.
is. It is.
Shut
Girl, I got to tell the people. I got to tell the people. So,
up.
so understand that they when the enslaved came over here, they had a way of farming, but I'm not saying there weren't big farms in Africa. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it was done differently. I think it was more your tribe got together, you grew
And
enough stuff for the
everybody
tribe.
grows. That's the difference
Yeah,
too. Here, it's like a few people growing for the whole United States,
yes,
where in other
yes,
places,
yes,
everyone grows a little something at their house. So it's not
yes.
like
And that
they're
was the
trying to
huge
feed the
difference.
entire population.
That was the huge difference. When they brought the enslaved over here, they knew we knew how to plant, but at the same time, they was like, yeah, but this is a little bit different. First of all, we're growing a cash crop to make money, 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 money. Yeah, you can make some clothes out of this and or whatever, but this is not something to eat. We trying to grow it all and grow it all now. So they changed a lot of stuff. All this monocropping, all of
Mhm.
this just mechanization. Those farms didn't compost. They didn't think nothing about that. When they got here, the soil was fertile. They grew that stuff until the soil couldn't grow no more. They tore the land up, growing that
Mhm.
stuff, just trying to make money. So people need to, and when you look at old school, like my great uncles and them, real talk, that's kind of not what is bad, but kind of how they farm. Meaning my great uncles and them didn't compost. My granny did. My granny had a home garden in the backyard. She composted. They didn't really compost. They would turn stuff back into the soil and let it break down. But I always noticed how their soil never became like here. I have like kind of loamy clay. I noticed how my people's land that it stayed clay, clay. When you would dig down, you would never see earthworms. You would never see any of that stuff. They use synthetic
Mhm.
fertilizers. They use triple 30, triple 20. That's what they used. They use a tractor to slang that stuff. That's just what, and but that's how they but understand that that's big ag, modern ag. That's not sustainable ag, which is much older. They try to tell you the sustainable stuff is new. No, it's not. They've
No.
been doing that since the dawn of time. They've been composting since the dawn of time. They've been doing terra preta and stuff with charcoal and stuff for thousands of years. That this all these tractors and spray that's modern, meaning within the last probably 150 years. That's modern. Sustainable gardening is ancient because I'm not crazy. Them people was composting. Them people wasn't letting
Mhm.
nothing go to waste. And I believe they probably like when you see tribes that had cows and stuff, they probably was letting that manure rot down and compost down, and they probably was using that manure. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
That's sustainability in itself. You know what I mean?
Especially
So,
when you own the cow, when you're growing the cow, you know what he's eating and
hmm
stuff. Because
hmm
and the thing is, for me, is even if you're not composting in a set place, bury some food scraps, baby. Bury some food
hmm
scraps. Because eventually, I have issues in my compost where I'm like, okay, stop putting new stuff in it so it can go and break down, girl. You
yeah,
know, leave it alone
yeah.
for a while. And so, but I'm always planting something. I'm always changing over a bed and need to plant something new. I'm always, moving a tree into a pot. And it's like, just throw the food scraps in there fresh like that. Throw you some
Yeah,
comfort in there, throw you a little
yeah,
brown material in there. It'll
yeah,
break down right up under
yeah,
your plants. And I have stuff grow out of my compost all the time. So it's not like things
yeah.
don't like to grow next to breaking down food. Like they
They love
actually
it. I
love
don't know
that.
if you, I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but we used to do it all the time. We would go out in the field and stuff. And my uncles was growing like we was doing any kind of work, and my uncles was growing watermelons and stuff. It was shoot, we get thirsty or whatever. We can go back in the house get no water. We find a watermelon that we're ready, bust him open, and we eat it. And do you think
Mhm.
we would throw them rinds in the trash or something? We'd throw them rind right back down in the field. They're throwing right back. So what are we doing? Composting in place. It's the same thing with
Composting.
corn. Sometimes we supposed to be harvesting the corn, child. We eating the corn. You think we throw them carbs, took them carbs, we throw them carbs right back down on the ground and went on to the next summer.
And if
Any of
you
that
guys
stuff.
watch Dan, did he change it? It used to be Dan Permaculture Food Forest, but I think it's just Dan's Food Forest now.
Okay.
But he throw all his food scraps in
All
that
kind
food
of stuff.
forest, baby, and will
All
drop
kind of
some
stuff.
leaves on top. And do y'all see all the food? He just walk out and
Do you
harvest.
see do you see how his soil has transformed? See, I've been watching him so long. I remember when that was sand. It is now beautiful soil. When he dig down just as black and rich and pretty, it ain't saying no more. That
Organic
saying
matter.
that ground is beautiful, beautiful,
I think
beautiful.
that, and he has rabbits. And other than that, like
Yeah,
it's organic
yeah.
matter. Organic matter. Just chopping and dropping all your, food scraps and stuff. Cover it up. So that's why I bury. I dig a hole because, rats and such. But if you
Yeah,
baby, you're making your own goal and it's just making it better. I would say my garden
yeah.
is about, is it 3 years? Almost 4 years. It'll be 4 years in
At that
September.
house, yeah. Yeah.
And it's changed just from me being here, burying the food scraps and stuff. Like you dig down
Yeah.
in my beds and stuff, you're going to find worms. And my backyard was straight sand when
Yeah.
we moved here. Just sand.
Yeah.
Wasn't even no grass. It was
Yeah.
just sand.
I remember. I remember. Just like Clausen World Yard was saying, because I remember, if I remember correctly, Clausen World told them, "Don't even plant me no grass. I got plans. Just don't even put that down.
It
I
was
got
a
something to
plus
do."
for me too, because I wanted to grow food. So I
Mm-hmm.
was like, let me find where the food is gonna go, and then I'll put some little grass seeds, you know what I'm saying, in the empty parts.
Hey Jay Weezy, what's up?
Hey,
Um,
Lacey.
Clausen World, if you want some cotton seeds, I got you. I got mine. They germinate right off. Um.
Well, I have to say somebody at work gave her some cotton seed. That's what's
Mm-hmm.
up. That's what I
Yeah.
love about the gardening community is that like when you start to connect and you just get blessed. You blessing
It
others
don't.
and they
It don't take
blessing you.
long. It don't take long. You'll find out real quick. But let me tell y'all about. Hold on. Y'all stay right there. Let me tell y'all about this cotton before I forget. So I don't know if y'all know about the brand. So I have. Let me. Real. And it ain't gonna show as usual. Let me take this out. Okay, there we go. So can y'all read that? I'm gonna hold it right so y'all can read it where it say Bridge Force. I
Yes,
hope
Bridget.
that's I hope that's the right direction and not all backwards.
It was
But I'm gonna
backwards,
show
but we can see it.
yeah, Bridge Force. I need to flip my thing. But y'all see, can y'all see that artwork on there on the
Mm.
back screen on the backdrop?
Mm-hmm.
So that's I bought y'all know the movie Sinners came out.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the black cotton farmers. Their family is Bridgeforth. They've been around. They've had this farm since 1877, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
I'm gonna pull the shirt out so y'all can see. But I got the shirt. I'm gonna try to look at their tag. Try to read this tag right quick. So that's one side of it. But yeah, it says black owned and operated cotton farm since 1877. And this the shirt that I got, but it's the same graphic. It ain't gonna show the shirt either, but it's the same
Mm-mm.
graphic as my backdrop. But they did a centers line. They have about 4 shirts. And the farmers that grew it is black. It's a black family. I don't know how many generations, but when you look at the video, you can tell it's like the grandfather, the dad, and the grandkids. And it's
Okay.
three or four. It's 3 or 4 of this younger generation. They look like they in their 20s. And
Nice.
it's beautiful when you see it. They get in the tractors and they start riding, and you can see all this
Mm.
cotton that they growing. So they grow the cotton from seed to harvest, and then the artist that did the artwork that's on the shirt is black. Um, they have a t-shirt, so they send their cotton to a shirt maker. This is what I hadn't figured out is do they own the shirt maker, the shirt company making company too, or
Are
is
they
that? But I know
outsourcing?
it's black owned too though. Like
Okay.
everything in the chain is black owned because the shirt came
Love
from
that.
Compton. When they shipped my shirt, I said it's coming from Compton. No, them got to be some Negroes.
Look,
So
I love that for them and
yeah,
us.
but the
Ship
shirt,
me
I'm
some
telling
stuff
you,
from
if
Compton.
you go to Bridgeforth, I think the website is bridgeforth.com. But if you go there, they have all kind of stuff. They got some overalls. I got to get the overalls. I got to have them. They
Mm.
got jeans. They got canvas pants. They got dresses. They got sweatsuits. They got shirts. They got sweatshirts. They got all kinds of stuff. And yes, this is the same farm that did the Actively Black. I bought that shirt too. That's how I found out about them. I went on Actively Black, and Actively Black had a video where they was like introducing the Bridgeforth family. And
Mm.
they were giving you information because basically they provided Actively Black the cotton, but Actively Black, he has his own, like he can take the raw cotton and turn it into the finished goods.
Mm-hmm.
His company does that part. So he wanted to tell people about the family. And I just
I
happened to go on
love
their website.
that.
I didn't know that they were selling clothes. I said, where have I been? So yeah, they selling. So I got the Actively Black, the harvest line coming. I got one shirt from there where it says black cotton grown by black farmers. That's what's on the back. And it's got like pictures of bowls of cotton on the front. Um,
Mm.
and then like I said, if you go on bridgeforth.com, they got a whole bunch of stuff. They got
I'm gonna check them
socks
out.
and
Girl with
hats.
Hudson say she looking at it right now.
Yes, indeed. They're on IG as well. If you go on, you can look at Actively Black or Bridgeforth on on IG as well. Now I will say this. I think this shirt was 35. Um the overalls are like 120, but I'm sorry, they look like good quality. If this shirt quality tells me anything, I will pay because I paid $100 for them Dickie overalls I got on. So what's the difference?
Yeah. What's too damn much, Army Chickadee? The clothes? Because I will say, I think one thing that's hard for black businesses is like the
Price
prices
points.
that we get on
But see,
stuff.
like I
Well,
said, I
you
paid a
know,
hundred dollars for them Dickies. If I had known any better, I'd have bought them straight from Bridgeforth, and I paid 100. I paid 100 for
and
the Dickies.
sometimes we spend that amount on stuff anyway. It's just not with our own.
Yeah,
Just saying.
yeah.
I'm just saying.
But Bridgeforth, the shirts are reasonable. Now I won't lie, Actively Black is more, but it is what it is. I pay because, like I said, all these years I've been buying stuff. At least when I
And I
watch my Actively Black
ordered some
stuff, the
stuff from
stuff don't
Actively
come
Black
off.
when they had a sale. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Yeah,
don't
they
buy the
catch
shoe
because when
if
they
the
have a
price
sale, I
ain't
ain't
the
gonna lie,
price
I buy two
for
hundred
me.
dollars worth of stuff. Yeah, when they
Right.
have a
But
sale,
I'll
I buy
wait.
$200 worth of stuff.
I'll watch
Um,
something that I love and I'll share it. I'll be telling
yeah,
people about it. And then when it go on
yeah,
sale, because I love black business and I also have to love my wallet as well. So it's okay if something's out of your price range, wait till they have a sale. Or you could still tell some other people about it who might be in a different price range. You
yeah.
know what
Maybe
I'm
their
saying?
pockets deeper than yours. You never know.
And it's
Um,
also support to share. Purchasing isn't the only way to support a black business. So
yeah, yeah, definitely. I, like I said, I have spent so much money, and then I have spent money on stuff. You wash it, and you wash it once, and all the stuff come off. I can't say the Wakanda collection from Actively Black. Nothing has faded. Nothing has. It is.
mhm.
It's still Wakanda ink. So it's
I know
like.
that's right.
So it's like you know.
That's the
But
thing
yeah,
too is the quality of what you're getting and also appreciating the work. Like, I mean, as I'm a small business owner as well, and it's
yeah. The
different. Like if
artwork,
you
I have to give it
purchasing
to
your
him. The
stuff
artwork on
from
the.
players, then you're not gonna want to spend what you
Yeah,
spend on my jewelry because you shop at
yeah.
Claire's.
You ain't never lied. That little stuff that turn your ear green.
Yeah, so
But I'm a fan of artwork too. If a graphic on
me
something on some
too.
clothing is really good, I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of a sucker for it a little bit. I'm kind of a sucker for
Same.
it.
I mean, it's
But
a form of self love to spend your money on what you believe in. You know what I'm saying? And not to spend it on what you don't believe in, whether it's the price or like I ain't been to Target since, but we ain't gonna get on that.
what Jamal Brand told child, Jamal Brandon told yeah. One of my goals is to make my own overalls. Yeah, there's a custom jean maker.
Yeah.
And I looked at how he be sewing, sewing the stuff. I think that's pretty cool. But you're right. Fabric stores, it's hard to, remember back in the day, it would be a Hancock or all them different fabric stores on every
Mhm.
corner. You can't hardly find, because mama used to sew and make clothes and stuff. That was a hobby of hers.
That's a great
And
skill to have.
yeah,
That's a great
I
skill.
used to sit up under mama, and mama never taught me how to sew, but it's crazy when you get older, you turn into your parents because I sew now too. But I haven't made any full on garments. But sewing is a great skill because when you need to hem something, when you need to patch something, when you
Right?
need to I made
Girl,
some little
I put
covers.
my daughter in sewing class so she can
Yeah,
now her
I made
grandma
some
be
little
calling her,
cushions.
Chi, can you sew this thing for she be like, not by tomorrow, grandma. No, I can't. But she had a whole little fashion show, baby. Made her some pants and a purse
Yeah,
so I
that's
think
what I'm
it's a great
saying.
skill whether you want to make your own clothes, whether you want to thrift and change them up, whether you want to design some stuff and sell it, you know what I'm saying? Or like I had a friend when we were stationed in Lemoore, California that used to sew, and my daughter would grow out of her stuff so fast. But this friend would have like little strips of fabric and she would make her pants into like capris and shorts for me. So, baby, she
Hmm.
was her stuff for a whole nother season. When she would
Yeah.
have gone out of them with what my mama called high waters. I call it flooding. I said, Mama, flood. I guess that's the same thing as hot water, depending on what
Yeah,
generation you in. But
yeah.
that can just save you money or make you some money. Cause I used to slide her a few dollars, like, girl, thank you for stretching. You know what I'm saying? All these pairs of
Hmm.
pants for me. You can make money or you can save money with those skills.
Definitely, cause I took my behind. I bought a sewing machine. I don't know if you remember sewing machines back when they used to come in the table and everything. You had a table, you
Hmm.
lift. My baby for $3 at the auction. The lady wasn't nothing wrong with the sewing machine. It was working. And guess what? All of the drawers was full of stuff. Had some real nice sewing scissors, just all kinds of stuff. Thread, needles, all kind
Hmm.
bobbins. I said, I don't know how to sew, but I got $3 in it. I said, I'm gonna go on YouTube and give me a quick. I start going that just like if you don't have the time or not, maybe somebody not close to you, go on YouTube. There's some people on here that's gonna show you how to sew that stuff. You can learn, or
YouTube
you can go to a
University.
class and you can get the basics, and then you can get you some more ideas of how to do stuff. Go on YouTube for free and learn. When I tell you, I learned how to make me some little cushion covers, all kinds of stuff. I said,
Hmm.
oh yeah, this how you do right here. That sewing machine I paid for itself. I ain't paid for $3. Sewing machine, table, and all. That sewing
Yep,
machine
that tells
paid
you
for
how to
itself.
maintain it too. My daughter's
Hmm.
sewing machine. We had to get on there one time because I'm like, I don't know how to do this, girl. Cut on a video. I'm a
Yeah.
visual learner, and I'll be like, step one, touch it right
Hmm.
here. What I'm supposed to
Yeah.
see? Like, you can really get all the information
Yeah,
that
you
should be
can.
on YouTube University,
Yeah.
baby. All you
Depending
gotta
on
do is
what
look
you
for it.
watch, you can get a PhD on YouTube, depending on
For
what you watch.
real. Speaking of what you watch, in China they don't have the same TikTok. Like the youth can't watch the kind of stuff that they watch here. All of their stuff is like building something, learning something,
Oh yeah. Well,
calculating
that's
something
back. You
new.
remember? I don't know if you knew this. I don't know if it's the same now, but back in the day, China, when we was going to school for, the minimal amount of hours, China was going to school for the maximal amount of hours.
Hmm.
So they, people. Let me say this: people
But
vilify
school
because
is
they,
also structured differently in other places. It's not like
yes,
how ours are like damn near
no.
prison.
China is a communist country, but they try to vilify communism, not understanding that every type of governmental system you have can be used in a way that hurts people. It doesn't matter if it's called communism, democracy,
Hmm.
fascism. It can be called anything. You can take anything and twist it and use it against people. Communism, because over here, communism is the bad word. Oh, that's the people we don't like. Yeah, but all the communists are smarter than us. Their kids ain't watching this filth our kids can watch. Stuff like that. They schooling.
They ain't
Say what
letting them
you
eat the stuff they let us eat
hello.
either while we on the
That
gardening live.
that little stuff. They talk so much trash about China, but I haven't met a dumb Chinese person yet. I have. I'm not saying they don't
Mhm.
exist. I know they probably do, but it's not. I meet dumb Americans daily in
Fact.
large numbers. In large numbers
Yeah.
daily. So it's like. So, if you think this is called democracy, you think this is working, good luck. Good luck.
Right?
Like,
Crossing
but
words
no,
said the
I'm not
Japanese kids
I
gotta
didn't
step
know
on
that,
it.
but I'm not shocked at all. Not shocked.
It speaks to
Well,
how careful we can be or how much more intentional we can
yes.
be and how intentional our government is in allowing certain
Hmm.
things into our psyche and into our
Hmm.
food.
Hmm.
That's on purpose. Clausen World say the Japanese
Japanese
go to
kids
school
go.
all
I'm not.
year
I'm not shocked.
round.
Japanese are very intelligent too. Now, see, now don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. I don't want nobody to get it twisted. I'm saying that other countries are flawless. They are not. Chinese can be very racist at times. That's the
And
part that
think it's
bothers
just
me. They go
recognizing
down
the
in
good and
Africa and they be
opportunity.
saying some stuff that I can't handle. I
Oh
can't handle it.
yeah.
It
Well, the thing
bothers
is
me.
that we have to learn from both. Like you, just because you
Hmm.
don't like the messenger, sometimes doesn't mean
Yeah,
you can't get the message. And so,
yeah,
in every group, there are going to be things that we probably
yeah.
should adopt or should
It's some
look
black
at.
folks that I can't stand. So it is what it is.
Fact.
Brother say that you really intelligent. Well, let me tell you something. My mother didn't. like I said, I was saying earlier about my granny. My granny was fighting. She was fighting the schools, fighting the school board, and all that kind of stuff. And that stuff is very important. My granny was very, very much into education. It didn't matter what kind of school supplies. Every year she'd be on it. Where your school supply list? I'd be like, Mom, gonna get, yeah, she can get some of it, but I'm gonna make sure you got what you need. You know what I'm saying? And if it's some extra, take it up to the school because I'm sure some kids, they mamas and them ain't got it. It was she just really pushed education. And out of my generation of cousins, one, two, I think it's two of us that got degrees, and one of them, my other cousin that has a degree, barely got it, and he don't. It was such to where he graduated and he couldn't even use it because he don't know. You have you ever seen somebody do that? Go through school, but when they graduate, they don't know nothing. Like that was
Well, I
odd to
think
me.
that I think we sometimes think that having a degree makes you
Yeah,
educated, but I think
yeah,
that like you, I think one of the reasons we all love to listen to you is because you're continuously learning. You don't think because you
yeah.
got a
He's not.
biology degree you can't
He
learn
shouldn't have
something
went to
else, you
school.
know?
He shouldn't have went to school. He should have went to trade school or something. And I told him that, but he was just. I think
Which
he
is
was trying to make his
valuable
he was
too.
trying to make his mama happy, and that's toxic in itself. When you as a parent try to dictate your child, you don't know. Let them. You train them best you can. Trust in what you taught them, and then let them find their way.
Yeah.
But they didn't do that, and he went to school for something that I feel he had no interest. I think he did enough to pass the classes, but he did not learn or retain any information, and that was that. And so it's kind of like, but I remember at my college graduation, my granny, she came. I was shocked. I didn't know she was coming. She surprised me. Um, but
Hmm.
she was so happy to come and everything. And then one of my uncles came. That uncle, he's deceased now, but he had every intention of going to Grambling. And he told me then, and I didn't know this. You just grow up your whole life, and then people just come divulging information once you get grown. When he came, I was shocked because I didn't think he was coming. My granny rode with him. My uncle back in the day, so he went to South Oak Cliff High School. And if anybody knows anything about South Oak Cliff High School, back in the 70s, they was a titan. Like I'm talking about the football team, the band, everything. They was in the hood, they was a titan.
Hmm.
Like they won everything. The band was kicking everybody ass. It was what it was. My uncle was in their band and they had a really good band, and the band was led by some Gramblingites, some people that had graduated from Grambling, went to Dallas and took over the programs. Same thing with the football. The football coaches went to Grambling. They were the same colors as Grambling. They was black and gold.
Hmm.
So as my uncle's coming up, and their band is patterned after Grambling, he had every intention of going to Grambling and being in the band because this is back in the days, Grambling, like in the 70s, couldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. Conrad
Hmm.
Hutchinson was still there, like the legend. He was still there. Like, so he had every intention of going there, but he let this lady, and I ain't trying to be funny, but he let this white lady, one of the few white teachers at that school, because it was a black school, one of the few white teachers there, he let that lady tell him, because he was going to school, and she was like, well, I know you want to do band and everything, but I think you'll be better if you go to school for math. Here's the thing, lady. He could have got a degree in math from Grambling. She's stupid as hell if she thinks everybody in the band is music majors, because they not. The vast majority of the people in the band
Right.
are not music majors. Like the band, like
They
Grambling
just
band at any
also
given
like
time is
band.
like 10% music majors. Like,
Right.
but poor thing, he listened to that lady. And he told me when I graduated, because he came, he had never, when he decided not to go to Grambling, he never came on campus. He never, none of that stuff. He came on campus, and the band does every graduation. And at the beginning, they play out a little, pomp and circumstance type music, these
Hmm.
cannons and things for us to march into. But on the way out the door, it's a party. And
Hmm.
it's like the band light up. It's like a party. We playing hood song, we playing rap song, we playing R&B, we playing all of it. Because you gonna, let the graduates have a good time. It's just like the post I
Yeah.
posted with
Supporting.
Yeah, with Virginia. I think that was Virginia State University or whatever, but they was doing boots on the ground at their graduation. The school gave them
Yes.
fans, and they was doing boots on the ground at the graduation. That's how it go down. So
Mm-hmm.
when we got through, he was like, I always regretted my decision to listen to that lady because he ended up going to UT, and he did get a math degree, but girl, it didn't work out like he thought. It wasn't, the white lady made it seem like if you go to UT and get this degree, you're gonna be a billionaire, and that wasn't the case. He was
I
like,
don't think
I
it's like that for
always,
anyone. I think you have to carve your own path. Like, can no one
yeah,
can tell you for real. Like, people graduate with their degrees and don't get a job right away, or don't get a job in what they studied.
hmm
Like so much. Hey sis, that's my sister. That's Theater. Hey, it's me and Mama. Hey, Mama. Watching, watching me and Diva. Growing with Hudson, you about to go? Have a good weekend. Thanks for watching. Diva, I still got
See ya.
questions for you.
That's good. See you later, Hudson. Thank you for dropping through.
Okay, these are fun questions though.
Okay, go ahead.
If your garden had a theme song, what would it be?
Oh Lord, there's so many. I like a lot of different songs. Every day I'm harvesting. I don't know. That ain't a real
Every
song.
day I'm harvesting. Every day I'm harvesting. Every day
At least
I love
that's what I be praying that it'll be. But yeah, but sometimes that ain't. I don't know. Sometimes it probably need a depressing song when them pests show up. Yeah, I
it
put it in
depends
there.
on the day then.
Yeah, it do. It definitely depends on the day.
Sometimes you be
Child.
like, what the hell? What the hell? Is that is that a
Okay.
song or just a sound?
But yeah, I girl, yeah, I guess that's yeah. I
Okay.
can't really think of no other songs, not really.
What's your garden personality? Is it chill? Is it wild? Is it perfectly planned? Or is it vibes only? Or you feel free to fill in your own description.
Probably wow.
Why do you say that?
Cause I don't follow convention. I just do whatever.
Yeah.
You
I
know what
think
I
other
mean? I
people
don't
would
follow.
look at your garden and think it was very organized.
Really?
Yeah,
Girl, I be sticking stuff everywhere. Anytime
yeah,
I
but
see
it
dirt, let
still
me
has
plant something.
structure. It still has structure. I
Oh,
know
okay.
you always like this ain't Better Home and Garden or whatever.
It
What you
ain't.
trying to be in the magazine and try to go through, but it
I'm
still
far from them
looks.
magazine vibes. Yeah, I be sticking stuff. I got some spots out there now. I got to go stick some ground cherries and some red vein sorrel this evening when the sun go down. Cause you can't plant when the sun up. Your plants they'll be
They
out there looking crazy. So I got
That's
to wait
another
till
question I had for you was what are you growing right now or what are you planting in July?
I'm late. I should have been planted it, but ground cherries grow so fast that I'm not concerned about it. I have some little bitty ground cherries. They're probably like 4 inches tall now, but the seeds were slow to come up for some reason, and it could have been something I did. But and I have some red vein sorrel. I dropped some seeds in the back, and they're still little like this, but they're good enough to transplant. That's what I'm. Oh, I got a couple of leeks that I need to try. I'm late on all this stuff. I'm late on, y'all. Don't, child. It's better times to plant this, but better later than never. So it's going out there. Um, but yeah, but as far as what I'm growing, people always ask me. There's so much stuff from the fruit trees, apple trees, peach
Mhm.
trees, pear trees, fig trees. I have Barbados cherry. I have pigeon peas. I have guavas. I have cowpeas, different kinds, lady creams, and the black ones from Puerto Rico. I can't think of the name of those right now. Um, what else? Uvillas. I've never grown uvillas before, so they're like a ground cherry, but they say they're
I was
like
gonna
more.
say, what is that?
They're supposed to be more savory. They say they taste more like a tomato, but they have a husk just like a ground cherry. But they're small. They're not big. This is my first year growing them, so I said I'd give them a try to see what
Okay,
they taste like.
we're gonna
Yeah,
stay tuned
I
for
may
that.
like them, I may not. But yeah, I got the cherry trees this year. I got that Ann, it's a yellow raspberry, yellow Ann raspberry. And I
Mm-hmm.
harvested my first one yesterday. Charlie, one but one. I was laying on the ground
Was
hollering.
it good?
Girl,
Always
that's
is
my
one to keep us going, baby. We gonna protect that bush with
yeah.
everything once we
So
get that one.
and that's my first time harvesting my own raspberry. I had a raspberry plant before. It was
Mm.
thriving and I did something stupid and I moved it into the full sun and it killed it. So
Mm.
I'm not saying that raspberries can't take full sun, but I don't know if I did it too fast, if it was too young. I don't know, but whatever happened, I put it in. It was thriving in the shade, but it wasn't
Mm.
putting on flowers. But it was young. I should have just waited and been patient. And I said, well, it's not putting on flowers. I'm gonna put it in the sun. Maybe it needs sunlight to try to put
Mm.
this stuff in the sun. Yeah,
And
it's
gardening
gone.
is a lesson in
Yeah,
patience, as we always say. Closet
yeah.
World said they see me rolling, they
Ah!
hate it, patrolling and trying to catch me growing that food, trying to catch me growing food, trying to catch me
Oh
growing
Lord, she
food.
done remixed the stuff.
I
Jesus.
love that. Closet World.
It
I
was
love
dead. It
that.
might have been dead when you got it. It might have been. It's a
About the
possibility.
yellow
I know
raspberry.
Gurney's. I had to get a They don't refund your money, but I had to get a credit because the superior plum that I got from Gurney's, it started to bud out and then it died.
A lot of those tree companies will give you your money back or replace it, though, depending on where you ordered it
Yeah,
from. Like within
Gurney's was
the
like,
US.
we'll do a credit, and if you want something else, which that's okay. They didn't have any. They
Some
didn't
people don't give
replace
you
it.
nothing, so I'll take a
I
credit.
know.
Send me another tree.
Yeah, because they would have replaced it if I asked, but they didn't have any superior plums. They were going to replace it with the same thing, which is fine because that's what I would have wanted. But they didn't have any. I guess people bought them all. I guess so they didn't have any. So
Oh,
they was like,
okay.
we'll give you a credit, and so I was like,
Mm.
okay, well that's fine. So I when they have something I want, I'll grab it. But yeah, so it is what it is. But they honored that to give me a credit. That's kind of why I went with because I bought the cherry trees I bought from Starks Brothers and the plum I bought from Gurney's. And that's why I went with them because this stuff where you getting these trees, you paying too much money now and they don't have no warranty. It's too much money. Because
Mhm.
like I've been telling people, you can't get $20. It's very, very rare. When I was getting them $20 trees, them trees was almost as tall as me, and they was $20. You can't get that no more. That's a wrap.
That's true.
That's a wrap. When you pay $20, that tree be 1 foot tall. It be short. It don't.
Especially at a big box store. I do have a few
Hmm.
nurseries near me, and I would say I can get a nice, like, $35 tree.
Hmm.
They have a
Yeah.
bunch of different kind, and I think I've done
Yeah.
a video on that before, which I'll do another one and see what they got lately. But normally, the big box stores are definitely not going to
Mm-mm.
have a
The
good deal
trees.
or as healthy of plants for you, and the
Mm-mm.
people that work there are not going to know about them.
They're
So,
not knowledgeable.
yeah.
Around here, if you want a pecan tree from the big box store, you're gonna spend anywhere from $60 to $80. If you want a peach, it's gonna be anywhere from $40 to $60. If you want an apple, it's probably gonna be about the same. And I've noticed that the fruiting trees are higher than say like the flowering trees or the
Mhm.
shade trees. So they know it's like this food is gonna produce. We want more money up front. So
Which brings us to the skills we talked about last time, learning how to air layer and learning how to even just like you sent me some cuttings. And once I learned how to get some cuttings through, honey, you couldn't tell me nothing. Okay. And then it's like when I'm pruning my stuff, I could just root those cuttings and either give
mhm,
away or sell the
yeah,
trees. You know what I'm saying? Or if I have a
yeah,
gardening friend that has different tree than I do, you can trade. So learning those
yeah,
different skills and how to propagate and make more food or more trees and plants out of what you already have, like I feel like that's going to be super duper important as they're
yeah,
learning how important it is to us. We learning how to still not buy it from them.
yep. And regardless, I will say this: unless you lose your mind, which God forbid, but those are skills that you'll have, whether you have it wherever you are, whether you teach somebody else how to do, or whether you know what I mean. Those is gonna be
Mhm.
some skills that you can have, you know. But yeah, which remind me, are you familiar with what's this guy's name? Booker T. Watley. Child, you may not be. It's his book is out of print, girl. I finally got me. I've been trying to get my hands on that book for a while. But Booker T. Watley was a farmer, and he wrote a book called "How to Make $100,000 on how many acres? 25 acres. But I know you don't have 25 acres, but that's not the point. The point is, because I'm not through with the book. I'm probably about 25% the way through, girl. The stuff he talking about in this book was written in the 80s. I think it came out in 82 or 83. And dude is basically talking about CSAs way back then.
Mm-hmm.
The way he said you should do is he said you should be taking your land and doing selling basically like just like a CSA, you pay a certain amount per year. He was
Mm-hmm.
like, charge your fee. And he was calling that something different than what they call it now, but it's the same concept. He was calling it a clientele membership, I think. But the people
Mm-hmm.
would pay a certain amount per year. But check this out, his farm was completely you pick.
Love
And the
that.
reason why he did that was he said, because watch this. If you farm and you gonna take your stuff and sell it to somebody with like a middleman, he said, no, that's cutting into your profits.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to harvest all that stuff and haul it somewhere and do all this,
Keep
that's
it
cutting into your
fresh.
profit. That's cutting into your profits. It's cutting into your quality. But if you do you pick, the people come to you. They and the only people that can come to you is people that got a membership. So they pay that. Now the annual membership is not that much. In this book, like I said, it came out in the 80s. I think he said charge $60 for the whole year. But when
Mm-hmm.
they come, let's say they pick blueberries, you got a price on blueberries. Let's say you charging uh $1 per pound of blueberries. That's what they're gonna pay when they come. Now that sounds cheap, but keep in mind they're a member. They already
Right.
paid a membership. But you got more than blueberries because he was like, find what sells well in your area. Poll people and ask people. If you had a you pick
Mm-hmm.
around you, what would you like to pick? Whether it's strawberries, raspberries, blueberries. He had what else did he have in his model? Beets. He had some greens. He had the tomatoes, just different things. And he was saying, yeah, by the time them people pick all that stuff, they done paid their membership. They come pick their stuff. You don't have to do nothing but grow the stuff. I said, that's so
That's
doggone
the thing
smart.
that I love too, because we go to a you pick strawberry farm near us. And the kids love to pick them and stuff, but I mean, last time I said I'm paying these people to pick my own strawberry.
Hmm.
I'm
Hmm.
paying them, and they don't have to do nothing but grow 'em. And to be
Hmm.
honest, they sell their strawberries too. So I'm out here picking their extra and
Hmm.
paying them to pick their extra. When if you have some space, and what I think we should do is definitely think about it. Like you said, we don't have 25 acres, but I grow a lot of basil. I have
Hmm.
5 different kinds of basil in
Hmm.
my garden. So if you just start with something small like that, basil is something that people
If
always eat
you
with.
yeah,
You
if
know,
you get a couple of people that know, like, oh, she pretty much gonna have some basil, and you have
baby,
some
come
regular
pick up your
people,
pretty little bundles of
yeah,
basil.
swing by the house. I got your basil ready.
Yeah, and then it grows
Or
from there.
exactly. And but like his little tips and stuff that he says in the book, and what I liked about the book was he was, a lot of black farmers too, I feel like they start doing what these other people doing, and but you don't understand, you ain't like them, that's why you keep losing your land. You keep,
Yeah.
because he was saying that in the book, he talks about how it's not wise for you. Yeah, the USDA giving loans, it's not wise for you to take them. They built against you. They built for you to lose your land. It's not wise, like in his model. See, I don't think a lot of people know how farmers operate like they kind of borrow everything. Like, for instance, they take out a loan at the beginning of the season so that they can buy all these seeds and equipment and all this different kind of stuff, so you already start in the hole,
Mhm.
and then you trying to dig your way out. And but they never really completely get all the way out
Out.
because
Yeah.
anything happened to your
Because then
crop,
you'd be independent.
anything happened to your crop, anything, you screwed. So he talks about not even doing any of that. Don't get into those things where you get these loans and stuff. So it's like it's a really good book. I'm dying.
Sorry. And I was gonna say, I was gonna bring up, like, right now in the climate that we're in, on my TikTok, I have a lot of gardeners. And I've been seeing a lot of like stuff popping up on my For You page, even if I don't follow them, of gardeners complaining about losing a lot of their stuff. And the gardeners that are complaining about losing a lot of their stuff are like this. And then the other ones, we kind of already know how to operate without a lot of stuff and a lot of help. And I feel that it gives us strength sometimes when maybe we feel like we're being picked on, but we know how to survive more than most with
Because we
less
had
given
to
to us.
resiliency.
So
We
yeah,
ain't
and
ever
but there's
ain't no
nothing wrong with that. Like, it's a
no.
good thing to know how to be resourceful, how to grow your food without the loans, or how to start small, or like even how your channel, when you talk about getting followers, you want it to be organic, right? Same
Hmm.
thing. It's like you're building something organically, step by step, instead of having
Just
these
quickly
different, what
doing.
you feel like, yes, you feel like they getting you up quick, but then they can snatch it back just as quickly
Mm-hmm.
too.
Hmm. Because I watch people all the time, they got more subscribers than I got, but then when you go, like, just go to their videos and scroll down. If you got more subscribers than I got, and your average video, like your video averages about 60 views,
Yeah.
where did you get your subscribers from? Because nobody's watching you.
Mhm.
Was them all people that you begged and you was out telling people I got to? Because I'm gonna be all the way real with you. I don't advertise that I have a YouTube channel. I don't. I don't. A lot of people in my family don't even know. If they find it, they
Really?
find it. Yeah. No, I don't advertise it because I'm just that serious. Because let's be real, some of your family don't mean good either. It just depends.
True.
So
Facts.
guess what? I like it over here where the people I
Where they
want
just
some
find
people.
you, huh?
Yeah, and then if they like it, they stay. If they don't, they going on.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's not, and it's I don't. It's fine for you to market your channel. I have no problem. It's fine. I think you should market your business, whatever you feel like you need to do. But just understand, when it comes to these YouTube streets, it's a little bit different. And you have people, oh yeah, this cool for 5 minutes, and they unsubscribe.
Yeah, I think it depends on why you have the channel, because I
Hmm.
definitely started mine because I was like, I can't believe I can grow food. I gotta tell somebody. Like, everybody can do it if I can do
Yeah,
it, you know?
yeah.
So I was excited about that. It's just recently I hit 1,000 subscribers, and I was like, oh snap, people care. They watch it and shit. I said, maybe let me get some hours in then, you know? So for
Ah,
me, it's
but
not so
you do
bad
pretty
if I
good though.
don't have a bunch of hours, if I don't have, because I'm
Yeah,
really like, y'all, we could do this. And the more people watch me
yeah,
say we could do this, like, that's what fulfills
yeah.
me,
The
as
more they
opposed to
watch.
like if you started your channel and you like, I want to hit 1,000 subscribers and I want 4,000 watch hours right away. I feel like it can get
Yeah.
very discouraging, and it can get you to doing stuff that's not like natural or organic to what you do, which
Yeah.
means you're gonna lose people anyway.
Hmm.
Because if you got to do a giveaway once a month, like, I don't have nothing to give to y'all but knowledge once a month. But I love, or
Hmm.
some I got a black turmeric. I could probably give
Yeah.
away the black
Yeah.
turmeric once a month. And
Yeah.
that will still only be because I want you to grow medicinal and I have
Yeah.
extra.
Yeah. And that's I just look and say, interesting. But now you do pretty good because your views, you have less subscribers than I do, but your average views is probably about the same as mine, I think. Because I think on average, don't you get like, it'd be like 200 some people watch your videos on average.
Yeah.
And that's good because that's about what I get, 200 to 300 people. You get what I'm
You get
saying? And
a
you
lot
got
more
less subscribers.
comments than I do. Well, you've been in the game
Yeah,
a
they be
long,
down there
long
talking,
time.
girl. They be
People
talking.
don't be talking to me, but you. I be talking to you and Clawson World.
Yeah, I
But
got
that's all
certain
I
people.
need. If
I
don't
got
nobody
certain
watch,
people.
I know you gonna watch.
They gonna leave a comment on every video. If I don't see certain people for a while, I start being like, okay, where's so and so at?
Hmm.
Where they at? I ain't seen them. But then
But
they
you
show
be
back up.
dropping history and all kind of stuff. Like, and your videos are funny. So I feel like there's a lot to comment. Because sometimes I'll be making 2, 3 comments on your videos.
I know you
I'll
ain't
be
the
like,
only
"Ooh."
one. You
I'm
not
like,
the
I got
only
something
one.
else to say. Sometimes I'll be like, last comment, girl. Let me say a little something else. Cause it just be so funny. You'll give us some history on some stuff. Like someone else said, like, about politics and different things. So you just be taking us to so many places. I think that helps with the comment.
Girl, you wait till you see this video I had to film the other day. I finally tried out Kale and Clay. I don't know if you familiar with it, using it in the
Hmm.
garden. I finally tried it out and I filmed a video of me talking about it and spreading it and stuff, but I had some little hiccups along the way. Girl, and I was getting pissed.
Oh, I can't wait. I
I
can't
think
wait to see.
I think that video is coming out in a day or two, a couple of days or something like that. But yeah, when I tell you, but stuff it's live and act. It's just because I just turn it on and then stuff start happening. I'm like, oh my god, stuff, stuff is happening.
Aisha, when did you start growing black turmeric? I started watching you before you started growing it. Really? When did I start growing black turmeric?
You've been
Maybe
growing black
2 years.
turmeric for over a year because I've had my black turmeric for a year. It's
Yeah,
been over a
probably
year.
2 or 3 years
Yeah,
now.
it's been a
I
little
got it
bit.
one time off Etsy, and then I've been growing it ever since. And I absolutely love it, y'all. I was so proud of myself the other day. I finally ran out of turmeric. You know how you buy them big old bottles of
Yeah.
the seasoning, whatever. I was like, baby, when I run out of this, I ain't buying no more turmeric. I bust out my dehydrated turmeric. I was so hyped, y'all. I just had my husband and my daughter cooking with it all week. I'm like, y'all seen that turmeric? Y'all seen that
Yeah.
turmeric in the kitchen? No. Y'all see how I blend? I had dehydrated it a month ago, and now I blended it up. Baby, let me grow one thing.
Girl.
My life be changed, okay?
My
Be
neighbor down the
changed.
street, my neighbor down the street made some chicken salad, and when she pulled it out the refrigerator, I said, "Girl, that look like it got turmeric in it." It do. How you know? I said, "Cause I grow turmeric." You do. I said, "Girl, you tripping? You need to come check me out. You need to check me out."
Come on
But yeah,
now.
but the chicken salad was really good though. It was really good, and she had put turmeric in it. It was like it was yellowish orange. So she had put a good
Mhm.
amount in there. Yeah.
Mhm.
But it was really good. And she had put celery and chicken and I think cilantro. It was really simple. She didn't put a bunch of stuff in it.
I
But
need to post. I don't even know if I posted mine. I did a chicken salad. Girl, I was like, look at my little homestead meal. I'll be so hype. I had canned chicken. I had celery from the garden, herbs from the garden. Girl, I had quail eggs in there. I was like, oh shit, I didn't produce the whole meal.
the
Okay.
quail.
And the kids was
Girl.
tearing it up.
Girl, that's crazy. Some of the quail eggs was in
Baby, them
there.
quail eggs be coming in handy.
I
They
know. I
the
know.
food, but every day they give me eggs, and I be so happy.
How many eggs do like a quail they lay by one a day
One
or
or two a day.
oh they just
I
like
had
chickens
one that
then.
laid 2 a day, but she kept getting shadow, girl. She gone, because she rest in peace. Because they was picking on her, so she was bald headed for so long, child, and I didn't want to keep her in that one spot by herself. I was like, Shadow, you got to get back into society now. And she just wasn't.
Shadow kept going into Alcatraz. She
I
kept
wanted her to live a happy life, and she just was not happy here.
going. Girl. Oh
But she
my
laid 2
God.
eggs a day for me for about
That's
2
what they
years.
was hating. They was
They was
hating.
hating on her because she laid 2 eggs. What they
Oh,
do with that?
that's
Oh, I did.
crazy.
Yep, mommy. Casings. Thank you for saying that. I was in mommy's garden the other day and her black turmeric is still there. And I was like, I bet mommy don't even know that's right there. But when it died back,
Probably
I'm
not.
gonna dig it up for her.
She go out there looking for that ugu and that what else she be growing. Well,
Now
that what
she
she
be
going
sweet
after.
potato leaves. Ever since I put sweet potatoes in her yard, now she be making vegetable soup with the sweet potato leaves, girl.
Cause
Her pepper.
I didn't know this. Now I don't think sweet potatoes are native to Africa. I don't think, but they grow them there now, and I noticed they do. It's a dish they make out of them sweet potato leaves
Mm,
because the Liberian lady, Helena, she was making them, and that's what and she grows sweet potatoes. And baby, when I tell you, they harvest so many of those leaves, and they
mhm,
cut them real fine, and then they have some smoked fish that they put in there
mhm.
with them, and that's real. I mean, it be some onion in there, tomatoes. It's really simple. Like it's almost like they're making callaloo almost, but it have smoked fish in it.
Mhm.
And but yeah, it look good when they get through making it or whatever. When they get through cooking it down, it look really good. And I was like, oh,
Oh
okay, I
yeah,
got
mommy discovered
you.
them sweet potato leaves. It was over, baby. She got the longevity spinach out there. She doesn't like Malabar spinach, but I do, and it keep popping up in her yard every year, so
Yeah,
I be eating it. But y'all know I
you be
had to
over
take a
there
break
getting
from the
it.
garden after mommy sprayed that garden. I was like, I'm gonna take a break.
Girl, you tickled me when you said shit. Let me get out here and harvest before she spray. What did she spray with, girl?
Girl, I don't know. I don't even know, baby. I was like, listen. Long as I be out here, let's have a talk about,
She
you know,
said, well, let me ask you something. What was she spraying for?
mosquitoes.
Okay. Okay. She
Some
probably spraying the
random
same
came to the
shit
door.
the
Y'all know how
scent spread
randoms
over.
come to the door, and they be like, "Hey, can I spray?" And that's who I don't trust. Don't I didn't even call you, so no,
Oh,
don't come to my door and spray not a damn thing in my yard.
no.
So I'm like,
No.
"Mommy, please don't let them spray. You know we got the food out here, baby." Mommy wasn't hearing me. I was like, "Well, let me get some stuff out this yard for a while." Now she be like, "Can you bring my cute copy?" Like I'm gonna have my husband bring them over there.
You won't even go over there.
I ain't been in that
Wait
garden
a
in a year.
minute.
I
You
just
ain't been
started going
going
back
over there
there.
for Evo class.
No, I've been. I just went back to that garden, Diva. I kid you not, a month ago. A month ago is when I let it go. I was
No.
like, I hope that shit ran out of this garden by now, because the grapes is coming through. My guava's still over there. Girl, you not planting my good guava over there, my pineapple
My good one.
guava. Girl, I said, girl,
Like you had a bad guava. I'm planting my good guava over there.
I had to take some time to heal, and I hope that the
Girl, you
garden
was
did too.
traumatized. You was
Girl, I was like, wait a
traumatized.
minute now. I'll be over here every Thursday.
That is funny.
I
So,
got my
look,
little spinach out of
you
there.
been to you been to Evo Clinton.
But I'm clear in the beginning.
Well, yeah, you seen
I
them.
let you
It ain't
know how
like
I
you told no
feel.
lie.
Because I
That
told
was
y'all it was
hilarious.
the last tour, and it was, wasn't it?
Baby, we ain't seen mommy no more. We ain't seen mommy no more.
And you know what? When you're sharing land with somebody, you have to have a healthy respect. So, in sharing
Mhm.
my feelings, I was like, to be clear, it's your garden and it's your
Yeah,
choice. But
yeah,
to be clear, I won't be working it if you spray it with this stuff that I don't know what he's spraying. And my husband's like, "What you spraying? We don't even know what
yeah,
he's spraying." And that's a
yeah.
very important part of why I grow food. That was what I was trying to feed her was
It
organic food.
probably
And then
whatever
we
it
talk about
was.
how they spray anyway. There's a lot we can't control, right? It's just like super important for me to try to keep extra things out. But it is your choice when it's your land and it's your garden. And to be honest, I think it's healthy for mommy too to get out there and plant a little more on her own.
Hmm.
That's healthy for you. That's one of the things that's like a part of my workout.
Yeah, I think some people, you know how sometimes you can do and do and do for a person, and then it's like you said, it's good for them to do, you know. And then I ain't gonna lie, you had a lot going on anyway, trying to maintain family life, your garden, her garden. It's a lot. So, you know, it might be good, mommy, for you to get your behind out here and see about your ugu.
Mhm.
It
And
might
then
be
what was
good.
so crazy? It was like close afterwards. She was like, "Oh, this is dying. This is dying. What's going on?" I said, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know what's going on, mommy. I could have been the stuff you sprayed.
Well,
I'm
I
no
think
longer
it may have been a
responsible."
I think it may have been a combination. So it could have been the spraying, but then also now you seeing that my care also was helping keep some of this stuff alive. In Houston, really anywhere, but definitely not in Houston. You cannot go in the house and think that this stuff just gonna thrive, hot as it is.
And I think there's a certain level of appreciation that comes sometimes after a thing's gone. Oh, they can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
You I feel like YouTube be trying to put us out.
Yeah, I think they do too because I can hear
It's
you
because am I
good.
echoing too? I feel like at the same time your volume started going down, I started echoing.
You're not echoing on my end. Now, see, that's the
No?
part. No, you're not echoing on my end. See, that's the
Okay,
part
I'm
there.
echoing on my end.
Oh, Lord.
Why
They
YouTube be
playing with us.
coming out?
YouTube be like, F y'all. And the live and the people.
Now I'm
Oh, now Clausen World say you echoing. Clausen World be on it. Clausen World, we need your internet connection.
Class World got the play by play.
Yeah,
I
she
don't know
do.
what to do. I didn't change anything.
I ain't moved. I ain't done nothing.
The sound just started maybe let me turn my mic off and then back on.
Yeah, that's what I did, but that don't mean I did nothing. Am I am I still low, people? Am I still low? I ain't got the microphone on the phone covered up. I ain't got nothing covered up.
I can hear you well,
Yeah, I
and
can
I'm
hear you
still
good.
echoing.
Oh damn. YouTube playing games. They full of ass.
They full of it. I'm listening. I'm putting the trolls in the basement. I'm hooked. Thank
Yeah,
you.
because you know I had seen one that I had to block. Girl,
I
you didn't see
saw
it.
it, and I didn't
You
know
didn't
what to
see
do, but
it.
I said we must be coming up in the world because we got trolls. I said we made it because you ain't doing nothing to make nobody hate.
Girl, they
I
need
was
to
like, we
stop
do
playing.
love each other, but not like that though.
Hold on, let me see something, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
It's still low, Diva. You still low, girl. Okay, I'm not echoing now. Is she gonna leave and come back? Cause I sound better. Okay, I'm adding her back. Girl, is you back? You, I think that worked.
Did it going on?
You sound good to me, and I'm no longer echoing.
Well, yeah, you sound fine to me.
Okay, Clausen World said my
Okay, let's
echoing stopped.
chat. Girl, you have
All
to
right, we
learn about how to.
did it.
Hello,
Better on
YouTube
both
ain't
ends.
about
That's
it.
what I'm talking about. Cause we gonna keep
Yeah,
going.
you.
YouTube, you don't tell us what to do, and I
Yeah,
all
YouTube.
lie.
They think they running something. Class World told she putting the trolls in the basement. She crazy.
How many shows you in the crib? Cause I saw that one
I
show.
saw I saw
It's
I saw
famous.
one with a real foolish comment. Like
Yeah.
had nothing to do with the content at all. And I immediately went down there. I didn't say nothing. I just block.
Oh, I didn't even know how to block. You know, this my second live. I was like, they trolling us. We made it. It's famous.
So let me be all the way real, honey. I learned how to block. So I watch this Roland Martin on crazy ass. We
Oh,
used to
okay.
it was a group of us. We used to watch him religiously, like when he first started his show, where he was going live on YouTube, Facebook, all those places. Like when he first got the Black Star Network, and it was a core group of us, and we all knew each other in the chat. And all these trolls used to come, and we all taught each other how to block right quick. It was like, okay,
Mm.
here's a tutorial, block. Because you could just tell they would come in there, they off the rails. They be off the rails. And
Yeah.
instead of, you don't want to read all that, you want to read from your homies. So you block them so you can't see them.
So you don't even have to engage. You ain't got to think about
Mm-mm,
it or read
no,
it or look at it.
because when you engage, all they do is keep up more and more foolishness.
People these days try to harvest your energy,
Mm-hmm.
like literally rage bait and stuff online just to get you upset. And they are not even upset.
No,
They
no,
are wanting you to
no.
be upset and continue to waste your time fighting and going back and
I
forth.
have not I have not figured it out yet, but I'm almost positive some kind of way people are getting paid to do that online. I'm not exactly sure how it works or how they benefit. Like what I'm saying is, I know they're probably working a job, but whatever company they work for, how does it benefit them to hire people to troll people? But it got to be a way, because the way these people doing this trolling now, they can't be doing all this trolling for free.
For
Because
free,
I
right?
found certain accounts that you can go across YouTube, and if it's anything of a certain topic, they own damn near every video saying stupid
Mhm.
stuff in every comment section. And I'm like, you got to be getting paid for this. Surely you're not doing this for free.
Right.
But I mean, maybe I'm naive. Maybe they are doing it for free. I don't know.
Some of them doing it for free, but I believe you about some of them getting paid.
Yeah,
Because,
because I'm
like I
telling
said,
you, it's
it's
some.
just a distraction. Like anything to have you distracted from either learning a thing, building a thing, or growing your own food these days. Like they
Yeah,
harvesting your energy just to keep you from.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Someone
I
called us
do
with
believe.
this when I had a car letter.
I
Let
do
them know
believe.
you need to go play with someone else. I'm not having you doing that here. Goodbye. I know that's right, Clock and World.
I remember that live. I watched the replay. Classroom where I was up in there, the people kept talking about death. Classroom where I'm like, I ain't having it. I'm not having it. Oh, like, oh my God. I got so tickled. I was rolling watching the replay because I don't know where I was when she actually went live. I don't think I was even at home or nothing. I think I was out. And she went in because she tried to tell him one time. She was up in the car. She was like, okay, now we not gonna go there, okay? And the person kept on. Okay, now see, I done told you.
She said my mama mode switched quick.
Oh, I was cracking up. Oh my God, I was cracking up. It was so funny. I was like, she talking about, because I done told y'all we not gonna play that up in here.
I know
I
that's
was
right.
like, oh, but yeah, you can't let them people do you like
You
that.
got
Them
to
people.
regulate.
Mm-mm.
You got to regulate. They got
Oh, like
gardening gangsters out here. The gardening gangsters always find you.
tell me
I'm
about it.
like, why the gardening gang? They be rebuking you
They do. They'll be all right.
when that lady
But you
rebukes
know,
you.
they get mad, girl,
Baby, when she rebuked you,
girl.
I must have died for her week, child. I say, how you gonna rebuke
Wait a minute,
somebody?
but
Get
which
some
one which one you talking about? You talking
The one that
about
remember the husband, it was really
oh
the
yeah.
husband, but the wife had started it.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
he
know who
said
started it. It's
because
for me.
so
It started with
called
the
because of
rebuke.
his religion, he not supposed to say nothing to women, but his wife could get me. Let me explain something to you. I can't stand. Oh, I can't stand it. Aisha, it's too many people using Christianity and twisting in ways. They twist and turn and twist and turn. I said Christianity wasn't even all this. Y'all
But
doing too
but
much.
the thing
You done
is, like,
added
using
on too
Christianity
much.
to make somebody feel unloved is crazy work to
Yeah,
me.
yes, yes.
That's
Tell me
crazy.
what, explain to me what Bible you using, but understand this though, and must have been at the party yesterday too, because this came up. I I was telling this lady, and she's a white lady, and she agreed. I said, because what she said is so after the big beautiful bill passed a day or two ago, she said that what's not being reported is leaders of a lot of these different churches. So the Episcopal Church, the Presbyterian Church, and I'm talking about the leaders way at the top, the Catholic Church,
Mm.
not the Pope directly, but there's a cardinal up under him that got in on it. But long story short, all these different um, um, denominations went in jointly and wrote a letter to the government. I don't know if they wrote it to Senate, White House, whatever. They wrote the letter to Washington, D.C., expressing their displeasure with it, how it's not of God and things of this nature. And the white lady said, but you know who didn't join in? She said the evangelicals. I said, girl, and you know they wasn't. I told her, I said, you know, the evangelicals, those are the ones I firmly believe twisted Christianity to justify colonialism, to justify slavery, to justify all of this stuff, wars, to justify all of this stuff that's out of order. I
Mhm.
said, I don't know what God they pray to, but I don't think that God exists. I believe that's a demon, what they pray to. That there's no way. You're not gonna tell me every day you preach some type of division, hate, all of this
Right.
stuff. I said that's not, and like I told her, I said Christianity. I said in the Bible, most of those places, where are they? In Africa or the Middle East. I said this is not a white religion. It's just not.
No.
Did say Jesus had
But
feet that look like
has
copper
it been
and hair
manipulated?
like wool? That sound like me. And she said, well, yeah,
Mhm.
you're right. I said, I do believe the King James version was twisted. I think King James, when he translated that, I'm sure he left a lot out, put a lot in, and twisted different things to make that suit whatever he wanted it to suit. I said, I
Mhm.
don't think this is the real version of Christianity. I don't trust. That's why I just rely on my bond with God instead of trusting what somebody tell me about this book, because we ain't found all of the books of the Bible. We ain't,
And you
some of them
also
was
have to allow
destroyed.
people to find God where they find God. Like, I literally had somebody, I was working in mommy's garden one Sunday, and one of the people came, but the aunties was like, "Oh, we don't plant on Sunday. We don't work on Sunday." And I'm like,
Okay,
"Girl, you out
okay.
here in my van, like me and the Lord out here right now, me, Father God and Mother Earth out here, and you disturbing
Let me
us."
explain
Like,
how you not finna
if
get in
you don't
between
find it
me.
there, that's okay. But
That's
how you gonna
fine.
come where I find God and tell me
That's
different?
fine. Because people don't understand sometimes. Times when I don't film, I may be out there communing with the ancestors, God, and anybody else. That it's not for you. You go on. If you don't want to do something on Sunday, matter of fact, while you talking to me,
It's your
why are you even
business.
standing up over me? You need to be at home. If that's what you
Mhm.
you need to be at home. I mean, I don't, but yeah,
I
some
know
they'll
he
do.
didn't tell you to come out to the garden and get up in my zen. No, he ain't told you that.
God ain't
And you
told
just came
God
from
ain't
church and he told you to come tell somebody else what
no.
they supposed to be doing. No, he didn't tell you that.
God ain't told you that. Whenever you want people to do exactly what you do for whatever reason, it's foolish. You do
Fact.
something for a certain reason, somebody else may do something for a different reason. That's
And
not
just like we learn different in school and our brains operate different. Some of us are more artistic, some of us are probably more what you say, logical, whatever. we're going to find God differently. We're going to connect differently. We're going to express ourselves differently. Some of us can sing and some of us only sing in the shower. But you know what I'm saying? Those of us who sang in the church make other people feel it sometime. You know what I'm saying? That's a
Hmm.
gift. And my gift will be
Exactly.
different.
These people,
Saturday the day of worship.
I don't
Sunday
know
is the
what to
first day of the
tell
week.
people.
That's true.
I don't know what to tell people that just they think it's one way to do everything. It's not one way to do everything. Then on top of that, ma'am, you can say what you want to say. Sometimes circumstances are not ideal as well. So you mean to tell me just because whatever doctrine or whatever told you that you're not supposed to be doing this on a certain day, I'm just supposed to not. So when do I? So maybe this is my only free time. When do I get things done?
Rob was like, I don't even live here. This ain't even my garden. Sunday is the day. This is when I can come do it. If you please.
Yeah,
Please, because I was
like
out here in peace. And I hate to be telling people it's only when somebody starts a conversation that make me start the challenge. And I don't even be trying to do all that sometimes. Like, girl, I was just in the garden. Please don't get me started.
Clausen World, who calling you? Your husband? Get out of here.
No. Well, we so appreciate you though.
Yeah, we love you.
You've been
We
holding
gonna
it
we
down.
gonna
You always hold it down for us.
we gonna go live next week. I'm sure.
Yeah, we're gonna go
Yeah.
live next week. If y'all comment and let us know, even if you catch the replay, is this a better time? Because I feel like we're a little more popping this time now that it's in the
Yeah,
morning.
I think so. I
Because
think
maybe people
so.
be going out or they sleep at night on Saturday. I don't know which one it is, but
Okay.
seem like
But yeah,
11.
yeah, sound like a plan. Sound like they like a level. I also think too when it comes to some of this stuff, the regularity. Because when I started seeing certain people go live and stuff, they've been doing it so long at that same time. You know, people it's almost like TV. People just
Yeah,
expect that you're gonna be
yeah. Because I
on.
was like the New Orleans Gardener. She go live every Tuesday, I think.
Oh, okay.
And I just remember
Yeah.
that even if I don't get on there, I somehow know it anyway.
Yeah. Because Georgia Peach
To
Nut,
your
she go
point.
live every Tuesday too, but Georgia Peach Nut just go fairly late.
Mm.
Hers be at 9 o'clock, girl. When I tell you by the time that live be on, I, I be like, with Georgia Peach Nut a night out. She said it. She said it herself. She a night out. Girl, so I said, ooh, Mopa, I don't see how you doing. She's 70. She just had a birthday. She's 72, I think she said. I say, ooh, how you still doing there?
I know that's
I
right, Georgia Peach Nut. That's what's
Baby.
up.
But you know, she used to be a flight attendant. Sometimes I think because flight attendants, you know, their schedule, it revolve around them
Changes.
flights. Yeah, and it changes. And I think she just, see you later, Clausen World. I think her being a flight attendant just,
Love you,
like I
closer
said,
right. Army
she said, I'm
Chickadee say you
quiet, but I'm
probably
still
still here.
here.
Okay, thank you for still being here now that we got the sound together. Let me make sure I asked all my questions, first of all. Because I do try to prepare for these lives, even though we just get in here and me and Deva Jones just be together. So we
Just
just
be
in here
talking.
just talking. I do
Army
try to
Chickadee,
have thoughts before I get on here.
Army
Um
Chickadee, hold socks up to the computer. Go get socks and hold them up to the computer. Army Chickadee probably say, I ain't Army Chickadee, have you even ever petted Socks? Socks be looking at you like y'all kind of got a contentious relationship.
Oh, this is the last question I didn't ask you. Was how do you stay motivated during hard seasons? And I guess what's a hard season for you?
Shit, I might be hungry. That's how it is. Real easy. I be hungry. You don't stop like you said earlier. Something may happen. You don't stop being hungry just cause you got to eat. So yeah, it ain't very hard for me to stay motivated. I be hungry. And then
And see, I asked that because
even
I
when
feel
you
like
have
a
a
lot of
hard
people started.
season, even when
Go
you
ahead.
have a hard season, for me, it's like everything in my garden don't never fail. Thank the Lord that's never happened, but everything doesn't fail. I may struggle with something here or there, but there's always something else that's okay. Like I've never just had it where, oh my God, everything gone. Like that's never been the case. But I have
Mhm.
had it where, oh, well, this done burn up, years where it's extremely hot, this burn up, or years where it get extremely cold and I might lose plants, because they couldn't take the cold or just whatever. But I've never had it where everything be gone. So long as I got some out there I can chew on, I usually be all right.
It's gonna be all right. I think it's a mindset too because I will say like I started growing during COVID. So you've been growing food a lot longer than I
Yeah, I
have.
was I was
And
growing
I was
before
one of the
then.
people who believed that I couldn't grow food. But for me, like during COVID, I was like, for survival, girl, what you about to do? What if they say
Let me
you can't
tell
go to
you
the store?
how.
And I
Let me
think
tell.
that mindset that like it's for I talked to my dad the other day. My dad is a very much pay for stuff type of person, right? And he
Yeah,
hasn't planted not a seed, ain't listened to
yeah,
nothing I done said. Okay. He traveling and
yeah.
paying for the things. And the other
Oh
day he
yeah, cause your
said,
dad the one that had the house with the pool.
yeah, that's my
Yeah,
daddy. He got a house
yeah.
with the pool.
I
They got some
remember that.
turmeric back there now because of me. But yeah, it's just the
He
pool and
dropped a
some
few
other
little
non-animal
turmeric
stuff.
rise on.
You know? He needed for his health. But the other
Yeah.
day he said he went to someone's house and they had food stored up and he was like, "You know what? I might need to have a little bit of food stored up too." And I was like, "Whoa, daddy, for real?" Cuz I've been saying it. I've been making videos. I've been, you know what I mean? And your dad was a sharecropper, so you know number 1 how to
Yeah.
survive off food like when you have to. So just
Mhm.
because we don't feel like we have to anymore, it
Yeah.
it is still important. But also, I used to watch Grow Family Network, and he put together a scenario one day, and he was saying like, lock me in a room with my seeds and soil and water and stuff like that for 2 weeks, and lock this other guy in the room with all his money for 2 weeks. And he was like, after about a week, I bet he give me all that money for the food that I'm growing because I can sustain myself
Mhm.
with it. And it's like when things come to hard times, you're not going to be able to just pay people for certain things that you need. And food is something that everyone needs. So if you have it, you could be making money, you can be sustaining yourself, you can be
Yeah.
helping your community. But if you don't, like there comes a certain time when you giving me money is not gonna like I'm not giving you my
Mm-mm.
watermelon when the
Mm-mm.
store is
No.
closed.
No.
I'm not.
Because I'm here to tell you. Okay, let's just do a hypothetical. This mess they done passed. Let's say ICE ain't out collecting migrant farmers like crazy. Let's say they ain't doing that, and the people still farming, and the people still doing whatever, whatever. And let's say that people still running to the grocery store, and there's still food in the stores. But if you don't have medical care, or you don't have coverage that will go ahead and pay for your medical care, but you have a finite amount of money, so they not covering that no more. But I still need this whatever kind of health care, because let's face it, we have some people that whatever condition they have, they need health care regardless. They need medication regardless. It's not a,
Mhm.
oh, I can just pick and choose. It's not like, oh, I didn't get my physical this week. No, they
Right.
need whatever that
Like you have
is.
dialysis or
Yeah,
diabetes.
yeah.
Like that's the
You
ongoing need.
need your insulin. You need your dialysis treatments. Yes, it might be food in the store, but you don't have coverage for that no more. So now you got to take your
Right.
money and pay for that coverage. So now we don't have no money for no food. Are you gonna stop being hungry?
No. And that's a
Okay.
basic necessity.
Okay.
Like
Well,
that's a
you just
daily
tell me what you.
necessity that half of us don't even know how to do. Like that's a daily
Mhm.
thing you need.
And like I said, some stuff, like for instance, even if you never grew sweet potatoes for the actual sweet potatoes, if you don't get nothing else, you're gonna get the leaves. A leafy green, doggone it, you can. It's almost like grass. You can at least go out there and get that and saute that down and eat it. Any leafy green, you know what I'm saying? And sweet
Hmm.
potatoes, in my experience, don't usually get ate up by a lot of stuff.
True.
Usually they're okay. I've had worms on mine from time to time, but usually they're okay.
And they
So
grow
it's
so
like,
vigorous that like you'd
yeah,
have to
it's
have a
so
lot of
vigorous.
worms to take it down.
You can harvest today, and depending on how much you got, just depending. Because I promise you, I harvest sometime and it looks like I ain't picked nothing. It
Mhm.
just be enough still out there. Same thing with some of this stuff that grows real fast, like callaloo and stuff like that. Like
Mhm.
and then like the celosia, the Lego spinach.
Mhm.
I'm starting to see how fast that's growing now. I haven't harvested any to eat it yet. I take that back. I took a little leaf off and bit off of it, and it tastes pretty much like sweet potato greens. Now the
Mm.
difference in it is it's got a little red in the middle, so you know that's gonna be a little bit more nutrients for you.
Mhm.
That red coloring, and I like that about it. It grows like callaloo grows up on a stalk, but it doesn't need support. It's supporting itself. So, like I said, if you didn't grow nothing but leafy greens, the three things I named, callaloo, celosia, sweet potatoes, they don't take a ton to grow.
And I
Like
would
I
even
don't
add
I get it. I think
longevity and
maybe
Okinawa
sometimes people
spinaches
think,
too.
yeah, oh, those two too. Those two, they don't take anything. Not really. There, I would even classify those as being drought tolerant
Me too.
because they like you water them, but I might have never even wilted. And it's been
Mm.
times
And
when I touch the ground, I'm like, oh, this ground's so dry. They just be up there just looking just as pretty. I'm like, oh, okay. And they grow so fast, you can harvest so quickly off of them. Because I've harvested, and then again in the next 3, 4 days, I could harvest again sometime.
I love that you
Mm.
can share them. Like I came home, we came here with that, with both of those spinaches, and now they in mommy yard. My sister
Yeah,
and my mom got
they
some over
propagate
there.
so
My brother in
easy.
Austin got him some on his
Yeah,
balcony. It's like all you gotta
yeah.
do is cut, I sold
Yeah,
some at the farmers
all you
market.
need is a piece, a stem like this. Put it in the dirt.
Hmm.
It'll come up. But I
Another
love that about it
scenario that I
too.
think about a lot that I think people don't is I feel like we have like a false sense of security in our jobs. And a lot of times, like, what if you lose your job and you don't find another one for a few months? Again, there's still food in the store, but you just don't have as much
You
money
don't
to
have
go
the money.
get it.
Because I got news. Most people not gonna go without water, and most people have a water bill. Most people not gonna go without electricity. Most people have an electricity bill. Same with the gas. Yeah, you can go without cable and things and Wi-Fi things like that. But some of this where you got to wash your behind and heat your house or cool your house, definitely heat it because depending on where some people stay, the cold can kill you.
Right.
Um,
And you ain't even got a gallon in the garage.
like I said, like false sense of security. My daddy is kind of like that. And then I think sometimes people talk themselves into, oh, well, it takes more to do all. No, and nah, you told yourself that. Like my dad planted some squash this year. He told me. Because my daddy's very much like that too. My daddy, when he was younger, would fix more things and try to. But I've started to realize I think that's because he was younger and he had less money. But
Yes.
then
I think
now that he's
that sometimes when
retired
you
and
have
he was
to,
making good money, it's like,
yeah.
he
My
rides around in the
dad
F
was the
one
son of a
fifty.
sharecropper, so he
Yeah,
had to do a lot. So he probably grew up
yeah,
and was like, "And I make money, so I don't have to do a lot."
exactly. Exactly. And I look like I think my father feels very, very similarly, which is his right to feel that way. But child, good luck, and I look at it like this too, Daddy. You might feel that way, but you really don't have a right to feel that way because your health. My father's
Yeah.
health is not. His health is okay, but it ain't all that. My father has diabetes. He wouldn't really control his diabetes. I still don't really. I'm not sure, but I still don't really think he checking his blood sugar and stuff the way he should be.
Mm,
And he wasn't doing that, and girl, it caused him to have a heart attack.
wow.
But then watch this. After you had the heart attack, you still really was not doing right, not doing what the doctor told you. You um fluid started to build up on your lungs.
Oh, wow.
And he didn't know what was going on. All he knew is when he lay down to go to sleep at night, he could not breathe. Um,
That's scary.
and then and then he started, and then he still didn't just go to the doctor and say what's wrong with me. Instead, he started sleeping in a chair, sitting up because he could breathe a little bit better.
Mm.
But then it got to. Let me tell you what happened, girl. And my family's so dramatic because I got an AT, my mama's sister. I do not fool with her. Period. And it is what it is. Until she'll get herself together, I'm not fooling her. She called me one day, and this is after we have fallen out. And one day, girl, we'll get into why we fell out, but
That's gonna be
um,
another lie.
I can tell y'all some things about families and how you better be careful. That's why I know
I
your
got
family
some
ain't
family members I
always
don't
for
mess
you.
with. Like blood
Mhm.
family members, I do not mess with. Girl, don't call me. Don't
So
do it.
she called me in a panic on the phone. I didn't answer because when I see her, I send her straight to voicemail. Straight.
Right?
She
Like
better
what
be
you
glad
want?
I ain't blocked her.
Send a text message, leave a message or something.
When I tell you, um, she you need to check on your daddy, like she was panicked, almost like she was crying or something on the phone.
Mm.
Girl,
This is
I
your
deleted.
mom's sister, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I deleted that message and I called my stepmother because my stepmother, of course, is now married to my father. I called my
Yes,
step
because
because
girl, you responsible. Yes. That's your man.
believe it or not, I'm closer with my stepmother than I am my father. So
Oh.
I called her. I say, Jackie. She just said, yeah, baby. I say, what's wrong, my dad? He living? She said, girl, yeah, he living. I say, is he on the way out? No. I said, so he all right? She said, girl, he all right. I said, well, what happened? Because my ignorant aunt done called just by crying on my voicemail. Girl, that fluid built up on his lungs, and they had to go in there and get that fluid out of his lungs. He wasn't doing. See, he was not doing what the doctor told him to do. He did not want my stepmother going. He wanted them types. I got it. I got it. I got it. But you're not doing what the doctor's telling you to do, and you're
Yeah.
causing more health issues. So this time, she did not give him the option. He went to the doctor. He didn't know it. She trailed him up there.
Mm.
And he didn't. She said she was so slick with it. She waited around the corner when they called him back there. She caught up with him and walked on back there. She said, "I'm his wife," and walked on. But why do you have to do all that? You see what
But
I'm saying? Like,
has
why do you
your
have to
dad
be? Why
had
does my
a bad
daddy have to be so hard headed that
has
she
he
have to
had a
be
bad
that slick?
experience with the doctor? Does he? And also, because I did a TikTok about this one time, because I have mistrust with doctors too.
I get that. I get it.
And I
But
feel
you
like
also
we
haven't had
do.
a heart attack
No, I haven't had a heart attack.
either.
And I also there's a catch 22 to that because I'm also very much like I have medicine growing in my yard. So I
Mhm.
can't be a person who doesn't really trust doctors, and I also don't try to learn about natural medicine or you know what I mean or anything like that. Like I grow
Mhm.
echinacea because my grandmother grew echinacea back when they ain't want her going to the doctor or maybe she couldn't afford it and that's how
Mhm.
she was keeping her family safe and stuff. But I do think that a lot of black men don't go to the doctor. And I feel like we forget that we have a history that makes us not be able to trust doctors sometimes. And it's even
I
black doctors. Like I almost died under the care of a black doctor when I was having
Yeah,
meds.
not all black doctors is created. You
And
got
so
some
it's
black
kind of
doctors on that
like
other stuff.
not to say daddy can't don't need to go to the doctor and not to say his wife might have found a good doctor that's helping him and giving him some solid advice like you said he just not listening to the doctor or what. So I'm
Girl,
not saying he has a
it's
bad doctor. I'm just wondering if
yeah,
there's any type of history behind
it's a
because I
combination. It's a
yeah.
combination of all of it. So I told you about my mother's mother. So my mother and father started dating in high school. They actually grew up around the corner from each other. So my aunt stays in my mom's house.
Okay, right now.
My Yeah, my
Okay.
the aunt that I don't fool with, she stays in my grandmother. My
Grandma
grandmother bought that house, stood on her feet. Now my auntie finished paying it off because like I told you, my mom's mom died when she was like, well, she died of colon cancer when she was 51 or 52. She was fairly young.
Wow, so
At
your mom and her mom both passed pretty
died in
young?
their 50s. Girl, don't even get me started with that pathology. Yes, ma'am.
Cause you breaking generational curses right now.
I'm trying my best, girl. Trying my best.
You
But
are.
um and unfortunately for my grandmother, it was no fault of her own. She had a doctor that, like you said, the mistrust. Did I tell you about that? What happened to her? Yeah, the miss. Oh well. So she was my grandmother was having issues with her bowel movement. She was constipated a lot. And she started taking laxatives thinking that would make it better. It didn't make it better. So then she went to the doctor to see what was going on. Um, the doctor basically told her, "Oh, well, you just constipated. I'll give you some prescription laxatives, which are stronger than the over the counter stuff." She was taking it, but long story short, it never got better. And she kept going back, she was taking the laxatives like she was supposed to, but it never got better because you're not supposed to be like you shouldn't be constipated for years, you know.
Yeah, that's
Finally,
what.
finally, after all of these years, she goes into the doctor, and the doctor was like, "You got stage 4 colon cancer. There's nothing I can do about it. Whatever, whatever." Now, fast forward. Now, well, she tells my family this, and unfortunately, my great grandmother, which my great grandmother most definitely did not, she didn't believe in doctor. She didn't believe no, because my great grandmother, born in 1907, had watched all this different stuff, where they experiment on black folks. Like she watched some stuff, like you know how the stuff with the Tuskegee, stuff in Tuskegee and different things was documented. No, she knew some stuff in her area that was never documented. And I'm gonna be
Hmm.
honest, a lot of those people are dead and gone, and I'm not sure there's even a paper trail left of some of the
Right.
stuff that they was doing. And it's so no, she didn't trust none of that. So she told my grandmother, "Girl, don't let them people," because they wanted to do surgery. She said, "Don't let them people operate on you." Blah blah blah. Long story short, my grandmother, my mama's mama, ended up passing. My great grandmother felt terrible because they told her they could operate and give my grandmother a colostomy bag, and my great grandmother was like, "You don't want that bag. This is that, and you know." But then after she died, she felt like, well, maybe she should have just went on and got the colostomy bag because I would have rather have my daughter than to not
Yeah.
have my daughter. But
But
between a rock
everything.
and a hard place, yeah. So, but that being said, fast forward some more. This same little doctor
Y'all still. Oh, I was gone. Was I gone?
for a blip, but you
Child, I
back.
was gone. I said everything is 2020 in hindsight.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's so hard about it because even with
Yeah.
my situation, I'm like, why you didn't go to a different hospital? Like, go to a different hospital. But at the time,
Mm-hmm.
it's like, I have been in labor for a week. This is the
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
hospital that I'm
Yeah.
registered at. My husband is
Yeah.
gone. He in the Navy on the
Yeah.
ship. And you know what I mean?
I
So
get it.
you make the best decisions that you can
That
at the
you can at the
time.
time.
And I
And so
should look, if I had cancer right now, wouldn't nobody be operating on me. I probably moved
so
to Costa
then
Rica.
fast forward, they find out that this doctor, because this was a doctor that was kind of a local, he was his office was in a black community, but he was a white
Mhm.
guy. And people in the neighborhood get to talking, and they start finding out that it was plenty people under his care that he would just kind of prescribe you something just to shut you up. But then it was several people that had happened to, that maybe it wasn't colon cancer, but it was some other kind of cancer or whatever. So he wasn't really trying to help you. He was just
Right.
trying to keep
Where
you
is this?
coming
Can
back.
do you mind me asking where they
Oh,
live?
this was in Dallas, honey. This his
Okay.
he ended up losing his medical license. His office was in Oak Cliff. I know where the building is, but it's no longer a doctor's office anymore. And that man's probably dead. This happened back in the 80s.
Yeah, but
Um,
I asked because even now where my mom is from, she's from it's a place near St. Louis. She's from Hannibal, Missouri. And when my uncle passed away, was that 2 years ago? She still was like, "Oh, the white folks in the black church," and I'm like, "Mama, not y'all still got the black church." Cause why we still got the black church? So it's like that kind of town. And I
yeah.
remember my uncle, he has since passed, but he had some issues and he kept going to the doctor and stuff down there, and they were not taking care of
Yeah.
him. Just kind of how you're saying, like the doctors are
They
there,
just
but they
want
don't
to just
actually
keep
care. They're
getting.
just waiting for you to die and getting paid while they're
Yeah,
waiting
they're
for
just
you to die. And she had to bring him
constantly
all
milking
the
money
way
out
to
of you.
Houston. Yeah,
Yeah,
she had to bring him all the way to Houston to go to the doctor out here, and they found out what was wrong. Gave
yeah.
him treatment and stuff, sent him back home. He was perfectly fine after that. And it's just, it not a lot has changed in some areas, which is why it's so important to find doctors and for us to have a network. Because if I have a friend, that has a doctor that is holistic, like the one I was telling you about the fibroids, then she can share that information and I can find
Hmm.
somebody that I can trust to actually have a conversation about my health. Because I
Yeah.
really
I wish they had more programs that focused on being a holistic doctor. I'm not sure how many. You get what I'm saying? Like when you go to medical school, you going in there with the idea of coming out that I'm gonna be a holistic doctor. And
And
I
medical
think
school isn't set up for that. How
no.
medical school was created was first
Yep.
making all of the herbalist quacks and, the holistic
Mhm.
doctors seem
Yep.
like they weren't credible. And so that's another reason why, it's like not all skin folk are kinfolk because they went to their medical school and they
Yep.
kind of believe in the same stuff, a lot of
Yep.
them. And
Yeah,
so
and
it's hard for us to go and trust.
the way the medical field, the way they did a lot of studies and things like that, which is completely the scientists and the doctors that were in on that, because not all scientists are created equal either. The scientists that was in on some of this stuff was completely and totally out, like eugenics and different things like this. Like they think this stuff is like, oh, this is a way to, you know, show that we're making progress in these fields. Yeah, child, please.
Yeah.
Y'all on some other stuff. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I don't know exactly what it's gonna take because the first doctors were African, but they were not. I said it's amazing how you can look and just say, what make you want to just like experiment on people?
Right. Yeah, that's
Medical
crazy.
practices existed before America, but it's funny when you look at it, I can't find no documentation. It's only when you get to certain countries that all this experimentation comes into play.
Because only a certain kind of person can do that to another person.
Hello, hello.
Some of
You
us
know,
can't
see,
live like that.
no, because
It's
it's
not in
like I
our
told
spirit.
somebody tried to get me to go to vet school at they alma mater. It was this woman teaching at Grambling. And she was very into animals, and she knew I wanted to go to vet school. She should go to Texas A&M because she went to Texas A&M. I told her, I looked her dead in her eyes. I said, "No, ma'am." She said, "Well, why? It's a great program." I said, "You may think that." I said, "They're down there cloning." I said, "I don't believe in that. It's
I
certain lines I don't
That's where my
cross."
daddy graduated from.
And I'm not condemning the whole school, but their vet
Oh no,
program clone.
I wasn't even
They
saying that for you to change
yeah,
none of the conversation. I just was
they cloned a horse, and I don't believe in cloning.
me either.
You're doing too much. You're not God. Everything that they've cloned has not come out right. It came out right initially, but within a month or two, it was fucked up. Like it was
Mhm.
not, and but they continue to keep doing things. And I'm like,
I feel like that can go for everything because that's how our medicines are made as well, right? It's like
mm,
trying
you trying to
to
clone the herbal
clone with
version.
Mother Nature, yes,
Hmm.
because you want to make money off of it, which is
Yeah.
why I just like, well, can I get it? I have so many things growing, and we eat so many things that we don't even know are medicinal for us, like oregano. I give
Hmm.
oregano to the quail child. We got a little oil thing. I'm about to make some oregano oil. Things that are simple that we use in our kitchen all the time. Now, when you get it from the store, it's probably not as nutritious as if you
No,
were growing it and drying it
no.
yourself or growing it and
It was
eating it
picked
fresh.
6 months ago, and it was
Right.
you know.
Exactly. But it's like you got stuff that they're trying to mimic in these pharmaceutical
Hmm.
companies that will keep you healthier than going back and forth and asking somebody else. Another thing is like remembering that they're practicing medicine. They're trying it out on you. And I think the third largest killer in America is medical malpractice. It's either
It
the third
probably
or the
is.
fourth.
It
It's
probably
like
is.
heart disease,
I done told
cancer,
these people
doctors.
medical school is pass fail. And what does that mean? So at least if you go in it through any other program, like for instance, in my degree program, the only way you could graduate, it was like 100 and some credit hours. You could only have two D's on your whole transcript. Everything else
Mhm.
had to be C and above. Now, of course, my transcript looked way better than because I held myself to a different standard. But in medical school, it's pass fail. So what I'm saying is this: you're going into a field and you either pass or you fail that class. Now, eventually you have to pass them all, but they don't tell you, well, how did you pass? Did you get an
Mhm.
A or did you get a 69? See what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because
Yeah.
there's a difference. There's a
Did you
difference
slide
between,
by?
yeah, there's a difference between somebody who got a 99 and a
Mhm.
69. There's a
Yeah.
huge difference. But you never, all you know is they Dr. So and so. That's
And
all
these
you
days, a lot of people have access to kind of pay for and finagle some
know.
stuff they ain't even
Girl,
earn, which is super scary. Is when you
nepotism and
talk
stuff
about,
like that.
yeah, because medical, I need you to know that stuff. I need your mama not to have paid to get you in college like that Sex in the City lady. Like,
Yeah. And not even get in, pay for your whole degree.
right.
Because there's been some schools got caught for that. You could pay $750 and get a whole degree. I said $750.
No, my education was 40,000.
Exactly. Or more, because some people paying more. I had my friend from high school went to
I
Baylor,
know they
girl.
paying
She
more now.
baby, when
And
she
it
went to
depends on how high
Baylor,
you go to. That's my
yeah.
bachelor's in Sam
When she
Houston.
went to
So
Baylor back in the day, because you know Baylor's private, honey, she was paying 30,000 a semester.
wow.
And baby, when I tell you, she kind of regret that to this day because she done said it. Like I paid all that money. And she got a biology degree just like me. I said, girl, you could have came your ass right on down the ground, girl.
Girl, they
Because
have to be that
I didn't pay
expensive.
nowhere near what she paid. When I tell you her student loan still breaking her back,
Yeah.
and she got a daughter, and they baby, them student loan breaking her back. I said, by the grace of God, I'm through paying for mine. So, by the grace of God, I'll paying for a minute, but I'm through now.
Well, that's why I try to tell my kids just learn how to learn to find your resources and stuff. I'm not going to push you a certain way. We absolutely try to have a plan in place if you want to go to school, but like a lot of people who have degrees are not that smart to
And
me. I
use
still
them.
feel like they use the degree to push it in your face, but it's like, can you learn a new thing? And are you continuously learning? Or are you walking around thinking you
Yeah.
know everything?
Yeah, unfortunately, my neighbor's like that. She has a PhD, and I won't say she never learns anything new, but I just kind of notice sometimes she thinks she's an expert in everything, and I have to remind her, sweetheart, you have a PhD in that one thing.
That's it.
And I'm questioning that one thing because I told her a couple of times, girl, you might want to get a refund.
Okay. And ain't that a
you may
shame?
want to you may want to get you a refund because
Girl, get
you
that
know what I'm
degree.
saying? Like, but yeah,
That's what
it's
I
very,
say.
very interesting. What was I going? I was gonna ask you something and see. I should have wrote my little questions
Because
down.
I
I said,
always got questions. Girl,
"Oh,
ask me some.
your mama in the land. What's going on with that?" So, Ted, so I want to know this first of all, and if I'm too nosy, just say something.
That's
Was
okay.
this was this her land? Did she purchase it recently? Is this land that was in the family or
The you mean over there where the goats are?
yeah?
So no, she purchased my mom. My mom is a rock star. I don't know if she's still in here, but she my shero for real, for real. All the land that she owns, I've been here for the purchase of. Like,
Okay,
when I was little and her and my dad were still together, we lived in an apartment, girl, on the south side of Houston, and I want to say they divorced when I was like seven,
okay.
six
Yeah,
or
mine
seven. So I
divorced
was
when
pretty
I was
little.
13. Yeah.
Yeah. So we didn't even have a house until they were divorced. Then my mom
Okay.
bought the first house in Trinity
Oh,
Gardens, is
mama ain't
where,
playing. Mama
yeah,
got away from him and said, "Child,
she
I ain't
was like,
staying in
I'm
no
gonna raise my
apartment."
baby in a house, okay? And I had my little trampoline in the back, girl. We had pecan trees and honeysuckle. And like to me, growing up in the hood was like everything. It was everything. We knew all the neighbors. Like when you talk about your neighborhood now, it reminds me more of my
Yeah,
childhood neighborhood because I knew everybody and I could be on two, three streets over because my mom knew everybody in the
yeah.
neighborhood. So that was the first house. And when I was in high school, when I was in the 12th grade, we moved to the house that she lives in right now. So she's still I think the only one she doesn't have anymore is my childhood house, but she sold that probably some years after we moved. She still, I think, had it for a while. So we moved over there, which still doesn't really feel like my hood because I was already in 12th grade. So I was
Yeah,
about to go to college when we moved over there. But my little sister is 10 years younger than me. So she really kind of grew up
yeah.
in that house. And then at the same time, the land that you guys see, she has another house a couple streets down. And I don't remember when she purchased it, but now we're up to three properties. The one that she lives in, the one with the three houses, and then there's another house, and that one has always had the same tenant or like the same two people staying there. So it's a pretty consistent, once you find a good tenant, child, you try to
Keep
keep them. But yeah,
Yeah.
she's been
That's the only
purchasing
thing
those
that runs me
properties
off
since,
from that's the only thing that runs me off from renting is being confident that I'll find a good tenant. And
and
that's the
she's had
only like
some
it's
issues with tenants before,
yeah. Cause see that
especially
tearing up
depending
my
on
property
where your
business.
property is.
Yeah, yeah. Cause
So,
I've
but
it's
I
been a
would
couple
say
of houses I thought about buying and then didn't buy them because I'm like, sure, they tell my store and be pissed.
yeah.
But
That's the thing, you be having to evict people and stuff like that. But yeah, I've watched her because my mama will evict you, child. She'll go to court and evict you. She don't play with that. She be like, I'm going to the court. I be like, okay, mama girl, do your thing, cause they gonna get out your house. One thing they are gonna do
yeah,
is get
they
out your house. But she's very
rightfully
much
so.
connected to the community. Like everybody loves my mom. And I love that even though her house that she lives in isn't in the neighborhood where I grew up, her properties are. And I
Yeah,
still am. My heart is over there. I'll be like, we're gonna grow over here, we're gonna start a community
yeah,
garden. The thing that I think is hard is that she likes to still travel home. She's getting older too. And like I said, sometimes you don't always have good renters. And so I feel her like not knowing what she wants to do with the property. Sometimes it's like, oh, let me just keep renting it out. And then sometimes it's like, maybe we should grow some food and start a farmer's market or something. Cause I'm like, we can grow food in that back and use the front house as a little farmer's market on Saturdays. And people can come,
yeah,
fill their little paper bag or something. Like, me, I'm just trying to feed everybody because it's still a food desert over there as well.
yeah.
So she's gotten to answer your question. My mom has acquired all her properties within the last, if I'm 38,
Well,
I
she
guess
would
the
tell her
last 32 years.
she need to start teaching classes. Show these folks, cause there's some women out here. They need to start getting. I find that interesting because I see like, oftentimes it's usually single mothers. Sometimes it's not that they can't afford it. I think it's just that they think that they can't do it, or they think it's like it's. I don't know what the trepidation is, but as far as like buying them a place to stay, because I know so many single mothers. They be renting these little rat traps and stuff, and I'm like, you could buy you a place for less
Mm-hmm.
money than that rent you paying in that rat trap. Like, but
Yeah.
it's hard for some people to kind of grasp that they can do it for whatever reason.
I think mentality is like the biggest thing for everything. Like once you change your mentality on something, like once you just believe you're capable, then you just start getting all this information. You just
Yeah,
start seeing all these different resources. But it's like you have to just decide that that's a thing for you. You know what I mean? And then it flows. Homeschooling was like that for me. Even now, I'll be
hmm.
like, oh, I'm a super homeschooler, baby. I didn't believe I could homeschool at first until COVID. And I was like, I ain't sending my kids back. I don't know if y'all kids going back. My kids ain't going back.
A lot of the people that I know that initially caught COVID were educators. I kid you not.
Really?
The first four people that I knew that had COVID, they were all educators, and it's basically you're an essential worker. They had to go to
Yeah.
work. They
And
had to
what's
teach you,
fun is
and
that
those
we
and those
give our talent.
children. They got a lot of them said they don't believe the kids were trying to kill them or nothing, but that's how they contracted it
No.
from them
Yeah, and
children.
it's hard because a lot of things we don't believe is in our control. It is in our control more than we
Mhm.
think it is. I would say any time I've stood up for myself or anytime I've kind of gone against the grain, it still has worked out. But you know, in America, for your job, for your whatever, like people got shots for their job. Not because they wanted it. If you believed and you got it because you believe, that's okay. You should because you believe. But I'm talking about people who didn't believe and simply felt like they didn't have choice.
Mhm.
And that's a lot of what we have here. It's like if you can control the food or you can control my paycheck, you know what I mean? You can kind of control me. But I feel we have more power than we think. That's what these doctors, like doctors suggest stuff. It doesn't mean you have to follow what they're saying if you don't believe in it. Or you can get a second opinion or you can do some research on your own. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Instead of just like, that's what they said, that's what I got to do. I got to take this medicine.
Yeah.
I'm in Chickadee. I closed on my new
Okay.
property.
Well,
On the new one.
we gonna need some footage since you
Oh
telling us
yeah,
about it. And
renovating.
you need to put down in there what did you buy? Did you buy? I know she was looking at property. She had done some videos before looking at different stuff. Um, you know. So I'm curious to see what did you end up settling on? Because I didn't know if you were still looking or not. I know you have been looking for a little while.
We need to get a little chat going or something so we could talk about this. Like, I know I have a friend that's always looking at foreclosed homes, and I'm like, where do you even see those? Or like when they auction, they,
Yeah, my
I'm
house was
sorry that
foreclosed.
some people can't pay their taxes and stuff, and then they auction off the
Yeah,
homes and stuff. These are different
yeah,
things that we just don't know about when
yeah.
we think we're not ready to buy a house or we don't have, the tools when really it's just the exposure to something that may help you out.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Because my house was a foreclosure as well. The lady then over $3,000 on this house. She did a reverse mortgage to help her daughter get married. And that heifer did not give her the money back. Girl, I'd have killed that girl. I'd have did some strange things for some change. I'd have stayed in my house, $3,000. I'd have
Oh
found me
yeah,
a way.
me too. Me too.
I'd have found me a way. But that's how I was also able to get my house so cheap. Because I'll tell people the house when they first listed it was 35,000. And that day when I saw it, they listed it. It didn't help that they listed it at kind of a crazy time. So they listed this house in December. And if anybody knows anything about the housing market, that's right around Christmas. And when you're not people when it's Christmas time, they want to do Christmas. They don't want to buy a
Yeah.
house. You get what I'm saying? Just you have to
Yep.
be in a certain space. But I had been looking for a home. Um I had been looking for 5 years and I had even put in bids and offers on houses, but stuff will fall through on the seller's end. Like one house I put in bids on, girl, come to find out this lady was trying to sell her daddy's house out from up under her 10 siblings, girl. And she thought she
Mm-mm.
could do that. And when I put in the bid, we started moving forward, and then the real estate agent called me and said, well, unfortunately, this sale ain't gonna work, and it's nothing on your end. That's our property, and the other siblings have come forward and said that it was 12 of them total. The one wanted to sell it. Several of them they couldn't get in contact with, but four of them off top said, "Hell no, you ain't selling
Oh,
daddy's house."
girl, why you thought you could do
So
that by yourself?
girl, and I get it because come to find out, she was the only one paying taxes. Out of all the rest of the 12 kids, nobody else was paying taxes, and she was tired of paying taxes on it. And the way the law works here is it's a little bit different than other places. Like if you're behind on your taxes, some places you can just pay the taxes and you own it right then. It's not quite like that here. If a person gets behind on their taxes, they give you an opportunity to pay those taxes, and then the next year, if they don't pay their taxes and you pay them again, so you have to do that 3 years in a row. Once you do that three
Mm-hmm.
years in a row, then you have the eligibility to say, do one or two things. You can say, okay, this person got so much time to pay me those 3 years taxes back, or the deed is now in my name. So you have to pay the taxes for 3 years and then you own the property.
Okay.
Or you can say, y'all give me my 3 years worth of, if they pay you them 3 years worth of, they keep their property. But if not, the deed is then in your name. So it's a little bit different here. Because I was working with my friend. My friend is similar like that in Chicago too. I think it's 4 years you have to pay out there. And then you can tell them, okay, I want the property, I want my money, pick one.
Mhm.
But yeah, so she just was tired of it. And I guess she didn't want to just not
That's
pay the
understandable.
taxes.
You say ain't nobody else paying the taxes. Y'all ain't care till I tried to sell it.
But if I was her, I think I would have took it to probate court. It's 12 of y'all. You can't, if you can't agree, then the judge going, and that woman got proof that she been paying the taxes and nobody else. I think the judge would have ruled in her favor. But long story short, that fell through. I found a foreclosed house that was 60 grand. It was like 5 bedrooms. It was a big ass house. 5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 2 living spaces with fireplaces on each end. I mean, beautiful house on sitting on 5 acres. The bank on that one was like, "Oh, we want somebody to pay cash." And I'm like, "Why?" Because when I finance it, when you finance something, the bank go ahead
I'm
and
gonna
give
pay
them their
you
money,
more
and
because
you
I
pay the bank
financed it.
back. Yeah,
Right.
but
And
they
that
was,
means because of all the
yeah,
interest, you gonna get
yeah.
more money than if I pay cash.
So they act like, and the killing part is, after that, that house still sat on the market for like 10 more years. I think it still ain't sold. I think it's
Yeah,
still sitting over there empty. Yeah.
they
Hey,
could have
that's
been
on them.
paid.
Exactly. So when this house came up for 35, I rolled past here. When I rolled past here, I saw a real estate agent taking somebody in the house to look at it. And I said to myself, I said, at that price, I said that dude gonna buy that house. So I didn't even call no real estate agent. That no, the next morning, the house went from 35,000, they dropped it to 30,000.
What?
So that person didn't buy it. In other words, I just knew they was gonna buy it. I said 35,000, they're gonna buy that house. Baby,
Yeah,
when it dropped to 30,000, I was tearing my phone up.
because that's my house.
I was calling real estate agents. Now, this is what I ran into. It was a HUD house. It was a foreclosure, but it also was a HUD house. Everybody can't do HUD houses. You have to register on the HUD website. And it's not nothing. You long as you got a real estate license, you just have to go register. But these people around here were so sorry. I've never seen people who don't want to work. So it took me a little while. One lady said, "Well, we're not registered right now, but I'll get registered." Well, she lied, never got registered. I finally, by the grace of God, found somebody. She said, "Oh, yeah, we registered. Don't even worry about that." She said, "You want to go look at it?" I went and looked at it. It had cosmetic issues, but no structural issues. No structural issues. I say, "Oh, no, I'm finna buy this." Start putting in the bid on the property, whatever. They wanted 30. I didn't even come in lower. I said, "I'll do 30. Watch this. I'm gonna show you how the universe works." Baby, 2 weeks later, the lady called me and say, since that's a HUD house, they sent an inspector by there to check to see if it had lead paint and stuff. Because as a HUD house, they cannot sell you a house without inspecting to see if it had lead paint. Well, come to find out, the outside did have lead paint. They was like, yes, lead paint on the outside. So this what they want you to do. They want you to find a lead remediation contractor, have him do a bid on what it's gonna be to scrape that lead paint off that house, because it's got to come off of there. Have him scrape it. We're gonna lower the house by that amount. The dude with the bid came in, baby. Found me a black man. When I tell you he knew what was up, I said, look, he said, I'm gonna do you a solid. He say, I'm gonna write on the bid that it's gonna cost 3,000. He said, I don't know if you got it or not, but if you got 1,000, I'll do it for 1,000. Give me the $1,000 cash, but I'm gonna write it as 3,000 on the paperwork.
Mhm.
So they lowered the price 3,000, but I only paid him 1,000. He came, did that work, got his money, went on.
I know
Check this
that's right,
out.
black man. That's what I'm talking about. Community.
He was licensed in how to remove asbestos as well, because they found some asbestos. Girl, long story short, he removed that for me too, and he licensed in everything. But he was like, "Nah, you don't see many women trying to buy no house, and I'm gonna try to help you out." Girl, he was a cool ass
Mhm.
dude. So
I
he
love
removed
that.
that. He removed that asbestos because like it was just one little spot, like some insulation in the attic, and he removed it, remediated, did everything he's supposed to do. Got this lead paint, had a little crew come through here, got all that out. They lowered the price of my house, honey. We were moving forward. I said, "Oh, this is what I'm talking about right here."
See,
So yeah,
everything was in alignment.
yeah. And then I be trying to help people to this too. There are certain loans you can get. You can get construction loans. So say you want to get a house, but it needs some work. Don't have that stuff worked into like so. I had my whole house rewired and I had a brand new HVAC when I moved in. I did not pay that stuff up front. I got a 203K loan, which is a construction loan, meaning you get the bids for the stuff. You present the bids to the bank. They work that into the cost of the house as well. So my HVAC unit was 12 grand. I didn't have to pay that up front. They tacked it on
Mm,
to the price of the house. Rewiring
mhm,
my house was 8 grand. They tacked that on to the price of the house and put it in my mortgage. And then but you see what I'm saying? You have to pay it up front.
mhm,
But my mortgage was so the price of the house was so small. You know what I mean? It made sense for me to do it that way. I think that added maybe $40 more to my mortgage, which I ain't studying that because I pay extra on my mortgage. This house gonna be paid off. It ain't gonna be too long. Like I got a 30-year mortgage. Girl, I ain't gonna wait no 30 years to pay this house off. I ain't
right?
got
That's
time to
another
be
thing. If
playing.
y'all got a 30-year mortgage, baby, pay on that principal as much as you can. Nobody got
I
time for
do.
no 30 years.
Yeah. The only reason I did 30 year was because around here, if you do 30 year, you qualify for rural development. That makes it to where you don't have to put down 10%. The lowest down
Mm,
payment you can put down 3%. Because I didn't put down 10% on my house. There were some things that I wanted to get done, and it was more beneficial for me at the time to get that done than to put down 10%.
mhm,
So I put down the lowest. I put down 3%. But like I said, over time I've made that up paying on the principal. I've more than
right.
made up by paying on the principal. So this house it'll be paid off way before time. And also I got a loan. They penalize and some banks will try to penalize you for paying your house off faster
Yeah,
nowadays.
no.
And I made sure my loan wasn't like that. I said
Us
it don't have
too.
that penalty on it. And they was like,
Yeah,
nah, no
that
ma'am,
was
you
one
can
of the
pay.
things we checked for too. Don't try to penalize me because I ain't gonna be in your shackles.
Nah, I don't. You're not finna do me like that. But yeah, like I said, I had a woman tell me, "Oh, you qualify for a $500,000 house." I say, "Yeah," and when I be up under the bridge, I said, "I'm not, ma'am. I don't care what I qualify for. You don't never know what might happen."
That's right. And people will talk you into stuff they know you can't handle. It's really
I
predatory
got
out
news for
here.
you. I can stop working today. I got enough to where I won't be put out, and I wanted it that way. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? I wanted it that way. If not, God forbid, but if something happen, it's gonna take. I have emergency fund. Money set to the side just in case,
Yeah.
because you don't never know what's gonna happen. You never know. Your
Right.
income may stop dead in its tracks, and I don't want to be. See, my mother was like that. She was bad with money. That's the one. My mom wasn't good with money at all, and it was so much stress on her every month trying to figure out how to get stuff paid for. And I
Mhm.
know that stress shortened her life. And I said, that's another, I can't do it. I can't do it. I would do without certain stuff to not have to be fooled with that stress.
Yeah. Stress will kill you.
It
Absolutely.
will kill you dead as a doornail. Dead as a doornail will stop you dead in your tracks. And then
Yeah.
who want to sit up and stress about stuff like that, about whether you're gonna have a roof over your head and all that? No. So yeah, that I try to fix those problems too. That mama had. Like I said, I learned from you can learn from anything. It just depends on how you know,
Absolutely.
you can learn from
Absolutely.
anything. Anything.
Facts about paying on
Um
that principal, right? Army chickadee, baby, pay on that principal. On
Army
all the
Chickadee
loans.
Army Chickadee sitting over there, she got a nice farmhouse. Real nice.
Mhm.
I'm trying to understand, Army Chickadee, how in the world did you wind up with a farmhouse in the middle of all them big farms? That's interesting to me. But I know people sell land all the time. Like
Yeah.
people do that. They'll sell land and They'll sell pieces if they family have
I've seen a lot
thousands
of
of acres.
pieces being
They'll
sold. Like
sell
they selling
pieces.
this 1 acre of the 7. I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
for 1 acre ain't bad. That'll be an upgrade on me.
yeah, yeah. I saw a family that. So I went to an estate sale one time, and there was some woman. She was a banker, but long story, or she was a president of the bank. That's what it was. And she made good money. Her husband made good money. I think her husband was an engineer. They had 4 children. No, they had 5 children. And girl, this house, I wish you could have seen it. It was like a time capsule. Okay, it's a trust. So they just sold the equity.
Mm.
Okay. So this lady had this house built from the ground up in the late 70s. When I tell you it was a time capsule, but you could tell when she had it built, she had the best of the best put in. So all of this stuff was still from the 70s, but it all worked flawlessly. Her house was immaculate. It was clean. It was,
Mm.
I'm talking about when I went to it, because it just had the address. I'm gonna put in GPS. I'm just driving, driving. We all in the woods. I said, where we going? All of a sudden the woods just open up into this big old circle drive, 2-story house with a balcony on the front, balcony on the back, pool in the back, big old barn with
See,
two
that's what I
tractors.
would love. Go through the wilderness to get to me. Okay, but then it's gonna be a palace when you get in there though. But don't nobody know we back here. That's what I'm
Had a
saying.
In the middle of the circle drive, like the concrete go round, had a big old concrete. They had uh flowers and stuff planted, but then had a fountain in the middle with a statue and a fountain in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Oh, I'm talking about iron gates. When you come up, they had the iron gates open naturally because it was
Ooh.
but they had iron gates that roll closed normally. If they was working normally, you pull up, they open, you pull in.
Mm-hmm.
Baby, when I seen this, I say, because like I said, a lot of times the state sales, you don't get a lot of information. They say, okay, they might tell you
Show
kind of
up.
like stuff that they selling. We got tools, we got this, we got housewares, we got, and if you see something or you look at the pictures, if you see something in the pictures might strike your fancy. I saw stuff in the pictures that I wanted, but it didn't show the property.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, when we got up there, I say, what in the world? So I bid on a couple of 2, 3 things that was out in the barn. Then I said, let me go in the house and look and see what's in the house. Girl, the whole house was furnished. They was selling everything right up out of the house, right where it stood.
Mm-hmm.
I could not believe how big this house was. I want to say it was 6 bedrooms, and I think it was 10 bathrooms.
Oh wow.
And then more than one living room, more than one den, a huge kitchen, a huge screen in porch on the back, a pool, balcony front and back. I was like, I finally found one of the daughters, and I say, ma'am, you're going to have to explain this to me. Explain this house and all of this and stuff. And so that's when she gets to telling me that, yeah, her, they were fairly wealthy and this and that. They had maids and everything, and the house was that's why it was so clean. Because you very rarely go into a house that's all original and it's that clean. It's
Yeah.
usually like, the corners and stuff, it's nasty somewhere. It wasn't no nastiness.
Mm-hmm.
Wall to wall carpet, not a stain on the carpet. And I'm talking about some of this carpet is white. How do you not have a
Oh
stain on
wow.
the carpet in 40 years? She
Right?
said her mom didn't, she said her mom didn't play that nastiness, none of that.
Like,
So
girl, you had kids?
exactly, had 4 kids, but she said it. She said, "Oh,
Yeah.
mama didn't let. We could only eat in the dining room that had hardwood floors, and the kitchen had tiles." She said we could only eat in the kitchen and dining room. We couldn't take food and stuff to our rooms and stuff. I said, "Oh,
Mhm.
that's how she kept this clean." Now, the one thing I didn't like, but I know this was in fashion back then, girl had carpet in the bathrooms. Let me say this: I don't like carpet in the bathrooms either. But I could not believe it. I usually carpet in the bathrooms to be pissy. No, it was no smell. Now, granted, if I had they ended up selling the house at the end of the auction. I would have ripped that carpet out of the bathroom. But I'm just saying,
Me too.
you must have kept like like
A
I've
very
never
clean
met
house.
people this clean because usually a bathroom with carpet
Well,
in it
you
smell
got to
pissy.
have it made. You not if it's just you and your family, your house is not gonna be that clean. It can't
Baby,
because they're the
but
kids
this
are
my
messing it
question.
up. And the husband, they're messing it up while you're cleaning it up. Like they are simultaneously working against you and your cleanliness and your sanity in your house.
Let me tell you how I
You
told
got to
that
pay
woman.
a dedicated
I
person to
said,
be
no
cleaning.
offense, whatever maid you had, y'all must have worked the dog snot out of her because this house is spotless. She said, oh no, and look, it was a Hispanic. She said, oh no, Esmeralda she was wonderful. I said, y'all worked the
Oh, I
snot out
bet
of
you loved
Esmeralda.
Esmeralda.
Exactly. Good, but it was just crazy to see. But they wanted.
Oh, did Diva pause for y'all? I bet the same thing happened to her that just happened to me. It was like my signal went out for a second, and then I came right back. So let's see if she comes back. And we are gonna be closing the live out soon. We're gonna do another one. We'll do another one. I think same time on Saturday if she's available. And I have to make sure I check my schedule and I don't have anything scheduled. But what do you guys think about next Saturday at 11 a.m.? I feel like this live was everything. So much fun. And please, when we post it, comment your questions and comments below. Like if you have stuff that you want us to talk about, or if you just enjoyed this live, if you have questions for us about growing food, about community, about homesteading, about preserving food, any type of Black history, because Deva Jones be on that Black history, baby. Comment and let us know. The time works for you, Army Chickadee. I'm so happy you're here. Thank you for joining and for being here with us and like actually talking to us. I know everybody's not comfortable commenting and talking, but you guys really keep us going. So I appreciate that. I don't know if Diva's coming back. I feel like she got locked out. So I think I might close the live here and then I'll just text her and we'll schedule another one. I'm glad you got the notification. Thank you guys so much. Oh, she sent you an invite. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll be commenting on some more of y'all's videos too. I really appreciate the support. So I'm going to share this. I don't know if she's coming back, but I'm going to text her. And I love you guys. Y'all have a great weekend and happy Saturday. Peace. Thank you.